The Chronicles of a Mediocre Magician. Waiting for the World to End. 19th of November, 18:55 p.m., Greenwich Mean Time. Andrea raised an eyebrow once she caught sight of Valerie's outfit. The slightly oversized black jeans with black tights hovering a centimeter above the belt line and the white crop top were not that surprising. What had her confused was the lack of her rank depicted on her body. "What?" she asked Andrea when Valerie caught her staring. "Take a picture whilst you're at it there, lass." Andrea snorted before returning to doing her makeup. "Wouldn't think of it, bruh. A picture of your manly traps would kill whatever storage space my cloud has." Valerie laughed and flexed her arms, showing her back off to Andrea. "You reckon?" Zoya rolled her eyes as she stood waiting for them by her bed. "You guys sure do take long. I've been ready for at least an hour." "Yeah, well, that's the one bonus of wearing a hijab, lass," Valerie said as she pulled her hair back to make a ponytail. "Less hairstyles to consider." Andrea's laugh ceased from the dagger glare Zoya gave her. "And what options is that? Short hair in ponytail or short hair not in ponytail?" Valerie blew her lips as she returned her gaze to the mirror. "I truly am spoilt for choice." "Any of y'all talking about hairstyles in my presence is insulting," Andrea said as tried to see what she could do with her hair. She had removed her braids the week up to the function and regretted that decision every day. Better raggedy-ass braids than dealing with this mess. "And I was staring because I'd thought you'd be putting on something showing off your rank. Didn't they say that the top 150 should get to flex on the rest of us magical dummies?" The room was empty, since they had been the last to shower, so Andrea did not mind talking about her lowly ranking with her good friends being the only ones present. "Since when did I start counting Valerie as a good friend?" "That would have been such a lame thing to do," Valerie said, finally answering the age-old question by removing her short hair from the ponytail. The not-in ponytails have it. "I don't know who would even suggest such an idea." "Apparently it was Maisie who suggested it," Zoya said. "Accra Maisie or Warsaw Maisie?" Valerie and Andrea asked at the same time, and Zoya snorted. "Accra Maisie, of course. And I'm not sure you can say that, Val." Valerie rolled her eyes as she appeared behind Andrea. "I wasn't the one who came up with the names, Z. Makes sense, though, that Twat and her bimbo sisters were probably behind all of this. The wand supremacists that they are, bet they love showing off their superiority." Maisie Jomi was a girl built like Serena Williams who came from a powerful magician family from Ghana. Andrea had once made mention of her to Anansi, and the spider had reacted as if someone had let off a stink bomb in his quarters. "Her and her family were once worshippers of Anansi's," he whined. Andrea noted that whenever he pulled her into his court, it was either to whine or teach her something, and she seldom learned anything these days. Then came the good missionaries and their poisoned word, and all those years of worship meant little and less. If you find the girl, kill her for Anansi. Andrea would often see her walking with Juliet Capel and Alice Miller, the Michelle of their version of Destiny's Child, to and from class. Maisie could be cruel or kind, dependent upon your last name, so for people like Andrea, she'd often glare at her with pretty brown eyes and throw her golden braids at her dismissively. Alice was a pretty girl with long lashes over her gray-blue eyes, a heart-shaped face, and long brown hair. Unlike with Juliet and Maisie, Alice was kind and welcoming despite coming from a sorcerer family herself. "I wouldn't put it past Accra and the bitch," Andrea admitted, "but Miller is a pretty cool person." Valerie shrugged again and moved toward the door. "Miller is a good little girl, I'll give her that much." "And as strong as you," Andrea grinned, a sight that made Valerie laugh. "She scored as much as I did. That doesn't mean she's as strong as me. Also, keep your hair like that. It's nice. Now, let's go." Andrea looked at herself in the mirror, certain that Valerie was setting her up. But even she could admit that the look was the best of the options she'd gone through. She stood up, deciding to wear it like Valerie had suggested. It was bound down by a white headband at the scalp and funneled into a peacock's tail at the back. Andrea wore a plain white shirt tucked into an olive green pair of cargo pants that themselves were tucked into her black combat boots. Over her white shirt, she donned her black denim jacket. She tucked in her cross beneath the shirt, and she felt a small sting in her gut. It was a form of punishment sent by a jealous god. Fuck off, Anansi. Zoya wore something a lot more casual than Andrea had been expecting. A pair of black yoga pants, white Air Force Ones, and a gray running jacket that made it look like she was going for a jog rather than a party. She already had a close to zero chance of bagging Stephen, Andrea thought. It's damn near zero in that outfit. But she would leave such comments to herself. As her pastor would say to her, if she had nothing nice to say, best not say anything at all. How come you and Aisling aren't like the Terror triplets? Y'all are from magician families too, Andrea inquired. Valerie pondered the question before shrugging. It's Aisling's influence, if I had to guess. Her and I were not so different to them once. Worse, actually. Andrea could imagine Valerie acting like Accra with as much ease as she could imagine a dollar note. Imagining Aisling, however, was a different matter altogether. But one day, after a crazy incident, Aisling decided that she'd like to become someone different. I didn't take it all that seriously, though, until I saw her with you. You were always nice to me, though, Zoya muttered, and yelped with surprise when Valerie threw an arm over her. Honestly, that surprised me too. Maybe your dimples and eyebrows tugged too much at my heartstrings. You'd need a heart to have the strings, Val, Andrea said, and her and Zoya laughed. On second thought, Valerie's grin appeared. Maybe Capel has the right idea after all. The pathway between their dormitory at the bottom of the hill and the first-year section of the college cut through a lawn of green grass and were lined by black lights that burned with green flame. Connecting each of them were strings of colorful lights put up for the occasion. There, they found Liam, Maddo, and JJ, apparently waiting for them. Valerie rolled her eyes. I only have the stomach for one American tonight. Andrea laughed. And you can barely stomach me as it is. He approached me once, Valerie huffed, being all weird about it too. Oh? Zoya's eyebrow rose. He wanted to take you out? Valerie laughed hard at that. No, I don't think he's that daft. But yeah, don't really fancy spending any time with him. Oh, come on, Val, Zoya frowned. I think Liam's a nice boy. I've spoken to him enough to know that he'd treat you right. Andrea pouted. Please, Val? They're good people, I promise they are. I've hung out with them a couple of times, so I know it is true. Her friend rolled her eyes, but allowed her and Zoya to drag her along with them to the three boys. Hey, y'all! Liam waved at them and then frowned. Valerie, right? Valerie made no attempt to hide her annoyance. You really know how to make a girl feel special there, lad. You don't remember me. Liam's frown deepened a moment before he sheepishly laughed and rubbed the back of his neck. No, I mean yes. Yes, I remember you. Just meant how come you don't have your ranking shown? Valerie shrugged and pointed at him. How come you don't have yours? JJ burst out into laughter. Oh, that's a violation, Liam. Do something. He waved off his friend. Yes, very funny. But I didn't rank in the top 150, unfortunately. Unlike Maddo over there. Andrea nodded toward the paper he held in his hands. Mr. 150, just squeezed in. Maddo looked down at the paper. It should be higher, I think. English brought me down. It took Andrea a moment to translate what he had said and smiled when she finally decoded the French. Without that module, you might have been in the top 100, Maddo. Valerie and Zoya both looked on in surprise, and Liam in mild annoyance. Since when could you speak French, Andy? Zoya asked, and the question made Andrea smirk, her arms folded and her nose turned up to them. Because, Z, baby, I am that girl. Imagine only being able to speak one language. I could never. Zoya laughed and went off on a rapid-fire tirade of some language that had Andrea more confused than she had been in a long time. Urdu, Zoya said, sticking her tongue out at Andrea. JJ joined in on the act, saying something in his mother tongue. He and Mado laughed together. Yes, okay, Liam groaned. Y'all are all a bunch of clever boys and girls. Can we get a move on now? Valerie sighed and shook her head. It's a sad day when you lot have me agreeing with an American. Andrea frowned and held her arms out. Bruh, you 100% agree with me half the time. They found Thomas stood outside the entrance, dressed in his most blue Adidas tracksuit with a plain white shirt and matching Zoya's Air Forces with a pair of his own. Took you lot long enough. Some of us don't have 17 pairs of tracksuits to trot out, Valerie teased. You're out here moving like a cartoon character, mate. Thomas laughed with them as they entered the venue, and it was strange how they were able to turn a mix of a medieval castle and uppity school into a club you'd probably only find in the depths of Berlin's hell. The colors that the lights shone were a flash of rainbows that should have hurt her vision, but were easy on the eye and inspired wonder rather than stinging annoyance. Outside each lecture hall were 2 ranked students standing guard, and by the center of the foyer where the statue of King Arthur had once stood was an elevated platform with a DJ set up. I'm off to find a drink, Valerie said, and Zoya pointed toward the table with punch and other refreshments by Robertson's lecture hall. It's right over there, Val. Valerie rolled her eyes, and Thomas laughed as he whispered what she meant. Zoya gasped before wagging her finger at Valerie, who shrugged, blew her a kiss, and disappeared into the crowd. Andrea was pleasantly surprised by the hip-hop that greeted her ears and pointed toward the DJ. Who'd have thought that white boy with the tattoos over there would know who Rakim is? Thomas looked at her like she was a fool before he burst out into laughter. He doesn't. The DJ is playing music he likes, and magic transforms it into music we each individually enjoy. He has a passive sound spell going on right now, and you're feeling it because your shrouding is down. Damn, Andrea thought. That's another spell I have got to learn. I guess I'll add it to the list. Andrea pulled Thomas in to speak into his ear. Get me a drink and I'll play wingman for you. Thomas snorted. Are you mad? You think I need your help to get Huns? She laughed. I've seen you spit game, bruh. You need more than my help. My brother, you need advisors and accountants. They shared a laugh that made her realize that they were the only 2 of their pack still there, except for Mado. Where'd everyone go? She asked him, and Mado looked around and then shrugged. Maybe they all went to get something to drink. Now hold on. Andrea looked around again to make sure, unless I'm wilding. Zoya Ramdani does not drink. Should we go and look for them? She asked Thomas, who shrugged as he began to dance to the song in his head. To Andrea, who was listening to Do for Love by Tupac, watching him tweak out the way that he was a ridiculous thing to see. She's with your friends, no? Thomas inquired in the middle of a spin, and something about the goofiness of the situation put her heart at ease. She turned toward Mado, who seemed so out of place on the dance floor that Andrea saw that she was going to have to save him from himself. Hold the dance floor down, bruh, Andrea told him. We're going to get a drink and circle back to come see you destroy your ligaments. He gave her a thumbs up that turned into another spin to delve deeper into the dancing crowd. Andrea tugged Mado by the arm as the 2 moved toward the refreshment table. You're not much of a dancer, huh? Mado shook his head. Someone once told me that dancing makes your heart weak. Andrea cocked her head in utter disbelief. Bruh, what? Yes, Mado said as he accepted the cup she offered him. Some Russian told me this. Andrea had a million questions, maybe even 1,000,001, but he surprised her by downing the drink, crushing the cup, and grabbing her by the wrist. We must go. She was surprised by how strong he was as he led the way out of the crowd. Mado, wait! Andrea had to use her shroud to pull her arm back, but it became very clear that he had decided to let her go as he looked up and cursed. Fuck! This is happening early. Andrea was about to ask him what he meant when she felt her stomach clench, and clench badly. "Oh, fuck off, Anansi." The music stopped as Andrea hunched over in pain, and the crowd went from confused to outright terrified as people began to scream. Andrea felt strong arms wrap themselves around her and felt the air on her skin, convincing her to open her eyes and see that she was now outside. She fell to the ground next to a tree as Mado knelt and took off the piece of paper with his rank on it to place it on Andrea. "I am sorry about all of this. Andrea Salem, the veil is already up. We cannot leave." Her cramps subsided enough for her to look up at him in bewilderment. "What the hell are you talking about?" He shook his head as he stood back up. "I knew this was wrong. I could feel it in my soul. This is not justice. I do not know what my master was thinking, but I'm starting to think that I have to kill him, too. He has begun to lose his way." "Mado," she winced. "Start making sense." Mado sighed and put a hand on her head. "I like you, Andrea. Liam, too. I hope he and I won't have to fight. You're the first person in a long time I could just talk to without worrying about sounding dumb or not getting my thoughts across. Killing you, after all that, seemed wrong. Killing a lot of people right now seems wrong." Andrea wanted to ask more questions, but she could not help falling onto her side and curling up into a ball as the pain came back with a vengeance. She opened her eyes to find that the pain was gone, and that she now stood in front of Anansi in his spider form. "Andrea Bordeaux," he said to her, speaking with his regal tone. "Anansi comes to tell you that you are in danger." Andrea looked at him, dumbfounded, before she climbed up the dais to punch him. Pride and Prejudice. 19th of November, 1917 p.m., Greenwich Mean Time. "You're tired," Goldman noted, staring down at the defeated Rogers. He was on his hand and knees on the arena floor, trying to get the air through his punctured lungs. "You came to fight me of all people, and you came tired." Rogers could never defeat her, even if his reserves were still at their best. Not unless he caught her by surprise. She waited for him to try to heal to the point where interrogation would actually be possible before asking him any more questions. "You're tough, Goldman," Rogers groaned as he stood back up, holding what remained of his left arm with his right. It was just about all he could do to stop the bleeding. "I tip my hat to you." Goldman snorted. "I do not need any acknowledgement from you, Rogers," she said, certain enough in her victory to look away. "You chose to come for me while Barden got Anderson. The latter is a good matchup, the former, though." He laughed despite himself, trying his best not to cough up a lung as he healed. "Yeah, well, Amy's a bitch. If you didn't kill me, she most certainly would have, and she gave me this assignment knowing I was a goner." Amy. Goldman frowned. That name did not ring a bell. "Who the hell is Amy?" "Renfrau, I mean," Rogers coughed, and Goldman did a poor job of hiding her surprise. "Rogers. Why does that name sound familiar?" "Because it is," he replied. "She's a herald of the sin of pride. She might damn well be the strongest one, too." Rogers grinned, and Goldman hated to admit it, but he was giving a good account of himself. Many a magician and sorcerer had played it cool until the end was right in front of them. "He genuinely does not care if he dies," she noted with a smile. "It took 10 years, but it's about time he did something worth respecting." "So a herald is behind this mess?" Goldman inquired. "This is bad news. The headmaster and mistress are away." "Behind this? No. Although she'd be offended to hear you say so. She is the one who has been sent to oversee that we did our jobs right." Goldman snorted and wagged a finger at him. "Now I know that you are lying. Renfrau is a herald of pride. She does not take orders from anyone." Roger's laughter felt like a banshee's scream, and it sent a shiver down her spine. "You're looking at the glass as half empty instead of half full, Goldman." With the little words you have left, you choose to waste some on calling me a pessimist? Goldman tut-tutted. You've shown yourself to be very inefficient, my friend. The mystery is not why a herald of the sin of pride would be taking orders, Sarah. The true mystery is who is powerful enough to give a herald of pride an order that they would see through. There was a shared moment of silence before the two burst into laughter. I'll hand it to you, Professor Rogers. You have successfully read me for filth. I'll make it a point to be more positive in the future. He had finally healed himself to the point where he was no longer wheezing and could stand up straight. But for all intents and purposes, this battle had long come to an end. Is landing another one-wave hit still the goal that most drives you? He asked her, and the question took her by surprise. She felt oddly vulnerable by the question, as if she were a teenager being asked if she really wanted to become a doctor when she was older. Yes, Sarah admitted a little sheepishly. It is definitely something I wish to feel once more. Rogers nodded his head before standing with his arms stretched out wide. Come on then, Sarah. She looked at him as if he had lost his mind, but he only grinned back at her suspicious glare. What, Sarah? It is your dream, and I am as good as dead anyway, unless you've suddenly grown a heart in the last 5 minutes. She giggled like a girl. Have you always been this crazy, Patrick? Or did I give you one too many concussions? Sarah, he said sternly, and Goldman could not help but look away from his eyes. What if I cannot hit it? What am I to do should I fail again, Patrick? He laughed and shrugged. Then you're no worse off than you are now, Sarah. We are magicians, and magic belongs to the daring. So, come on, I dare you. She took a deep breath and raised an eyebrow when she noted that his shroud was gone. You're not going to defend yourself? Patrick laughed and shrugged his shoulders. Wouldn't be an act of suicide if I tried to stop it, Professor. Well, he has me there. Goldman concentrated her entire magical reserve into her fist, wondering if he was really about to allow this to happen. You were a traitor, Patrick, but even still, I hope that your heaven is nothing but golden. Her focus narrowed her vision to the exact spot her fist would tear through, his heart, and everything else slowly fell away. The sound of music faded, the smell of blood and sweat evaporated, and all the vibrant colors the college's flower beds were famous for may as well have become gray. Sarah's breathing slowed until she could feel every single part of the process. The easy inhale, the oxygen flowing through her airways, the cycle of air within her lungs, and the slow exhale. She launched herself forward, cutting the distance in a flash and throwing her punch with the expert form rewarded to her after 7 whole decades of training and hard work. The spark had been there, the one Goldman had been longing for her whole life, and she was prepared to take the spark and shield it from the wind, to blow on it until it grew into the fire that was everything to her. But just as her fist was set to collide, Professor Patrick Rogers' shroud emerged like an air bubble, throwing off her focus with the element of surprise. Her fist still collided, and the blow was still fatal, landing hard enough to crush the ribs it struck and collapsing a lung. Sarah Goldman swore she could hear his mocking laughter as Rogers' body was sent flying, cracking the wooden floorboards beneath their feet with each bounce until he slammed into the wall. The collision splattered blood across the cratered wall, and the final trail of crimson from his corpse slumping down to the ground completed the inkblot. Sarah did not know whether to laugh or cry, but her body had decided to do both all on its own. "You sly fucking weasel!" Sarah laughed so hard that she was hunched over, clutching her stomach. Giving me hope just to take it all away. Sarah Goldman had to give him credit. He had arrived at the fight underprepared, and over the course of it quickly became useless. In this way, Patrick Rogers had ensured that his last act was far more damaging than any blow he had landed before. The craftsman she prided herself on being was disgusted. However, the magician in her was more than amused by this last trick. Either way, He had ensured that she would remember him forever. "Patrick Rogers," a voice said, drawing Sarah's eyes to the short figure standing behind her. "I'd met the man in a hotel way back in the 60s, during the summer of love. He'd been trying his luck with me then, and I almost killed him for thinking a man like himself could ever have a chance with a woman like me." Her cold gaze fell on his slumped corpse before she snorted. "Had I known that he had this much spite in him, I might have been a little less offended." Sarah felt like a hand had wrapped itself around her heart, and the squeeze tightened with each and every step the woman took toward her. "I didn't think you'd be scared of me," Amy said calmly. "But then again, you can't be as dangerous as you are without being a little clever." Goldman took a deep breath before setting her feet. "She's a herald, and so what? It's not like I can—" Amy laughed. "Relax. I have no plans to fight you, Goldman. I would not dare sully myself with your blood." She turned her eyes to the distance before nodding. "How about we wait for whichever of your teammates win to come and join you? Depending on which ones show up, I might just agree to fight you then." Sarah would never have imagined a day where she'd hear those words and not be furious. But even she could not delude herself into denying the good fortune that had come her way. Renfrew stood a dozen feet from her, looking her up and down before taking another quick glance toward Patrick. That must have been a comical sight, seeing someone built like a child beat the shit out of a man built like Rogers. Of course, Sarah had noted that Amy was only a few inches taller than herself. "Don't take the bait, Sarah." "What's the end goal here, Amy?" Sarah asked, and had to keep her cool when she noticed the flash in Amy's eyes. And as quickly as it had appeared, the feeling of danger disappeared and was replaced by Amy's smile. "Amy? Aren't we acting a little familiar, Goldman?" Sarah pointed toward Patrick. "Don't blame me. Our friend over there called you that. I'm just being consistent, is all." Amy rolled her eyes. Insolent little pup. It was that mouth of his that had gotten him killed in the first place. The Herald of Pride then looked away, before sighing. "It looks as if we have chosen our traitors poorly. They just don't make them like they used to." Sarah estimated that with Anderson and Professor Gwynedd, she might just be able to hold out until more lecturers noticed. Fat chance of that happening with this veil up. She could tell from the aura around Amy that this veil was her doing. It was an impressive feat, to be sure, but it would have been a costly one to create, and even more so to uphold. 4 of us, Sarah surmised, should 4 of us go up against her in this state, we might actually win. "You still haven't answered my question, my lady," Sarah said. The show of respect tasted like ashes on her tongue, but she needed to see this thing through to the end. That only happens if Amy didn't find a reason to kill her. "That's more like it," Amy said with a small smile. "I don't see the point in telling you why, Goldman. I mean, you are strong, I will readily give you that, but the idea that you can question me—" The sense of danger returned, and Sarah saw no other way than to swallow her pride and take a knee. This pleased her opponent mightily. "You are clever. I was told that you were an animal and so assumed I'd run into something unthinking, feral, unreasonable." Sarah hid her gritted teeth by bowing her head. "I am all those things, but I am all that and one more." "Oh?" Amy's eyebrow rose. "And what is that?" "Not stupid." Amy's laughter reeked of the sort of arrogance that could only come from a cautionary tale. "So good. Okay then, Goldman. I will answer your question." Before Sarah could open her eyes, she felt the weight of something on her back, and it took her a moment to realize that someone was sitting on her. Sarah could feel a molar of hers crumble. "The end goal, Sarah, my dear, is upending this world order thrust upon us by Octavian Nerva and his party of self-righteous fascists." "Fascists might be a bit too harsh," she said, trying to keep the anger out of her tone. "Is that so? Last I checked, we don't vote on who occupies the seats. The council does. Hell, did we even get a vote on there being a council in the first place?" "They won the war," Sarah said simply. "Then if violence is the way of king-making, none should complain about what we achieved tonight." Sarah? Amy said calmly. If you don't turn off your shrouding right this instant, I will kill you. Sarah Goldman wanted this woman dead, with every fiber of her soul. She was more than prepared to die for it at this point. She just needed a partner to help her make sure she was able to land a good hit in. Hell, at this point, I'd even take Shubman. You got to admit, though, she continued, this time under a little strain, they have made the world safer. Amy crossed her legs and propped her chin up with her hands. Say I were to agree with you, and I most definitely would not. What then happens when these members die? The average age is already close to 200. Nerva is strong enough to live another 200. But the rest of them? Tell me they will not ensure their seat should pass on to a spoiled brat? Amy was amused by Sarah's silence. Exactly. I will not be forced to kneel and accept a monarchy under Nerva, posing as some sort of republic. If you know your histories, then you know how the Roman Senate ended. Corrupt, elitist, obsolete, pushed aside by the power of a dictator. And unfortunately for us, we'll live long enough to see the end of the Golden Age and the beginning of the... An object flew at great speed, and Sarah felt the weight come off her all at once. A second later, there was a loud crash as something collided with concrete. Shubman stood before her with a hand outstretched to retrieve his weapon, a look of pain and sorrow painted on his face. Up, Professor. Sarah accepted the hand and dusted herself off. You sure took your time, Cassandra? Dead, he said sternly, and even an angry Sarah felt compelled to place a hand on his shoulder. I am sorry, Shubman. It cannot be easy, but... I know. Thank you, Sarah. The sorrow in his voice was louder than the growl that came from their future murderer. You know, Amy whined as she dusted off her suit, I knew you were there the whole time. You did not catch me off guard. Shubman shrugged as he rested his gigantic mace onto his shoulder. Oh, then you took the brunt of this attack head-on willingly? Yes, Amy snapped. That, and I didn't think you'd be so fucking stupid as to actually attack me. The smile that spread across Shubman's face was a marvelous sight to see. Well, I guess I'm not nearly as bright as I once thought. Renfrew took a few deep breaths to control her anger before pointing beyond her shoulder. Sarah, if you leave now, I won't exactly stop you. Unfortunately for you, Professor, I am going to kill you. Sarah returned to her fighting stance from earlier, and the sight of it made Amy look upon her with disgust. So you're going to throw my kindness back in my face, huh? What happened to being not stupid? You sat on me. Amy rolled her eyes. You're going to throw your life away over that? Well now, Professor Gwynedd said as he entered the gym, I know we all have our disagreements, but we should never feel the need to be disrespectful. Amy's eyes were wild with rage as she slowly began to take off her blazer. Disrespectful? I am a herald, you gnome. Disrespect is when one does not treat an equal with dignity. I don't think that applies to me and the fucking gym teacher. Nathaniel seemed genuinely disappointed in this answer, enough to shake his head. It used to be that heralds were expected to move with class. How I miss those days. Sarah turned to him and noticed he was dressed in a fine dark brown suit with a nice black button-up shirt. The attire surprised her enough to ask, I had expected more from Shevchenko. No, Valentina gave a good account of herself. You went to change into a suit? Shubman asked in amusement, and Gwynedd grinned. If there is a chance of me dying today, Professor Kumar, I'd like to make sure when such a time does come, I am dressed for the occasion. Good, Amy snapped. I am certain that the occasion is today, old man. Sarah would have preferred Anderson to Shubman. Hell, she would have preferred Anderson with Shubman. But with this combination and Renfrew's magic being diverted to maintaining the veil, they might just have a chance of squeaking something out. Okay, Amy said calmly as she put her hair up into a ponytail. "Allow me to set some ground rules. I legitimately cannot see myself taking any of you seriously, not even if you fight me as a group. So let's start here. Show of hands. Who here has an animus?" If there was anyone among them who would have had one, it was most likely to be Gwynedd, whose hand stayed firmly down. Fuck my life. "Thought as much," Amy smirked. "Because I am me. I forget that most sorcerers can't. I haven't babysat in decades, but I do remember children liking games, so that's what we'll be doing today." The spike in magical energy made Sarah sick to her stomach, and she felt childish for ever having thought survival was even remotely close to a guaranteed thing. "You all have 5 minutes to try to kill me," Amy emphasized, raising her hand with all 5 fingers extended. "After that, I'm putting you down like the fucking gnats that you are with my animus. So what do you say, children? Are you ready to play?" Things just got complicated. 19th of November, 19:19 p.m., Greenwich Mean Time. Someone had to shake Zoya by her shoulders to pull her out of her mind. "Hey, you ready?" Liam asked. She slowly nodded. "She don't look ready," Olivia mumbled, her arms folded over her chest. "I don't know why you think we'd need a weakling like her." Zoya clenched her hands into fists, but she kept her temper in check. Liam shook his head. "She's a committed member of the team, Liv. With her, we'll have someone to deal with Andrea." Zoya looked up at him with wide eyes. "You want me to kill—" Liam's smile was reassuring enough to get her heartbeat somewhat under control. "Zoya, listen to me. You won't be alone. There'll be others to join you." She tried to shake the memories of her weekends with Andrea from her head. "Can't we let her go, Liam? She's our friend." He sighed and removed his hands from her shoulders. "I don't want to do it, Zoya. I would rather do anything else, but this is the cost of survival in this world." She did not seem convinced until Olivia stood before her and glared with intense hazel eyes. "Listen, girl, our master has given us a task, and we're damn well going to get it done. Now, you can join us or you can join them. But best you know what's going to happen to you should you join them, and I find you." The hate in the girl's eyes made Zoya take a few steps back. "Oh, okay. I'm with you." Liam smiled and clapped her on the back. "That a girl. Here," he said, giving her a red cup. The smell of the liquid snapped her head back like a jab to the nose. "This is liquid courage," he said, his index finger resting at the bottom of the cup. "You're not going to want to do this sober. I'll tell you what." Zoya wasn't sure until she caught Olivia's glare. Then she closed her eyes and drank deeply. Zoya felt the liquid burn her throat and brought tears to her eyes. She gulped down the drink until about a third remained in the cup. Zoya was coughing as Liam smacked her back again. "Good girl. See, Liv, she's with us." Olivia begrudgingly nodded. Yeah, about damn time. Good choice," she said before taking a deep breath. "I've made a couple of friends here too, you know. They're annoying and on my ass like a fly on shit sometimes, but they're still my friends. We're all making sacrifices here, Zoya." The tears did not stop flowing, but she did feel strong enough to meet her eyes. "What about Valerie?" she asked. "She won't be as easy to take down as Andrea." "Don't worry your pretty lil hijab about her," Olivia said with a grin. "She'll be taken care of. What you need to do now is muster up your skill and courage and get." Zoya took a deep breath before marching out of the function to find and kill her close friend. Olivia and Liam watched her go. Liam said, "You could do with learning how to talk to people." Olivia pursed her lips. "The issue is—" "No," he snapped, and it took his sister aback. "No, Liv, it don't serve nobody being a bitch. But we ain't got time for that talk right now. Let's go." He was surprised by her silence, and especially by her willingness to follow him as they pushed through the crowd to the staircase that led to the top floor, where Julia was waiting. "Took you long enough." Marcus successfully convinced everyone of suitable rank to go into lecture halls with the promise of alcohol. "Is everyone in place and ready?" He nodded. Mado should be outside with the others, ready to make sure the cattle stay inside. Julia eyed him suspiciously for a moment. Are you certain about that? Liam wanted to be, with all of his heart, but he knew his friend better than that. I don't think he'll outright betray us. But, he sighed, but he ain't biting, not completely anywho. He's goddamn stubborn and hard-headed. Julia nodded and shrugged. Makes sense. You and your sister are not of the faith, Liam, so his actions must seem strange. He's a student of a herald, ain't he? Olivia asked. Julia smiled. Exactly. He is the disciple of the Herald of Wrath, Hartano of Java. So he's got a temper. Olivia rolled her eyes. No wonder he and I didn't get along much. Julia laughed. You supremacists like to talk out your arse sometimes. It comes with looking at the world so black and white, I guess. No, it's not so simple. Wrath is not just anger. It's anger at injustice or wrongs. Mado is short-tempered, but he will act to right wrongs, punish the criminal, and perform violence upon the tyrant before he seeks revenge for a slight. Each virtue has another side to the coin, Baker, and this is Mado's. Liam had never really thought of it like that, but it made the weight of guilt on his chest 10 times heavier. Yep, that sounds like Mado. That's why we sent Zoya to deal with Andy. He'll be looking for me and Olivia instead of guarding her. What is the other side of your coin then, Julia? Olivia asked. Wouldn't you like to know? Julia laughed. Survive tonight, and it'll be one of your many gifts, Baker. Now let us begin. Julia raised a hand and said, Spark of life, ignite this light, onwards ever stronger, until my enemy stands no longer. A powerful blast of flame poured out her palm like a flamethrower, and the incantation gave it the power needed to set the surprise DJ alight. That was the signal, and their agents all went to work. Olivia jumped down to unleash violence with her own hands as Liam held back to attack the students from afar, firing dark waves of energy into those running toward the exit. Like shooting fish in a barrel, he thought. Liam! Julia placed a firm grip onto his shoulder. JJ says that students are finding their way out. He did not need to think all too hard about what that meant. Fucking Mado! Go and handle him, she ordered. He wanted to bring Olivia with him, but she was lost in the crowd. Liam cursed and jumped down with his shroud on, punching a hole through a screaming student on his way toward the door. He pushed himself through and dodged the blast of fire from JJ. Oh shit, my bad, Liam. Where's Mado? He snapped, and JJ pointed behind him. He was supposed to be there, but last I felt his aura, he was by the south entrance. Liam turned and bolted to the south wing, running toward the aquarium and the cafeteria, but stopping when he picked up Mado's energy by the bell tower. Cocky prick, Liam muttered as he walked toward the bell tower, where Mado sat at the top. You're making quite the mess of this whole thing, Mado, my man. Mado assaulted his ears with some French before he moved off the bell tower and landed hard enough to shatter the tiling of the pathway. Oh boy, that's some bad news. Speak English, damn you. Mado sighed. I don't want to hurt you, Liam. Liam snorted. Getting a little cocky there, aren't we, buddy? He hesitated a little when Mado raised his hands and showed him the blood that covered them. I killed Salim. I don't want to kill you, please. Leave now, go home. Liam cursed. This motherfucker is serious. You know that I can't do that, Mado. And why the fuck did you do all this just to turn back? Mado sighed before balling his hands up into fists. Some roads you go down, and you need to see a dead end to know that it was the wrong one all along. Liam frowned and cocked his head to the side. That was eloquent as fuck. The fuck did that come from? He shrugged, and on his face was the most expressive smile Liam had seen in their 2-month-long friendship. I'm getting better, no? Liam's exhale was louder than the screams coming from the courtyard. We're gonna have to fight, aren't we? Yes, Mado said bluntly, and it was that bluntness that Liam always appreciated. He had initially assumed it was because of the language barrier, but slowly over time, he had come to see that was just who he was. "Eternal night," Liam snapped, firing off a dark wave of energy that should have torn Mado's skin off. But of course he was far too fast for that. Liam caught sight for a second, but knew from years sparring with Olivia that a physical combatant like them would want to get in close. He pushed back off his feet and was able to dodge the swing intended to remove his head from his body. Going for the kill shot already, huh? The thought brought a smile to his face as he fired off another blast to give himself the breathing room needed to come in and land an attack of his own. Mado was quick on his feet, able to avoid the blast and spin in such a way as to catch the punch on his forearm. Liam's spidey senses tingled enough to get back out of reach of Mado. "I thought you only scored a 6 for bodily combat." Liam could not keep the smirk from emerging. "You really must have been holding back." "My God blesses me," he said, before launching himself at Liam. He was able to duck Mado's straight right hand and block the left hook aimed to shatter his cheekbone. The kick down the middle was just about blocked, but the jumping left kick came in and scored first blood, cutting his lip. Mado was good enough to let him have the space to set his feet again and wipe the blood off his chin. "You're ruining my only good features here, man." Mado's only response was to glare at him, and Liam sighed. "Guess the time for talking is over." They re-engaged, with Liam able to send attacks of his own this time, the two taking turns as they spun around and around in a dance that signaled the death blow of their friendship. Mado slowly began to take the lead, which Liam did not much mind, throwing a feint that he had intended to capitalize on by grabbing Liam. Unfortunately for his friend, Liam had not taken the feint and stepped in to land an elbow into Mado's chin. Liam continued with his momentum to land a spinning back elbow into the nose of his stumbling friend before completing the revolution with a spinning kick that brought his shin into contact with Mado's neck. The blow made Mado spin like a merry-go-round, allowing Liam to send a blast that hit him square in the chest and made Mado slam hard into the tower. He recovered in time to dodge Liam's blast and was fast enough to disappear into the tower before Liam could fire off another. He sighed. "Mado, you can't hide up there for long," Liam called out to no reply. Liam was about to go in there and fetch him when he saw the giant bell being thrown his way, forcing him to roll to the side in order to dodge it. Liam flipped himself onto his feet and cursed as he moved to charge into the bell tower, but turned when he felt Mado's magic spike. Having turned in time to block the stream of fire that blew past him, burning his shirt and most of his forearms, Liam was confused, but was able to see the bell thrown on its side and smiled when he noticed that his friend's ears were bleeding. "He's a lot smarter than I gave him credit for, I'll tell you what." Liam thought that his friend was a brute and a bruiser, but he could see now that Mado was as out of his mind as he was. No wonder we got along so well. Liam did not get a chance to gather himself. His guard broke when Mado pulled his arms down to receive a hand wrapped around his neck. Liam's face was pulled in, and her received a broken nose from a headbutt. His shirt collar was grabbed, and Liam's face collided with the tiles hard enough to form a spiderweb. Liam rolled and wrapped his legs around Mado's neck and his hands around his face. "Eternal night!" he snapped. He smelled burning flesh as he felt himself being lifted into the air. "Eternal no—" His incantation was cut short as he was slammed back into the ground. He felt winded but was appreciative that Mado was too wounded to take advantage of his ass being laid out. Liam turned onto his knees, stumbled to his feet before spitting his tooth out. He healed the internal damage, the things beyond Mado's eyesight, and was thankful that the damage had not been so extensive as to eat through his reserves too much. Mado had done the same before the two re-engaged, dodging a jab from Liam and stepping back to avoid the footstep intended to break his right foot. He struck the inside of Mado's left thigh with a quick kick before turning that kick into Mado's stomach, and it felt like kicking a wall built in front of a thicker wall. Mado's hook caused him to wince as it collided with his cooked forearms. The pain convinced him to only dodge, weaving past another jab and right straight to get into Mado's reach, then headbutting him to make the score 1-1. His own right fist was caught in Mado's hand, and he found it twisted behind his back before he knew it. Mado made the two of them fly and turn their world upside down by performing a slow backflip, so that Liam was staring at the top of the bell tower, but upside down. Liam felt the sole of Mado's sneakers on his back, and he cursed as he was launched through the wall of the tower. He was surprised that the tower had not collapsed from his collision. This is not going fucking well at all. Liam had never wished for Olivia's presence more than he did then. Liam sighed and did a quick assessment of his body. Nothing internal was damaged, as far as he could tell, but the external would do no favors for any hinge accounts. His nose was broken, his lip was busted, and his forearms looked like he had tried to use asphalt as a slip and slide. Liam moved to look down at Mado, who glared up at him with empty eyes. He needed to think of a plan, and do so immediately. His advantages were spell casting, and his magic reserves were currently a little higher because he had not healed himself. His disadvantages were that Mado was a tank, and because he fought up close, he did not have to worry much about a magical reserve depleting. Liam could invoke Andrea and her imminent demise, but that felt dirty and cheap, and beside that, he had heard those on the path of wrath grew stronger the angrier they got. I need Olivia here. I need her here now, Liam thought. His sister had higher reserves than the both of them, and would be able to match Mado in close-quarter combat enough to allow him to fight from the mid-range. Liam sighed and said, "You're as bad a matchup as I thought, my man, so you brought me to this point. Remember that." He held out both palms, focusing on Mado. "Away any light, for darkness will gather." Liam smirked at the growing worry in Mado's eyes. About gosh darn time. Drown the world in eternal night. The blast moved faster than Mado had expected, but that did not stop him from getting most of his body out of the way. Liam smiled at the smell of charred flesh and bone as Mado fell to the ground down an eviscerated leg. In truth, the damage done to his leg was just a bonus. He smiled at the sight of the destroyed entrance to the massacre. Now I just gotta play keep away until Liam had to dodge the bell being thrown his way as Mado began to chase after him. He heals fast, Liam noted as he turned toward the aquarium, but he's burning through those reserves quick. Liam blasted upward just as he exited the hallway of the aquarium, destroying the glass, but frowning when he saw that the water did not fall. "Oh, you've got to be shut." Mado tackled him and slammed him through the tiling of the cafeteria, a firm hand wrapped tightly around his throat as Mado began to run. Liam could feel his shrouding struggle to save his face as his head and body were used to tear up the tiles and large tables and chairs in the room. Mado threw him into the wall, and Liam nearly lost control over his shroud when he bounced off the cratered concrete. He slumped to the ground, flat on his ass, and groaned. My master was right. I am weak. You didn't need Tiberius to tell you that, Olivia said as she stood at his side. I've told you that a whole bunch of times. She did stare a second to look to make sure he was okay, before looking away. Hope you're not too banged up, you loser. Liam laughed and accepted her hand to pull himself back onto his feet. You'd think I'd have done something about it by now. Mado's expression remained blank, but Liam knew him well enough to know that he was not a happy camper. Mado, my man, you fought a good fight, but this is unfortunately the end of the road. It doesn't have to be, a voice said from the entrance. The voice had come from a black girl with hair held down by colorful beads. She smiled at them with a gap-toothed grin as she entered the cafeteria. She said something to Mado in French before turning to face them. Now, normally I would not involve myself, but I've been waiting for this for a long time. "This don't involve you, Cherry," Olivia growled, and the girl named Cherry snapped, "No, but I smelled something off and came immediately." She held a fireball above her palm. "Seems like I was right. I got a nose for these things after all." Brotherly love. 19th of November, 1900 hours. Greenwich Mean Time. Hannibal had forgotten what his brother was. Growing up, he and his siblings had been raised in 2 batches, broods from a different time. By the time he had been born and grown enough to be conscious of the world, Julian had long been a man. Thus, the fearsome foursome of Zenobia, Octavian, Julian, and Drusilla were more respected elders than siblings to him. He had not come to know them as he did Tiberius, or Boudica, or young Charlemagne, those who actually did occupy the place of siblings in his heart. No, that's not quite fair, he thought. Zeno is sick, and Drusilla has always made it a point to play the role of big sister to them. His oldest brothers, however, were as familiar as strangers to him, which is why he had always made it a point to try to annoy them, since that was better than being ignored, as Hannibal had initially felt he always was. Octavian would take it in stride, dismissing his crazy displays and remarks with a condescending pat on the head and a suggestion that homework needed to be done. That condescension never truly left when Hannibal himself became a man grown. Instead, it turned into suggestions on how to live his life, or what tasks were better suited for a man of his role and status. The nerve of Octavian Nerva was legendary in its magnitude and immortal in its staying power. Hannibal could not fault him much, as he saw with his own eyes the sort of love Octavian cultivated from their father, who bestowed upon him the title of the center of his universe, and all universes besides. Julian had been a different matter entirely. With what Hannibal knew now, Julian's outlook on life almost seemed reasonable. He was the only child from their father's many trysts who had been born out of wedlock, and their father had a loathing for Julian that made no sense to any of them. Julian was no different to them, save that his mother was a Senegalese daughter of the King of Sign. Whenever Hannibal would try to gain Julian's attention through his annoyance tactics, he'd either be completely ignored or immediately harmed. Either option, always. Julian was consistent, at least, which led to his biggest crime. "My God, you're so fucking boring," Hannibal cursed as he tried to get some distance. His brother had a precision and mastery over magic that was the envy of the world. Even Octavian had to admit that he was second to Julian in the art of precision. Every blow, every spell, every use of magic was the exact correct amount needed each and every single time. This fact had made Hannibal excited for this fight, to finally get to experience his brother firsthand in actual combat again, and all the new spells he had learned in the near century since. Hannibal was not yet a herald then. He only had the sort of power one could mistake for a herald's, and so he had expected a better showing this time around. Julian, however, was not so ready to oblige. Julian had detected the rise in Hannibal's magical reserve with each new spell he unleashed, and quickly deduced that his path to victory was a boring ground and pound. Usually, healing cost him very little, unlike with most magicians, and it was not because of his high level of precision, but rather his faith. To get the chance to eat a spell, especially a new one, pleased him and his god mightily. His boon was to be able to heal from such events with ease, at damn near zero cost, in fact. But there was only so much fun one could have from being hit with a sixth, seventh now, right hook that had him spitting teeth out. Julian was relentless in his onslaught, grabbing Hannibal's neck and snapping his head back with a hellacious headbutt. Julian followed up that cheap shot by biting down on Hannibal's lower jaw and tearing flesh off with his immense bite. He spat Hannibal's blood and tissue back in his face before landing 2 elbows to break his left orbital bone, and then fracture his skull in time for them to collide with the 13th floor of another building. "Source of light!" Hannibal called out to drop a beam of sunlight on them, shredding Julian's suit and giving him enough room to kick his brother across the room. Hannibal slowly stood up and healed. You're an actual lunatic." Julian said nothing as he stood up, his skin smoking but without a scar or bruise in sight. His big eyes, blue and filled with clocks instead of irises, glared at Hannibal with utter contempt. His brother was built like a temple made out of muscles, if said temple could also move as fast as a jet plane. Despite his brutish tactics in battle, Julian did not lack for skill or finesse. Hannibal was not quick to forget that his brother was an expert boxer and Greco-Roman wrestler, and physically the most powerful being on the planet. It was these factors that assured Hannibal that what stood before him could only be described as the culmination of all of humanity's efforts to master violence. "Hitting our warehouses to steal some magical tools is beneath you," Julian said. It was the first time Julian had spoken directly to him in over 50 years. "There is little that I have achieved in my life that you would not deem beneath me, brother." Julian nodded. "There is little that you have achieved in your life. In that we agree." "Gods, I fucking hate you." Hannibal felt his timer go off and sighed. He had wanted to keep Julian ignorant of what they were doing, but he had made a promise to his favorite sister, and he was not about to break it just to be spiteful. "We do not care for what is in the warehouse," Hannibal began. He was not shocked to see that Julian was unsurprised. "Boudica had told us you were going to make a move here," Julian said, and the confidence with which he spoke was delicious to Hannibal. "We have been wondering why for days, but figured it best to capture you and just ask you." "Boudica had told me that she had alerted you," Hannibal said, beginning to salivate at the genuine flash of surprise on his brother's face, a sight that made the last 5 minutes worth it. "You have been in contact with my beloved sister?" Hannibal pouted and shrugged. "Yes, Julian, as family does, which you would know if you would ever bother." Julian engulfed the entire apartment building in flames, burning it down to the foundation with a thought. But Hannibal was out the window before he could even feel the heat. In the distance on the streets of Luton, Hannibal could hear his 4 compatriots getting mutilated by Drusilla, the night illuminated by Julian's temper. "Oh, how I wish she and I were fighting right now," he thought as he watched Julian finish off the destruction of the building with his leap. "You'd show me more than kicks and punches, dear sister." "Spark of light!" Hannibal called out, and a lightning bolt came down to strike his brother, succeeding in bringing him to the street down below. Hannibal laughed as he landed on a building and watched screaming people run for cover as something unexplained occurred around them. It was nighttime, so there weren't many people around, especially in the outskirts of the large town. It was here that the warehouse containing much more important magical objects and weapons was kept. He waited for the smoke to clear and sighed when it became apparent that his brother was no longer in the crater. Hannibal could feel him standing across from him on top of that building. "You will allow me not even a second to relish hurting you. What was that just now? Was it shadow walking? Since when?" "No more games," said the man most infamous for hating games. "Tell me what Boudica told you." Hannibal used spatial magic to retrieve his phone from the very small pocket dimension he had kept it in and threw it toward Julian. "Why? She can tell you herself." Julian caught the phone and immediately dialed in Boudica's number. "My word, you're an old man. I had it saved on—" "Shut up," he said as he placed the phone by his ear. "It only rang once. Boudica." Julian stopped and frowned before pressing a button on the phone. "Am I on speaker, Hannibal?" "Hello, my lovely," he exclaimed. "Scylla is here as well, a true family." "Shut up," she said, with a little more affection than Julian had shown Hannibal. "I am here to hold up my end of the bargain." "You promised Drusilla," Julian said, trying to keep his cool. Hannibal's soul was full, but he would force himself to take in more. "Your spy was to work as our own." "No," Boudica said firmly. "I told her that I would disclose information to her at a time we deem appropriate. That time is now." Hannibal focused his eyes on his brother as Julian tried to hide the disgust on his face. "Clever, and so why now?" Because there will be a terrorist attack at your college if it has not already happened. Hannibal can tell you the specifics on that." The phone hung up and Hannibal's outstretched hand remained empty as Julian crushed the phone with ease. "What the fuck? I had a few months left on that thing, you prick." Julian glared at him. "Hannibal, you will tell me of this attack on my college and do so immediately." Hannibal pondered it for a moment before shrugging. "No." Julian came in predictably close, but this time his speed was otherworldly, destroying the portion of the building they stood on and forcing Hannibal to jump onto another. It was just about all Hannibal could do to block and dodge. Exchanging punches at a 3-to-1 clip was a recipe for disaster in most cases, especially where Julian was concerned. Hannibal was able to land a kick that sent Julian crashing toward the street, but he could not enjoy it for long as the entire building he landed on screamed, came apart, and circled around him like a cairn. He entered the shadows to reappear on the streets below in time to watch the entire building be crushed into a ball of material the size of a car. The street came to life and shackled him as a turret of water blew out from the underground and struck him in the head with such force that it scalped him and removed flesh from his face. He broke free and spat the water at Julian in the form of little bullets, all of them slowing down the closer they got to his brother. This is more like it. Hannibal had his face back, and his magic was surging with this new showcase of power that had his heart pumping in a way it had not in years. Julian had started to take the fight more seriously, as his punches were now so concentrated with magic that Hannibal could no longer block unless he was prepared to concentrate all his magic in one spot. Of course, this should have left Julian open for easy counterattacks, but his legendary timing and precision showed again. He could control the flow of magic so that his shrouding was back in place to block at all times. Hannibal decided that close combat was no longer for him when Julian's stomp shattered his left knee and the asphalt below. Julian used the opportunity to grab the exposed bone and pull on it at the same time that he kicked Hannibal away. He had to waste a lot of magic healing a leg that was dangling on by a thread. "Spinning!" he snapped as Julian came for him, tilting the street and making it feel as if the two were standing on a spinning top. Well, at least from Julian's perspective it was. Hannibal snapped his finger and the entire street came to life and turned into a giant serpent, worthy of encircling the world. The creature was colossal, but did not even have a chance to strike as Julian called down a lightning bolt that electrocuted and exploded the damn thing. Julian gathered every spark of electricity that had spread out from his attack into an invisible ball that he flicked toward Hannibal. He contemplated running, but he'd never seen this spell before. Hannibal was compelled to stand there and the explosion made him bounce off the dirt twice before he regained his footing. "Switch," he said, swapping the hole in his stomach with Julian's, who was momentarily surprised by the move. Of course he healed it, but he did it far too quickly to have noticed the grenade Hannibal had left there. Hannibal laughed at the explosion that almost killed his brother, but then watched as the hole in Julian's stomach reappeared. Julian pulled the grenade out and threw it at Hannibal. The object flew faster than he had been expecting, colliding with him and blowing up in front of him. A grenade was never going to get through his external defenses, but it was a good cover for a fist to almost knock him back. This gave Hannibal a chance to perform hand signs to create a mirage of a clone of Julian and say, "Attack him." Hannibal used this opportunity to try to run, but he felt himself turn back and say, "Mi kata," before undoing the hand signs he had just completed. Before Hannibal had a chance to gather his bearings, Julian cut the distance between them and delivered a perfect punch with 100% of his magical reserves concentrated into his fist. The blow was something Hannibal had long heard about and had only ever seen a handful of times, but to actually be struck by it was a privilege. The one wave hit. The punch landed and all time stood still as Hannibal saw the dirt beneath them slowly exploded upward from the force of the blow, whilst the windows and walls of the buildings within a mile radius shattered and reformed and shattered again. The punch had torn through his shrouding like a fireman's hose through tissue paper, and he felt every organ in his body burst and every inch of flesh in the way of Julian's fist retreat until it was propelled out of his back, splattering the air behind him. Hannibal got to see his brother's face, an expression he had not known Julian was capable of making. It was a mix of anger, hurt, focus, and surprising of all, worry. Does he actually care about his students? He wondered, but it did not sit right with him. His brother might have cared about the position of headmaster and the esteem in which it came with, but the students themselves would never be the cause of this worry. Hannibal smiled all the same, sated at last before the punch finally was completed, sending him flying like a cannonball through the night sky and slamming him into a field some 7 kilometers away. Hannibal was able to remake his spleen, liver, and most of his spine as he looked up at the night sky. Having spent the last few seconds laughing, his magical reserves had returned to their maximum after that attack. "Hannibal!" his brother called out to him, and Hannibal sat up with a grin on his face. "Julian?" His brother glared at him. "The terrorist attack. Explain it." Hannibal shrugged. "A couple of our members will see to the slaughter of half the first years, maybe more." "They are just children, Hannibal," Julian growled, and Hannibal laughed in response. "Will they not be children when they are culled later on this year? Better now than later, I say." "Why?" Julian asked, and he shrugged again. "To undermine you, and by doing that to you, we undermine Octavian and the Council. Many a magician family will experience loss tonight, and that will fray at his support and power." Julian's glare intensified before it fell away, and he looked scared. Hannibal wiped the drool from his mouth as he stood back up. "Antonina's daughter counts herself among the first years." Hannibal frowned before he remembered the name, and his jaw fell. No, the child was... "Yes!" Julian bellowed, and it forced Hannibal to take a step back. "If she's dead, Hannibal, or even just harmed, I will kill you." His brother had had that chance many times before and never took it, despite how tempting Hannibal had made it. But this time he knew that Julian meant it. The fight they just had would pale in comparison to what a serious Julian would unleash. "I will go," Hannibal said immediately. "You stay here and finish off the riff-raff that came with me. We do not care about the warehouse, but will take what we can should we be given the opportunity." Julian was about to say something, but Hannibal waved him off. "The attack is still a dozen minutes away. Boudica insisted on telling you before it happened so that she could keep her word. I know the agents involved, so I'll know who is a traitor and who is to be trusted. What is her name?" His brother approached him, still towering over him as he had done their whole lives. "Transfer," he said, tapping his forehead against Hannibal's. The image of a girl with big eyes and an afro came to mind. "I will not let you down," he said. Julian hesitated a moment before nodding and disappearing to clean up his mess. Hannibal sighed and stretched his arms, prepared to perform the spell needed to teleport himself there and get this done. The things I do for blood. Fruits of an English muffin. 19th of November, 19:25 p.m., Greenwich Mean Time. "Anansi comes to assist you," the spider said as he rubbed his cheek. "And you strike him?" Andrea was tempted to strike him again. "Anansi, I know shit is going sideways, but because of Maddo, not because of you. Now, make yourself useful and explain." Anansi rolled his many eyes. "Anansi will, but only because he wishes to, and not because you told him to." She sighed. "Anansi, bruh, please be serious. People are apparently dying, and you're wasting time being in your feelings." "Okay," Anansi said. "Do you recall my warnings?" She tried her best not to roll her eyes again, but she could not help folding her arms. Yes. Well, that warning has come to pass, which means that you will be betrayed by a friend, he said. Anansi senses something heavy over the area we're in, maybe a snare of some sorts. But still, he suggests that we leave and exit the school grounds if able, immediately. Andrea laughed in his face when she realized he was being serious. Anansi's suggestion is ass. Am I supposed to leave people to die? Yes, he said without hesitation. They all were prepared to leave you, and 39 others, might I add, to die at the end of this year. Anansi's suggestion is that you make life easy for yourself, Andrea. She was ashamed at how tempting the offer was. Is he wrong, though? If enough people died, then maybe Andrea's neck would no longer be on the chopping block should she allow things to progress. And it's not like I'd be doing anything wrong if I did nothing, she thought. I wouldn't exactly be doing anything right either, but... Anansi waited for her to respond by patiently watching her with all 8 of his eyes. Anansi, she muttered, if I try to help, I'll probably die. Andrea had expected a sassy response, but the spider had, for once, read the room. You are a good person, Andrea, but a terrible magician. She frowned. Thank you for stating the obvious, Anansi. Sorcerers are inherently selfish, Andrea, he said. Have you not noticed this yet? Andrea sighed as she sat down on one of the stairs of his dais. Her shoulders slumped as she rested her head in her hands. Yeah, I get it, God. Aisling said something about that once. But why? Anansi snickered. When have you known humans to not hoard a limited resource, Andy baby? They are human, and thus they do as humanity does. Simple as that. She looked back at him. Figures, that's why you are the way that you are. Is man because of God? He said with a massive grin on his face, or is God because of man? She got up and turned toward him. God is God, and that's all I'll hear about that from you. Now help me come up with a plan. Anansi yawned before resting his head on one of his many hands. Anansi has already given his point of view. Many were going to die anyway, and you were going to try your best to make sure you were not among them. Do that now and leave, Andrea. Andrea was certain that she was going to have to get out of Dodge. That was beyond debate. But then what? Hide in the dorms? Go off and find a few teachers? Was Julian even around to help? Okay, she announced. Here's the plan. I'll go and alert the professors. How do you know some of your teachers are not themselves involved? He asked her, and Andrea frowned. Why the hell would they be? He shrugged. Why the hell would fellow students be killing each other? Andrea had to admit that that was a good point. For all she knew, these students were working hand in hand with some teachers. Or worse, at their behest. Okay, but I don't have much of a choice here, Anansi. He raised an eyebrow and she rolled her eyes. Beside just running away. Perhaps you could alert some of the security, he suggested, and she snapped her fingers. Now we're cooking. But the guards are pretty far away. Would they be able to get here in time? Andrea was wasting time, crucial time already, sitting here and arguing with Anansi. She knew from her many dreams that time moved in here at the same pace as it did out there, so she needed to hurry. I could go and get help from the older students, she exclaimed. I know a couple of the girls back at our dorms. Anansi did not seem convinced. Does Andrea know them well enough to convince them to come and involve themselves in this butchery? Fuck, unfortunately not. Oh, I know some of the boys from... The thought of Thomas made her heart stop. Zoya and Valerie are in there too. I need to get Teddy and Jeff, Andrea exclaimed. Anansi, get me out of here. But now, Anansi, she snapped, and came to on the ground amidst screaming and incantations. Andrea could smell fire and death as she got back up with the paper containing her rank in hand. She saw 2 students staring at her and awkwardly greeted them with a wave. Hi? See? The one with black hair and brown eyes said, I told you she was still alive. The one with brown hair rolled his black eyes. Okay, fine, you win. Go and get yourself a lollipop. Both had their ranks on them, numbers 147 and 148, and Andrea knew that she was immediately over her head. She considered sneaking off while they bickered among themselves, but the girl with brown hair said, "Hey, fuck my life. Why were you on the ground? Did something happen?" Andrea thought about trying her luck and running, but she felt Anansi's cramps acting up again. She decided instead to feel at her head and shake it as if disorientated. I don't know. Number 147 frowned and did not seem to be buying it, and Andrea could feel her hands getting clammy. "Where's Maddo?" she asked, trying to regain some footing by controlling the conversation. They both shared a look before exhaling in relief. "She was probably knocked out by that lunatic," said number 148, and his partner seemed to agree. "Looks that way. Hey, what's your name?" Andrea felt her stomach get tied up into a knot when she considered saying her real name, and so she said, "Valerie Williams." Number 147 laughed and clapped her on the back. "Glad you came around, Williams." "Yeah." Number 148 joined in by clapping Andrea behind her other shoulder. "We heard a little about you and were a little worried going against you, so I'm happy you're on our side." "Yeah," Andrea said, hiding her shock that Valerie might have known about this. "I saw the light. You said that Maddo knocked me out?" Number 148 shrugged. "Like we said, seems like it. Reports been going around that he took out some of the border guards, knocking out some and killing others." Number 147 spat on the ground. "Shit has gone sideways in a big way. Most of the sheep have gotten out of the foyer, but the veil has made running out beyond a certain point impossible. That probably won't hold, though, so we've got maybe 5 minutes before the lecturers not on our side come to shut shit down for good, though." Hate to admit it, but Anansi was right to question the lecturers after all. They both shared another look before number 148 sighed, "You can come along with us if you want." "I've thought yes, and Anansi did not like it, so the answer is no. But how do I say no without them wanting to kill me for it?" "No," she said, trying to seem pissed off. "Not until I get my hands on Maddo." Number 147 laughed, while number 148 whistled and shook his head. "You're gusty, Williams, I'll give you that." Number 147 clapped her on the back for a third time. "Good luck not getting killed." They ran off, leaving Andrea alone to gather her thoughts. She gave it a good minute before she broke out into a run toward the boys' dorms. "Okay, so go down the list, Andrea," she told herself. Maddo is with them, but turned traitor, and they approached Valerie with an offer to join, but she had refused. Andrea wanted to give her friend the benefit of the doubt, but it was very difficult knowing that she knew about this and had said nothing. Is this the betrayal Anansi was talking about? Andrea remembered Valerie's reaction to Liam, and that almost made her gasp as she ran. She was not certain whether or not he was with them either, but it would not be a stretch. Liam is friends with Maddo, and those two couldn't be more different. This plot is the only thing that could bring those two together. She did consider Liam a friend, not nearly as close as Valerie, but a friend nonetheless. It made sense that it was his betrayal Anansi was talking about, since Valerie ultimately did not join them. Andrea was hit with another bout of cramps strong enough to get her to keel over, saving her life from the fireball that struck the tree she was about to run by. She looked up to see Zoya, and her heart was full before confusion set in when she noted the extended palm. "Z, what the—" Andrea jumped out the way of another fireball before hiding herself behind a tree and doing her hand signs to launch a fireball of her own. She had not aimed it at her friend, only in her vicinity enough to get her to hesitate. "Zoya, what the fuck are you doing?" "Shut up!" Zoya snapped before she launched another fireball to get Andrea to hide behind the tree as she cut the distance. Andrea ducked as a left hook punched a hole into the tree's trunk, and a right was only barely blocked with her shrouded guard. She grabbed onto Zoya's wrists and was surprised by the look of hate in her eyes. "Zoya, I don't know what they told you, but—" Andrea was interrupted by a kick to the gut that made her roll backward onto the paving. She rolled herself back onto her feet and was immediately backpedaling as Zoya pressed her attack. Andrea was able to get enough space to surprise Zoya with a hard kick into her shins, sending her spinning and giving her the opportunity to jump onto her friend's back. Andrea locked her arms in a rear naked choke. "Calm the fuck down!" "No!" Zoya growled as she jumped back first into a tree. Andrea gritted her teeth as she kept her grip and kept it still as Zoya did the same into a different tree. Zoya jumped back with such force that the third tree gave way and sent the two rolling down a large hill and into a flower bed. Andrea got up in time to redirect Zoya's aim by grabbing her wrist and sending the fireball above her shoulder. Andrea used that leverage to step inside, pressing her back against Zoya's stomach and throwing her over her shoulder and hard into the ground, adding mustard with her shrouding to boot. Zoya bounced off the ground hard enough for her hijab to fall off and her back to imprint on the dirt. Andrea jumped to press her attack, but Zoya was up and ducked beyond her punch to bust her lip with a fist and rock her with a follow-up uppercut. Andrea was back pedaling like a biking video watched in reverse and could do little but block the fireball that struck her forearms. She fell and rolled onto her feet again, wincing at the burns she got from saving her face. Andrea had her guard up, expecting another barrage of fireballs, but Zoya was breathing heavily now, and so she thought now was as good a time as any to ask questions. No, she realized, you'll only be giving her a breather. Finish it now while you still have the advantage. She analyzed Zoya for the first time as an opponent, not a friend. Andrea was taller and leaner, but Zoya was more likely heavier. She figured that fighting, as the bigger person, would be a huge mistake, especially with magic and shrouding thrown into the equation. But then again, she thought, my shrouding isn't good enough not to be concentrated, so maybe I should come in hot. Andrea pressed her with a jab, feeling her knuckles collide with forearms at the same time as she launched another low kick that stung her opponent. Zoya lashed out as she had hoped, and Andrea used her long legs to get beyond the punch's range to punish Zoya with a punch to the cheek that snapped her face to the side. Andrea faked a left that had Zoya try and throw her head the other way, but that only brought it back into Andrea's shin as she sent a kick that way. Zoya was stung, but still caught the leg on its way back down. Andrea reacted quickly by hopping off her other leg and burying her foot into Zoya's nose, shuddering from the crunch the collision made. Zoya touched at her broken nose and growled, "I'll fucking kill you." "Well, I mean, you've been trying to..." Zoya launched another fireball at her that was slightly larger than the tennis ball-sized ones she had been throwing her way, before coming in fast to punch Andrea in the face. She was able to lean her way out of the punch, but Zoya had her arms wrapped around Andrea's right thigh and had her hopping like an idiot again. Andrea sent an elbow to the back of Zoya's head, but the shrouding was too heavily concentrated in Zoya's favor, and so Andrea had no choice but to go for a ride. She was lifted into the air and slammed into the mud, where the two began to hand fight as Zoya tried to pin her arms down. "You're going to die anyway," Zoya snarled, "so just give up." "Fuck you," Andrea snapped back. Zoya slipped a hand through and rocked her with a punch, giving her a black eye. Another punch made her bleed from the nose, but Andrea kept on fighting, sending a punch into Zoya's face that did nothing. Zoya had her one hand wrapped around Andrea's neck and began to squeeze hard enough to bring a vein to the side of Andrea's head as she punched her again. "You don't know what I've had to go through to get this opportunity." Andrea was able to get her hands wrapped around each of Zoya's wrists, but she knew that she was not strong enough to keep her at bay for long. "Zoya, I've come too far to die now." Zoya's eyes were as wild and frantic as her breathing. "Zoya." "It was either this or getting married off to a man twice my age," she shouted. "What do you know about that, Andrea? You have a home to go back to, a mother who still wants to see you, and you chose to throw it all away to come and die here." Zoya's grip around her throat tightened. "So then fucking die already." Andrea could feel the spittle seep from between her gritted teeth and mix with the blood flowing from her swollen lip. You reek of alcohol." Zoya's eyes went from wild to surprised, and Andrea felt the grip on her throat loosen until Zoya released her to smell her own breath. Andrea went into a coughing fit as Zoya got up and muttered, "No, no, no," over and over again. She felt at her exposed black hair and fell to her knees, crying. Andrea took a moment to gather herself before she approached her friend, unsure of if there was danger, until she noted the absence of cramps. She placed a tentative hand on Zoya's shoulder as she sobbed. "Andy," she muttered. "Andy, it's not too late for you to leave." Andrea nodded her head. "I agree, so let's find Thomas and Valerie and go." "Oh, God," Zoya gasped. "Thomas, Valerie, they could be dead." She stood up and held out a hand. "Or they could be alive. We won't know until we find them, Z." Zoya looked at her outstretched hand and turned away. "No, leave me here. I deserve to die." Andrea got down onto one knee and grabbed both of Zoya's shoulders. "Hey, no one deserves to die, Zoya. That's the fucking tragedy in all this." Zoya's eyes still could not focus on hers. I was going to kill, but you didn't." "I wanted to." "Then why didn't you?" Zoya swallowed her answer and watched with wet eyes as Andrea stood up again, but this time her offered hand had a stream of cloth in it. "You didn't, Z, because you did not want to." Zoya reached out and took her hijab, standing up upon unsteady knees, staring at the cloth between her two hands. "I don't deserve this." "I agree," Andrea said, bumping Zoya's shoulder with her own, "but come with me, and maybe you'll earn it." Zoya nodded and slowly wrapped her hair up. "God has blessed you with a good heart, Andrea Salem." "I know," Andrea smiled. "Z?" Zoya looked at her tentatively. "Yes? You have really nice hair." Zoya looked at her like a child who had just reunited with a parent they had lost at the mall, when a throat being cleared cut through the warmth and instilled in Andrea's heart terror. "And here I thought you were with us," number 148 said, shaking his head. "Now why would you go and lie to me like that, Val?" Andrea turned to see him stood at the top of the hill, with a foot rested on a rock. "I am," Andrea muttered, but he was not about to be sold another lie so easily. "Is it? Well, love, you've convinced me." He does not seem convinced, she thought, as he began to walk down to join the two of them at the bottom of the hill. "Tell you what, I'll beat this Z of yours to near death, and you can prove that you're with us, Andrea Salem." Andrea pushed Zoya behind her. "Get behind me, and I swear, Z, if you Sasuke me again, I'll be pissed." Zoya frowned. Sasuke, the one from Naruto. Andrea did not have time to explain and realized that there was a good chance that she would never have the chance. Andrea did not need Anansi's warnings to realize that their opponent was a lot stronger than they were, and they were already tired. He was about a dozen feet away from them when a rock flew with bullet-like speed and smashed itself against the back of his head. He stumbled like he was drunk, but it took a tall girl running and launching herself down the hill to knock him out with a punch. Andrea looked upon their blonde savior and gasped. "American," Helena said. "I have cleared the debt between us for that muffin. Consider us even." It was the best muffin Andrea had ever bought. The Wayward Son. 19th of November, 1922, EM Greenwich Mean Time. Cooper Anderson had not felt this sad in a long time. It was a poorly kept secret that he loathed fighting, that magic to him was a skill he appreciated for the art and not for the use of it to harm others. Many among his colleagues would have called that odd, given how powerful he was in comparison to the average sorcerer. But for Anderson, that was just the way of things. "How often do you think this occurs nowadays?" Barden pulled him out of his thoughts as he stood on top of a ledge in front of a lecture hall that had once stood here for over 200 years. a collateral casualty of their battle. "What are you rambling on about now, Barden?" He had never liked the man, that much he always made clear, but now Anderson damn near hated him. Barden was the worst of sorcery distilled into the skinny, hunchbacked frame of a lunatic who loved nothing more than acquiring magic to test against worthy foes. Professor Robertson was the perfect representative of a collective Anderson referred to as the too late generation. These were magicians who had a thirst for battle and violence, but were born too late to have participated in the great wars of the 20th century. Instead, they vented their frustration by sparring and challenging all around them who they believe worthy of their attention. Anderson had lost count of how many times he had a young upstart intrude on his piece to offer him a chance at testing his skills once more, and each time he had disappointed them by turning the offer down. Barden had been one of those would-be challengers, and if Anderson were still a betting man, he'd wager a year's salary that part of Barden's reasons for his betrayal would be a chance to finally get to fight Anderson. "Magicians of our caliber," Barden said, "fighting to the death to see who is the better craftsman, as had been the way of things before this boring time of peace. Lord, give me strength." "I am not fightin' to see who the better sorcerer is, Barden," Anderson snapped. "I am fightin' because some inbred has a hankerin' for an ass-kickin', and I just so happen to be the gentleman to give it to him." The professor snickered at that, and the sight of it made Anderson's skin crawl. He could not help but liken the man to a snake, the sort with a penchant to whisper poisoned words and play with a fiddle right after. "It's been said that you were on the way to becoming a herald," Barden said. An unnerving seriousness had wiped away the sickening amusement. "How much truth is there in those rumors, Anderson?" Cooper could have told him the truth of it, of how he was on the pathway of those who preach of taking what is owed to you, that what is entitled to you should be protected if already within your hands, or vindicated should it be within the possession of another. His father would not been much of a fan of those teachings, for his father knew only one God and lived and died by his holy word. Some, he admitted, enough to make it not a lie, not enough for it to be anything other than an exaggeration. Barden launched a fireball at him, done so quickly that his magical aura barely spiked as the attack was unleashed. Anderson could give credit where it was due. Barden was worthy of his rank of being a master magician. He moved beyond the feint and immediately searched for the real attack, finding it explode from the ground in the form of water, loosed from a burst pipe. Anderson froze the water in the second before it could reach him, breaking off the ice to use it as a makeshift bat to swing at Barden's head. There was a loud sizzle as the ice turned to water from the flame that surrounded Robertson, who tried to bury his flame-covered fist into Anderson's face. The gust of wind from Anderson's mouth dealt with the flames, and his shroud handled the punch, taking enough off the strike to only snap his head back. He was prone for far too few seconds for Barden to capitalize, using the earth to shift himself away from his opponent's kick. He brought the earth up to catch his extended leg in the air and used the earth to launch himself like a spring to kick Barden in the chin, sending him bouncing and flying toward the lecture hall of Mrs. Boniface. Barden landed on the wall and immediately made a cocoon of out of the brick to block the flames sent after him, firing several bricks a second through the fire to try to strike Anderson. He used the bricks like a boxer would a tennis ball, knocking them all out of the sky before ducking underneath a gust of wind with the sharpness of a scythe. Barden's fist came out through the earth as he connected with Anderson's chin, launching him backward into the air. Cooper's instincts told him to twist, allowing him to maneuver his way through gusts of air sharp enough to penetrate metal as he landed in a shadow, disappearing from view to immediately pop out and reappear on the upper floor. The second-year portion of the school was formed in similar style to the first-year foyer, except the center was dominated by a statue of a woman with a sword in hand, sat in the middle of a fountain of green water. Well, that had been what was in the center, until Barden destroyed it to provide cover for one of his attacks. The towers were crenellated at the top, instead of bomb-shaped, and the material used to construct the walls were red and sand-colored bricks, instead of the gray used for the first-year section. Cooper used his earned second of rest to observe his opponent, who had his eyes closed in order to concentrate on finding him. He could feel that a veil had been thrown around the first year's foyer in the cafeteria, and that had worried him mightily. He needed to defeat Barden, find the source of the veil, and break it to check on the children. Anderson sighed. This day has proved nothing more than a drag. He launched a fireball a few meters away from Barden, creating enough of a shadow underneath him for Anderson to pop out and wrap his arm around Robertson's neck before throwing him over his shoulder to make his face eat concrete. Anderson kicked him hard enough to send him up into the air, using the opportunity to scream, "Lightning bolt!" The bolt struck dead center, earning a scream from Barden as he fell toward a waiting fist from Anderson, who landed a punch hard enough to break his ribcage and punch him into the southern tower. Barden moved the concrete enough to make a hole for him, quickly closing said hole to shield him from any further attacks. Anderson could sense Barden's use of magical reserves to heal, and was impressed with his proficiency, despite his dislike for the man. Cooper gave him a few seconds to show himself before he decided to press his advantage, levitating into the air high above the tower. "Time and space, hear my call!" A large sphere of dark purple energy appeared between Anderson and the top of the tower, moving down quickly to envelope the entire tower, to make it disappear into a pocket dimension. He knew Barden well enough by this point to know that he was long gone, and smiled when a huge fireball came toward him. Cooper could not use his magic well while the tower was in his pocket dimension, and so he dodged the attack and opened the hole in space to drop the tower where Barden stood. Robertson performed some hand signs and disappeared from view, only to appear above the tower as it crashed into the ground. He used the dust as a screen to send a wave of brick and mortar toward Anderson like a rattling gun, and Anderson had to hide within the shadows once more, attempting to move through the Shadowverse to appear on the top floor, but failing to find an out. The bastards turned the lights on, Anderson thought, unable to keep the smile off of his face. The distance traveled and the duration within the shadows was reliant upon the caster's magical reserves, and although his were substantial, were they to run out while he was in here, he'd never be able to leave again. The Shadowverse was a hallway of pure darkness, where the doors of light signaled exit points. The hallway was vast, with the nearest closed doors being the exits closest to Anderson, and the farthest open doors of light belonging to places that could be other towns and cities for all he knew. No being alive had the magical reserves to travel down the hallway to see the end of it, not even a Nerva or a Klein. All the doors nearest to him were shut where others further down shone of light. Anderson saw a door open and shine a bright light, and an annoyed expression was no doubt etched on his face. It screamed of a trap, and it was one he had no choice but to take. He took a deep breath before launching himself through it, immediately getting blinded by the light shone from Barden's aura. He shielded his head and heart and let the rest of him get bathed in a wave of flame hot enough to melt metal. Anderson pushed himself backward, healing first his burnout eyes and then some of his flesh in time to catch Barden's first punch, and then the second. On the top level were large fireballs made to chase the shadows away from every corner of the battlefield. "You're good," Anderson admitted, as the two struggled against one another. His reserves were at about halfway, and that foray into the shadows mixed in with his need to heal had brought him down to Barden's levels. Anderson pushed Barden away to disappear and reappear on the top of the only remaining tower. "I can't keep fucking around here if I want to have something left in the tank to take out this veil." Barden's annoyance ebbed away and was replaced by unadulterated delight at the sight of Anderson's grimoire appearing in his hand. It was an old tome, dusty and made of brown leather, filled with loose letters that many of his fellow soldiers had written on to send home. "I'd once thought that I was like you," Anderson muttered. "Out for myself, living life trying to acquire as many spells as possible to add to my arsenal." "What changed?" Barden asked, his own grimoire appearing in his hands. "I fought a war," Anderson said. "Buried a lot of people I thought were good, that died for a cause I soon realized was evil." Barden sighed and shook his head. "How much stronger would you be without that dastardly moral compass getting in the way? I would wager that you'd have ended up a lot stronger than me." Cooper smirked. "I ended up a lot stronger than you with it." Robertson's glare was worth $1 million to Cooper, and the traitor held out his grimoire to incite another challenge. "Allow us to end this, Anderson." Anderson did not hear his own words. His ears were perked up for only Barden's. "In the hills of the highlands come the essence of my soul. The forces that drive me are new and old. Unleash me, and spread my ambition far and wide. Victor should I succeed, a failure should I die." Their souls enveloped the second-year foyer. From the north came the sound of artillery and screaming men. The smell of gunpowder and death wafted into the nostrils of two giants come to put it all on the line. From the south came the harsh and dour gray of a sorcerer's chamber, lit by green flames hovering over skeletal-armed sconces. On the sides of the chamber were many shelves containing many books that each lay open, the many words visible only to Barden Robertson, a reward for being master of this domain, before they closed all at once. The first 5 or so seconds of the clash were the only time the boundaries between their souls remained clear, as soon they ebbed and flowed, mixing and matching, so that one could not tell where the front line began and where it ended. The effect of Anderson's animus were immediate, a round of artillery being fired onto Barden's position, a barrage sent by invisible 12-pounder howitzers, and a couple Napoleons, each shell surrounded in a part of his shrouding, to ensure that the salvo could sink a fleet of ironclads with ease. Barden had to focus his shrouding as 150 shells fell upon his position, and Anderson had to restrain himself from coming in hot and attacking his opponent, allowing the dust to clear before he did so. He smiled when he saw a wall up that was strong enough to only show dents and cracks and craters, but not one hole in sight. Anderson observed an open book close, and it brought a raised eyebrow. He came up close and started trading punches with Barden, ducking beneath a wild swipe that he countered with a 1-2 down the middle that won a crunch and a busted lip. Anderson heard a book open as Barden's nose and lip healed, and he smiled when the book shut. So he does not have to say an incantation to get the full benefits. Anderson noted, that explains the toughness of that wall he threw up. He ducked as another round of artillery focused on Barden's position, but this time, Robertson moved out of the way, running to try and avoid the shells everywhere they went. Anderson smirked and said, "Grounded," successfully trapping Barden's leg within the stone beneath them long enough to force him to take the remaining dozen shells head on. There was a fluttering of pages as Anderson punched through the fractured wall, missing Barden's face by an inch. Barden grabbed his arm and burned it to a crisp, forcing Anderson to bisect it and heal it immediately so as to not lose the battle between their animarum. He had been in enough battles to know that where there was a clash, the one whose reserves were brought low would be the one forced to undo it, giving control over to the opponent. Barden pressed the attack, launching a wave of heat hot enough to confuse a fool into thinking he had just seen the sun, before he launched a dark wave of energy that would have incinerated Anderson's skin had he been hit by it. Anderson threw himself to the ground as another barrage of artillery went off, and another book fluttered closed as he launched himself back into close combat. He blocked Barden's punch to deliver an elbow of his own, before continuing to press the attack with a barrage of jabs and hooks. Barden was an amazing spellcaster, but shrouding built on one's physical abilities, and so Anderson knew that close combat was where he held a decent advantage. He was not the largest man, but he was fit and strong, and that was all he needed against the likes of Barden Robertson. Cooper had been counting down from 30 since the last volley in his head as he launched a ball of light toward his opponent. He smirked as Barden moved his head off the center line to dodge it, before the two resumed the exchanging of punches and kicks. Anderson took a jab to the nose as he brought the ball of light back in time for Barden to block the left hook Anderson had concentrated the majority of his magic into, forcing Robertson to do the same with extended guard to block. He snapped his fingers for the ball of light to explode, in time for a book to open and throw up a large orb of darkness, able to suck away all light in order to defend the unguarded Barden. In between the time for the book to open and close, another invisible barrage was launched, and the position could not have seemed all the more dire. With Cooper stood completely in front of his enemy, right within the line of fire, with most of his shroud concentrated in his left fist. Barden's confidence that Anderson's shrouding would protect him vanished when the shells passed through him harmlessly like a ghost, and tore a hole through where his still uneven shrouding was weakest. His leg flew off first, and then a hole appeared in his chest before another shell exploded and separated his top half from his bottom. There were no pages fluttering now as the remaining shells eviscerated and destroyed the rest of Barden's corpse, and Anderson watched as his former colleague was reduced to pieces and clumps of charred meat. The sounds of screaming men filled the battlefield, now adding the screams of Barden into the choir of misery that penetrated Anderson's ears. His animus fell away, and he himself collapsed to his knees. Whether from exhaustion, sadness, or a combination of both, Anderson could not say. "Shoot," he muttered as he forced himself back up to his feet. Anderson was dog-tired, not so much that he could not force another fight, but certainly too tired to take on whoever had thrown up this veil. By his estimates, this sort of magic would have required at least 3 very strong magicians, if not more, and that did not bode well for him. "Worry about that later," he told himself as he moved to track the source of the veil. "There are children dying, Cooper." Anderson moved as quickly as his tiring body would allow, amused that he was wading into certain death in order to save his students. My old man would be proud, he thought, as he went off to face certain doom. His father had not been surprised the day he left to sign up, a boy of 18 years certain that he'd be the hero to end this war. The thing that had shocked him was when he heard whom he was signing up for, part of his final act of rebellion against his overly strict authoritarian. That was the last time he got to see his father, as he was wounded and found dying on a battlefield by his master, a man who further led him down his dark road. This time, Cooper Anderson was not going to make that same mistake. He was going to fight for something worth it, the captivation of the soul. 19th of November, 1929 p.m., Greenwich Mean Time. Chuimsae loved everything about Arcana and the heirloom he wielded. That was until he actually had to wield the damn thing. Then his love turned sour very quickly. The Gada had not been given to him, as would often be the case in other magician families, and their eldest son. He, unfortunately, had to earn it. That fact he was always aware of, but what he had done to earn it was a memory taken from him every time he sheathed the weapon. Chuimsae had been 20 when he first met her, Mediocre, on their campus, and he had fallen in love with her immediately. He had always been aware of his charm with women, as Chuimsae was the attractive culmination of his parents, inheriting his mother's soft eyes and radiant smile, and his father's awesome height, luscious hair, and full beard. Mediocre, however, cared for none of it upon his first approach. She was very well-mannered and friendly, but she was firm in her rebuff and yet kind in her words. That had only made Chuimsae want her more. He asked for advice from every source imaginable, be it his father, his sisters, his brothers, a couple of aunts, and even a handful of uncles, a regretful waste of time. Ultimately, the best source of advice proved to be his mother, who told him to try to get to know her without pushing for a date. "I am sure the girl is hurried by potential suitors every which way," she had said over their tea. "Allow her some reprieve. Get to know her, walk her home, be kind and sweet without the need for reward, and she'll soon come to love your company." That had worked well enough. They had become friends after finding a shared love of literature, and that blossomed into a love very quickly thereafter. She had proven to have a beauty surpassed by a brilliant mind, and a brilliant mind eclipsed by a wondrous soul, and he fell more and more in love with every day. They were in a committed relationship within the year, and wed half a year after that. It was after the first anniversary that his father and his brothers came to see them while she was at work. His father had been happy for him, and seemingly their relationship, until came the day when he had finally gotten a chance to meet her. Meenakshi had been the perfect future daughter-in-law in every sense of the word. Her humor brought laughter, and her smile earned smiles back in return. She showed her father and mother the mind of the woman worthy of winning their son's heart, and her own heart overflowed with compassion and kindness. And yet his father seemed off after that meeting. Shubman had brushed it off as her being a normal human, and the doom and gloom of their fated sad ending might have been the reason for his waning happiness over the union. Shubman was going to live over a century and a half, meaning he would be lucky to be sentenced to half a century without her, never mind the fact that she would look old when he still looked young. However, he did not care. He had made his choice, and he was prepared to live with it. At the wedding, his father's demeanor had gotten so bad that even Meenakshi had noticed, and it had almost caused him and his father to come to blows. A year later, he sat across from Shubman and finally told him the truth of things. As the most powerful of his generation and the first to get married, Shubman had a choice to make. To wield the power of captivation, their family heirloom, he had to kill his wife. Refuse, and he would be banished from the family and stripped of his right to a happy life. Shubman had never struck his father before, but he had on that day several times, and it took his brothers to stop him from killing his old man. He had refused and banished his family from ever returning, content to never see them again. Even his mother, whose love had fed his soul so well, was cut out of his life. Meenakshi had noticed his mood immediately, but gave him the space needed until he finally came to her one night and told her the truth. He showed her magic for the first time and loved the sight of her wonder and joy at him controlling a fireball with as much ease as breathing. From that day onward until half a year later, they had spent their time together enjoying the use of magic that would have otherwise not been permitted by the laws of the council. The awe never ceased for her, and he loved to see it, making sure to gradually perform more outrageous spells by the day. This part of his life was bitter-sweet, but became a little more sweet than bitter when his mother arrived to mend their relationship. Her support had meant the world to him, and he had welcomed her back with open arms. His heart felt full that day, and the two exchanged gossips and stories and talked as if there had been no 6 months' break between them. His mother hugged Meenakshi warmly when she had returned from work and offered to make the three of them dinner. She left that day with tears in her eyes, and Shubman himself had to fight back sobs from seeing her go. Then the bitter outweighed the sweet. Meenakshi fell ill on that day, and it took Shubman far longer than it should have to see his mother's doing in all of this. Meenakshi's affliction was based in the same magic that had wowed and awed her so many times before, and her health was quickly deteriorating. Her black hair, once strong, beautiful, and voluminous, was now thin and breaking. Her flawless brown skin was covered in festering sores and wounds, and the vitality that he loved in her had quickly drained away until she resembled a corpse, all things unmoving besides her eyes. Shubman had tried to undo the spell himself, but his mother's mastery over poisons was famous, and he had not cracked it within the 2 weeks it took for his soulmate to reach the state that she had. When he reached out to others in the magical community, Shubman quickly found that his family had used their influence to ensure he would receive no help. He finally came back to his family's large and luxurious compound, where his brothers and father sat waiting with his mother. Gone were the tears. Gone was the warmth she had bathed him in since his childhood, replaced by judgment eyes and a smugness that was suffocating. Shubman left with a broken orbital bone and right arm, while many of his brothers had lost teeth and suffered broken noses, and his father a broken leg. It was during the third week Meenakshi spent hours groaning in pain that his great-uncle finally came to see him. Harish Chandra Narain Kumar arrived dressed in plain clothes, but carried with him that regal and noble aura that had long made him the envy and shining star of their family. He was taller than Shubman, but too old to have held on to much of the mass he had used to cut a terrifying image during the days of his youth. His beard touched the top of his chest, a gray and dense bush that was expertly treated and groomed. His hair was white and unleashed to flow to the top of his shoulder. His gray eyes looked down upon a sobbing Shubman, a mix of merciful pity and hateful judgment. The gada appeared in his hand. The weapon's power radiated like a heater that was strong enough to pull away even Shubman's eyes for a moment. Meenakshi's eyes focused on the weapon, and for the first time in a long while, they filled with that awe that he so missed, momentarily absent of pain. His uncle simply told him to free her of that pain, and that he would not even remember her if he made this sacrifice. It was those two factors that had helped Shubman make his choice. The power of the weapon be damned. His family had welcomed him back with open arms, as if their brawl and declarations of hatred had never happened, showering him in green gulala as he sobbed in agony, captivation firmly placed within his hands. Once the weapon disappeared, it was as if the last 3 years had never happened. Those memories would only return to him each time he materialized. Captivation, as they flooded his mind now, swinging the mace to try and batter their foe. Captivation had landed only once, meaning that he could see 10 seconds into the future of the Herald. But even that was not enough to land a hit, as she would use her inhuman speed to change course at the last second. "Stand still, damn you," he growled as his downward swing shattered and splintered wooden floorboards. 3 more minutes, she said calmly. The herald grabbed Goldman's wrist and swung her into Gwynedd, sending Shubman reeling with the back swing. He did not get a chance to stand back up as Sarah's body collided with his and sent them both crashing into the wall. Sarah rubbed at her head. How many seconds did that hit erase? "Just the one," he muttered, standing back up to help his colleague back onto her feet. "We have 2.5 minutes before we're done for." "And nothing potent enough to make use of those 2.5 minutes, Gwynedd complained, his suit already destroyed. Shubman had come to a conclusion that seemed to have long been reached by his colleagues. "We're going to die here." "We should swarm her," Goldman suggested, an altogether not so surprising assessment from her. "I agree." Gwynedd's agreement was the only thing that shocked him. Shubman sighed and then shrugged. "That is better than the idea I had." "Enlighten us, Professor?" Gwynedd asked, and Shubman grinned at him. "Run in 3 different directions and pray she goes for the other 2. Gwynedd laughed, and even Goldman could not help but crack a smile. "We'll throw that in as Plan B," she said, the smile slowly falling away. "But for now, let's go." They attacked using one mind from 3 directions, drawing a yawn from their would-be target. The herald dodged Goldman's punch as she arrived first. She did not even look at him as she blocked Shubman's mace with a hand, crushing his wrist with a grip that would leave pythons writhing with envy. Her legs were encased within the earth as Gwynedd threw his punch, missing by an inch as she moved her head with the slightest of effort. She broke Goldman's fist before directing his swinging arm down to smash captivation on Sarah's head before using it to break Gwynedd's nose. A spear thrust out of the earth and collided with her shroud, not even coming within an inch of her skin as it shattered against her. She released his wrist long enough to grab Sarah's head and used it as a weapon to knock his head back with a strike to the chin. "She won't even hurt us with her own hands," he noted, as she pushed the two of them back, sending them flying with a force he had never felt before. "Do not give up just yet," she said to them, looking at an imaginary watch. "A minute 40 left, you might just turn it all around." There was no need for a pep talk, as Shubman's blood was now on fire, raising his gada in the air. "Spark of light to the sky I call upon thee." He pointed captivation at his opponent and launched himself forward, striking where she moved to dodge the lightning bolt, barely missing her as she grabbed at his neck and threw him toward an onrushing Goldman. Sarah slid underneath him as she continued onward to have her first 2 punches blocked before a third was dodged. Gwynedd appeared from beneath the earth, wrapping his hands around the herald's ankles. She forced him out the earth by jumping up into the air, where she found Shubman already waiting, swinging in time to collide with her forearms with outstanding force. The blow was not enough to have harmed her, but she did look up at him with a glare of annoyance. She landed back on the ground and slid a dozen feet from the momentum of the blow. "Almost," she muttered. Goldman's punch from behind landed and won an actual snarl of annoyance as the herald turned faster than his eyes could track to grab Goldman by the wrists. "Fine, I'll start playing a little more serious." Sarah's screams rang out as her shoulders popped out of their sockets, but she was saved by a flood of earth almost slamming into the herald, were she not able to, again, jump up into the air to meet him. Shubman was able to make it beyond her guard this time, bringing captivation down onto her cheekbone and earning a crunch that made his heart sing. The herald bounced twice off the wooden floorboards into Gwynedd's waiting arms, who immediately buried himself into the earth until the both of them solely had their heads above the ground and the rest of their bodies submerged. Goldman's kick would have made a football coach proud, drawing the first trace of blood from their enemy. The second attack of Goldman's hit Gwynedd's head instead, fracturing his skull in the confusion. Goldman looked down to see a hand popping through her stomach and was thrown to the side as the herald moved like a blur to block Shubman's swing. She cocked her head as she held both his arms, showing him just how much stronger she was when he strained to free himself, and she did not even seem to notice the effort. Her eyes slowly drifted toward captivation, and her glare intensified before she released a small chuckle. She removed his wrist from his body like one would a thread of lint from a jersey, before kicking him across the arena and forcing him to fracture the wall. She removed his weapon from the severed hand to swing it around like a golfer would a driver they were interested in trying out. This weapon, I have a suspicion it's the reason why you're able to sneak in a few hits against me. It allows for some form of telepathy, perhaps? Must be. Trash like you could never touch me otherwise. Shubman muttered an incantation before he held out his regrown hand, breathing heavily as the weapon slipped out of her grasp and returned to his. "Or you could just be worse than you thought you are." The herald spat in disgust before looking back at his colleagues, who stood behind her, preparing themselves for the storm to come. "We've run out of time," Goldman snarled as the herald's grimoire appeared in her hand. "Open. Bring light and realization to the lost, so that they may sup out of my own hands and prostrate themselves as nature intended. Let them kneel before me, their iron lady." Shubman looked down and saw that he was now standing on a sea of hands, each moving and reaching out toward them. He had to strain to move as he jumped and regrouped with the others, landing and immediately spitting out blood. He fell to the ground and felt excruciating pain like no other, as he looked back to see something that resembled his intestines, soppy and wet with crimson blood, where he had last been standing. "You do not have my permission to move," the woman said, now sat at the center of the wave of hands upon a throne of skulls and bones. The walls of the arena were gone, replaced by walls of flesh, dotted with pairs of lips that moved in time with the herald's own. Shubman strained to heal, taking much of his reserves as he looked up to see Goldman gritting her teeth as she tried to reattach her severed leg. Gwyned's body lay motionless, and it took Shubman a moment to locate where his head was. Sarah clocked the body a second after he had and turned to face their smirking tormentor. "Oh?" the herald grinned. "Such anger. But who are you angry with, Sarah Goldman? It cannot be me who gave you an opportunity to leave and live." The herald laughed, and it was echoed by every one of the thousands of lips around them. "No, be angry with yourself, little fool. I gave you a chance and you threw it in my face. You I will kill first and save the fool with the beard for last. You have my permission to move." Sarah roared and launched herself at the herald, forcing the woman to leap out of her throne. She disappeared and reappeared behind Sarah, wrapping her hand around Goldman's collar and throwing her hard into Shubman, who tried his best to ensure that Sarah bounced off of his back and ragdolled without moving him from his place. "Come on, Kumar," Shubman thought as he gritted his teeth. "You killed your wife. Only to die like this?" He had to mutter the full healing incantation twice before he forced himself back onto his feet, ensuring that he remained in place. Shubman was breathing heavily now, sweat routinely dripping into his eyes. It was just about all he could do to not have his tongue roll out of his open mouth to pant like a dog. He had one, maybe two, true bursts of power left within him, but Shubman was prepared to ensure that they counted. "All three of you could have lived," the herald growled as she took a clean punch from Sarah without a scratch of damage, though her breathing was growing as ragged as Shubman's. "Had you just known your place, had you kneeled and given me the respect I deserve," the herald snapped as she broke Sarah's jaw with a backhand and grabbed her by the hair, making sure that when she pulled her scalp off, she did it slowly, so that Sarah's screams of agony were stretched out over time. "Why would I have cared if you lived or died? Does the boot notice the ant? No, not if the ant knows its place," she screeched in Sarah's ear before grabbing it and pulling it off alongside half of Sarah's face. Shubman could feel tears going down his face as he watched his colleague and friend get brutalized. The herald threw Sarah's body at Shubman's feet as one might throw a towel at a laundry basket. But the ant had to show itself and lodge its dumb self into my fucking honey. Shubman kneeled. "Professor Goldman? Sarah, please." Her exposed eye opened to look at him, and the look of pain made Shubman's tears roll down his face faster. "Listen, we have a chance. I know it looks grim, but we do. I have a few seconds still. I can see her next move. She is strained between maintaining this and the veil. One good hit, and that should break it." The herald held up the other half of Sarah's face. "You heard your friend, Sarah Goldman. Time to turn that frown upside down. From the source of life let mending rise and silence every aching cry. Knit flesh and light, restoring strength, now wounds comply." Sarah did not heal her face or any other part of her body save her broken limbs. Shubman suspected that she was at her reserve's limits as well. "I hate that," the herald said, throwing the mass of flesh and tissue away, "the look of defiance in your eyes, as if this is the third act of some movie where the heroes will save the day and vanquish the villain." Shubman could hear one of the herald's teeth burst from the applied pressure of gritted teeth. "There will be none of that. I am not here because of some author's imagination to vex you, but because my God loves me and asked me to be here. Sarah Goldman, and fool with the mace, your hope lives solely because it walks side by side with my mercy." Sarah was on her feet now. "Yep, I've decided. You talk too much." The herald's disgust morphed into sheer outrage before it vanished and was replaced by an expression he had not think she was capable of, begrudging respect. "Then come and shut me up." Sarah and the herald launched toward each other, but Goldman never stood a chance. The herald overpowered her with ease, grabbing her by her neck as Goldman fought at her like a rabid dog. She turned to face Shubman, who had lost his left arm to get into a position to try to hit her. But a gust of flame the size of a car flowed from out the herald's mouth, burning him severely. He powered through and brought Captivation down, striking hard enough to force the herald to let go of Goldman. "Now, Sar!" Shubman Kumar did not get the chance to finish off what would have been his last words, as Amy Renfrew, the herald of the sin of pride, muttered an incantation and used telekinesis to crush his head. Captivation fell into her hands. She had turned, ready to use the weapon on Goldman, but what found her was a fist to the face that tore through her shrouding. The blow landed as if in slow motion, and Renfrew found herself observing a little girl throwing her fists against her father's punching bag in her family's backyard when her mother appeared to pick her up and run into the bushes. A moment later, an officer appeared outside with a tired man held between two other soldiers. The officer said something, but the man replied by spitting in his face. He calmly wiped his face, pulled out a pistol, and shot him. Renfrew turned to see Goldman's eyes glaring at her, a complicated compound of happiness, pain, anger, and joy. The punch sent her flying through the air, her back slamming against the wall of the arena. Renfrew slid down from the crater to land on her feet and felt something dripping onto the floor, and then the fingertips she touched her nose with. Blood. Sarah Goldman fell onto her knees, her face turned up toward the heavens as her eyes streamed tears of joy. Her colleagues were dead, but she did not care. The veil was down, allowing the children to flee and her other co-workers to arrive, and yet still she did not care. No, what concerned Sarah Goldman in that moment was that she had finally achieved that of which she had been seeking to achieve again for nearly half a century. "I did it!" she screamed into the sky, and she began to laugh with her whole heart as she stood up and raised her fist into the air, the fist she had used to break down a herald. Her happiness did not end just because Renfrew was on her now. The herald shattered her face with a blow that was thunderous, but yet still, her joy remained. It did not falter as Renfrew pulled out her raised arm and hit her over the head with it, nor did it wane when she felt herself being picked up and slowly torn in half. Goldman laughed in place of a scream, and that made the herald howl with anger. Her top half plopped onto the ground, and the remaining moments of Sarah's life were glorious, smiling up as the crushing heel came down, defiant until the very end. Little Beetle. 19th of November, 19:31 p.m., Greenwich Mean Time. Andrea would never have thought she'd ever be glad to see Helena, her once-upon-a-time German roommate, but this was the oddest day of her life already. It was also the bloodiest. All around them, children who should have been dancing and having fun were running for their lives. Some were covered in other people's blood. Others were covered in their own, down an arm or leg or some other part of the body. The sight of it all made Andrea's throat drier than the goby, and the sounds of children screaming and wailing in physical and emotional pain made her own eyes sting. "You're not one of them?" Zoya asked Helena once she spotted the painted rank of 133 on the back of Helena's hand. The German raised an eyebrow before following Zoya's eyes to the back of her hand and slowly nodded. "That's a fair assessment, I guess." She looked away before pointing toward the entrance of the first-year section. "I was not approached to join. It seems my blood was not blue enough," Helena said, as her emerald eyes returned to Andrea. "Neither was yours, I am guessing." "We have to go in and find Valerie and Thomas," Andrea muttered, and she worried that perhaps she had not been loud enough until Helena's frown assured her otherwise. "They are your friends." "They are," Zoya agreed, "and they might still be in there." Helena shook her head. "If they are still in there, then they are dead. Anyone and everyone who can flee have since fled. You are going in there to save a corpse." "That's a good point," Andrea wondered. What if we go in there and get got, looking for the dead? Z, Andrea said. Would it be entirely stupid to try and call them? Maybe, Zoya answered. Whatever is keeping us within this section of the college might also mess with the signal. And what if they are hiding, and our calling them gets them caught? Fuck. Okay, so then, we've got no choice, she struggled to say, and Helena snorted. You do have a choice. You are just choosing poorly. Andrea could not falter there either, seeing as how Anansi was currently causing cramps so bad he might as well have been her uppercutting her, with all 4 of his fists. They are our friends, Helena. The German girl's eyes glowed with such intensity that Andrea was not so sure that she was not about to throw her around a room again before she sighed and nodded her head. I can understand that. Come on then, let us go and die saving your friends' dead bodies. Zoya led the way, and Helena followed closely behind, forcing Andrea's heavy feet to play follow the leader. They began to run into the entrance, pushing past screaming people as they entered to see a sea of blood peppered with corpses. Andrea's ragged breathing was only brought under control because she had to cover her nose and mouth to stop the smell. Unfortunately, the hand had to move to allow her to throw up what little remained of her stomach. Stop wasting time, Helena said. We have to keep moving or we'll become targets. Andrea was not sure when it started, but she was crying now. That did not stop her from catching up to her allies as they moved along the wall, attempting to blend in with the dark. Zoya pointed toward Professor Smith's lecture hall, and Andrea was going to nod when her gut feeling went haywire. She instead shook her head and could not really explain herself when Zoya gave her a confused look. Helena ignored her and tried to walk into the room, but Andrea grabbed her hand and shook her head again, more furiously this time. Helena took her hand back and walked into the room, sticking her head back out to frown at her before her eyes went wide at the hand that appeared around her neck. The hand raised Helena into the air, and a pretty girl stepped forward covered in blood from head to toe. Look what the cat dragged in, she said. Helena answered her by using her magical telekinesis to try and push her away, but the girl grunted before looking at Helena's arm and throwing her back into the foyer. To her credit, Helena landed on her feet and was able to pull both Zoya and Andrea back to join her. Zoya landed on her feet as well, although with less grace, while Andrea landed on her ass. Helena, the girl said, her blue eyes focused solely on the German. You don't have to die here. If you want, you can leave. I won't stop you. Helena looked at both Andrea and Zoya before she sighed. I cannot beat you, Julia. I will leave, but only if you can answer my question. Andrea could not exactly blame her for taking the out, seeing as how this Julia was wearing a shirt with a red-drenched 15 on it, but she could not help her jaw dropping all the same. Helena! Quiet, she said before returning her attention back to Julia. Julia, do you know who Valerie and Thomas are, and are they alive? Julia folded her arms. Valerie, do you mean Valerie Williams? Yes, she is alive as far as I can tell. Andrea would never let Valerie know just how relieved she had been after hearing that. As for this Thomas fellow, Andrea's heart stopped. I've never heard of him, so there is a chance. The girl gestured to the massacre that had occurred around them. Things had not exactly gone to plan, so good chance this Thomas got out before we could get to him. Well, why? Andrea stuttered. Why would y'all do this? Julia rolled her eyes and brushed aside a strand of black hair from her long face. Good God, how many times have I been asked that today? 5? 6? What does it matter why we did it? Andrea could not believe what she was hearing, and despite her better judgment, such an answer forced her eyes back to the scores of corpses all around her. All of this? And it don't matter nothing to you. Julia sighed and shook her head before pointing at one of the corpses that had half a face on it. Andrea was beyond glad that it was half a face that did not belong to anyone she knew. Look at this bloke over here. You're over there whining. Meanwhile, it's dead obvious that he wanted to die." Andrea was almost as disgusted as she was confused. "Bullshit." "Surely he must have," Julia said in a mocking tone as she pulled him by the collar. "Why did he let us kill him otherwise? Why did he not stop us? Why was he so weak?" Andrea was at a loss for words, so much so that it was Zoya who continued on in her stead. "Let? There was no let. You killed him because he couldn't stop you." "You," Julia laughed. "Oh, so now we are behaving unfamiliar. It was we who killed him, Zoya, my dear. You were still with us when he died." The amount of shame that flashed through Zoya's eyes could have come from a year's worth of confessionals. Andrea's own shame could not even measure, for she felt a tinge of anger toward her friend too. It happened within a millisecond, but Zoya noticed the glare from Andrea, and it was enough to bring tears to her eyes. She felt the need to apologize for it, but at that moment, Andrea could not. It was one thing getting into a physical fight with Zoya. Lord knows she had gotten into her fair share of squabbles with friends throughout her life, but it was another seeing the true consequences of her actions. "No, Andy," she thought. "Clock it, but lock it. We have more important fish to fry right now." "Then I will take my leave," Helena said calmly. Andrea looked at her with astonishment, and for the first time, Helena was unable to meet her eyes. "Do not give me that look, American," she said, but her words lacked the bluntness that Andrea had become accustomed to. "We all have to do what we must to survive in this world. Best of luck to both of you. Andrea Salem." Andrea had hoped that she was lying or pulling the wool over Julia's eyes, but it was a false hope as Helena left without another look. Julia's laugh was blood-curdling. It came from a girl who should have spent her nights on her phone with friends, hauled up in her room waiting for dinner to be made. Not from someone stood within a puddle of blood, holding the collar of a teenage boy who had been killed for no other reason than being too weak to score within the top 150. "You know what?" Julia said, finally dropping the body. "I can see from the shock on both your faces that you still do not understand what is going on here. So let me hammer it home for you." Julia raised her hand and ignited the corpse with a fireball neither Andrea nor Zoya could create if they screamed an incantation twice over. "I'm going to do this to you," Julia warned, and Andrea had to grit her teeth not to keel over in pain. "Either one of you or both of you. You, American." Andrea's heart stopped as Julia pointed toward the entrance that Helena had just exited. "Tonight's fucked as is, so whether you live or die won't change the fact that we came up short. I have a personal matter to settle with Zoya, though, and that must be handled before the night is through. So you can leave and live, or you can stay and die. What's it going to be?" Andrea's heart was pumping so hard and fast that it felt like it had moved between her ears. The fact that she could still stand was a feat of exceptional willpower all on its own. If Anansi could talk, he would be screaming at the top of his lungs at her right now, and Andrea would have listened. "Go," Zoya said, and Andrea looked at her like she had lost her mind. "Go, Andrea." "No," she whispered as tears flowed down her cheeks. "No." Julia leaned forward and cupped her ear. "I'm sorry, love. What was—" "No!" Andrea screamed back, and Julia surprised her with absurd laughter. "Look at you! Who would have thought a little bug like you would have such a backbone? You know what? I had initially pegged you for an ant, but now we'll level you up to a beetle. How does that sound?" Andrea was not entirely there. It felt as if she was having an out-of-body experience until she felt hands gripping her shoulders. "Andrea!" Zoya snapped at her. "Go! I deserve this." "She does." "Zoya, she does." She does deserve it." "You're going to want to hurry, love," Julia said. "Listen to your friend, Little Beetle, and run." She was on them before they knew what was up, and Julia had a hand wrapped around Zoya's throat after having pushed Andrea to the ground. She grinned at Andrea, who looked up helplessly. The girl was no taller than Andrea, and even leaner still, but she had Zoya thrashing for dear life with her feet dangling in the air. "Talk is cheap, though," Julia said, amused. "Not running is easy, little beetle. Fighting is a whole different animal. If you wish to be here, show me." Andrea got up to her feet and could not stop her hands shaking if she tried. Julia saw the shaking hands, and her smile grew. "Hurry, hurry, little beetle. Your friend needs you. I don't—" "Shut the fuck up!" Andrea shouted, punching Julia in the face. It did little more than give her opponent a bleeding lip, a lip that curled upward in a grin that made Andrea take several trembling steps backward. "Force of light," Julia said, as she used telekinesis to launch Zoya through the window of Robertson's lecture room. "You know, you've shown more fight than a lot of these corpses here, little beetle. I must say, I'm quickly coming to respect you. Not quite like how I would respect another magician, though. More like—" Julia looked maniacally evil, pouting as she tapped her chin, pondering over her words. Like how an owner comes to respect a dog for learning tricks so quickly. In the normal world, Andrea would have slapped the taste out of the mouth belonging to a girl like Julia, and wouldn't have worried about being thrown around like a doll. Unfortunately for her, this was not the normal world. Andrea tried to steel herself, despite the fear in her heart. "I'm no one's dog." She hated how much her voice wavered when she spoke. Julia laughed again. "You willing to wager then? I bet that I'll make a dog out of you yet, little beetle." Andrea threw a jab that was easily parried, and the low kick to her shin was easily sidestepped. Julia spun around her to deliver a kick into Andrea's back, making her stumble like an idiot as Julia's laughter haunted her. She turned to find Julia no longer there, and Andrea almost slipped on the blood beneath her trying to find where her opponent had gone. Julia's laughter was everywhere and nowhere, and it was fast chipping away at her already meager resolve. "Bark for me, and I will let you surrender, little beetle." Andrea was slowly growing more angry than afraid now, and it gave her the courage to curse her opponent. "Dumb bitch. Beetles don't." "Force of light!" Andrea felt herself being pulled toward another lecture hall when she felt a hand wrap around her wrist. She turned to see Zoya straining to pull her back. "Andy!" Zoya's strength was enough to stop her from being pulled into the dark lecture hall, and Andrea could hear a sigh as Julia peered her head out. "I actually forgot about you, traitor. Honestly, if you both would have had an ounce more survival instinct, you'd have long found a way out of here." Andrea noted Zoya nursing her side and gasped when she saw the blood. "Z." "I know," Zoya winced, "but I can't focus on it right now or I'll go into shook. What do we do?" "Die, probably. I don't know, Zoya." Zoya being injured meant that an already hopeless situation had deteriorated into becoming downright hilarious. Zoya, even injured, was probably a more effective sorcerer than her, but Andrea was going to have to do the heavy lifting now. This is not looking good. Julia appeared between them, swinging and barely missing Zoya with a punch, but she spun through and launched a spinning back fist that rocked Andrea, making her legs turn into jelly. Julia then turned back to Zoya and said, "Mother Nature!" A section of the floor tore its way up like a spear and punched a hole through Zoya's stomach. Andrea was able to jump on her back and grab a hold of Julia, but that proved futile as Julia launched a gust of air that sent Zoya sprawling, and Julia flying back first into the wall. Andrea had gotten her shroud up in time to save herself from being squished like a bug. The brick behind her gave way at the expense of something breaking within her, and Andrea did not get a chance to scream as she felt a hand wrap around her mouth. "Remember," Julia laughed, "all you have to do is bark for me." Julia slammed Andrea's head into the brick wall even more and ran down the length of the hallway to drag Andrea through the wall, bursting through brick and testing her ability to keep up her shroud as the skin on her face scrapped off. Just as it felt like her shroud was about to give way, Julia launched Andrea into the door of Anderson's lecture room at the end of the hallway. She bounced off the hard door and back into Julia's 2 airborne feet that buried themselves in her gut, and Andrea felt a mix of blood and spit pour out of her mouth as she was thrown through the door, winded. She was out long enough to see Anansi pacing his court, and was about to say something to him when Andrea came to, her hair in Julia's hand and something dripping beneath her face onto the hard lecture floor. "Come on now, little bug. You know what a dog sounds like, don't you?" Andrea could barely hear her now, as she battled to keep herself from falling unconscious. She could feel herself being lifted into the air and poked at. "Last chance," Julia warned. "Bark for me, or I tear your heart out." Andrea coughed and realized that she had not taken a breath in a long while. She tried to inhale, but it hurt like hell, and her lungs felt like they were filled with water. Andrea's breathing sounded like somebody was cleaning a vacuum in front of an asthmatic person. Go! Fuck. Yourself. Julia snorted. Pity, but good answer. "I wish I had learned you're not, Andrea opened her eyes to see a handsome man looking down at her. "Hello there," he said with a cheeky smile. She took a moment to appreciate his features as Andrea tried to gather her bearings. He had a shadow running along his chiseled jawline and a hooked nose that pointed down toward her. He had soft brown eyes surrounded by darkened circles, and between his lips was a lit cigarette. His hair was curly and black, and his build was tall and lithe. The second thing she noted outside of how he looked was the smell. Andrea would have covered her nose were she not still confused, as the man smelled of good cologne ruined by bad liquor and worse aftershave. "Hi," she responded, after remembering that he had just greeted her. He nodded and stood up, and Andrea was made even more confused by his attire. The man wore a black suit with a red jacket, all of which looked expensive, but did not at all explain the hole in the middle of his shirt that revealed his abs. All at once, Andrea remembered what had happened and scrambled to her feet, feeling around her body and realizing that the pain was gone. "Yeah, you were in pretty bad shape," he said, in an accent that confused her worse than a concussion. "I'm not usually good at healing others. Normally, my presence does the exact opposite to those who are not strong enough to appreciate it." She looked around to see that she was on top of a building at the college. "Listen, mister." "Mister," he laughed. "How formal, demoiselle. I am not a very formal man, to be honest with you. Though it would not be right to call me by my first name either, I suppose. How about—" "Zoya!" Andrea shouted, and the man frowned. "Not what I had in mind. No, my friend, Zoya. She was in there. I saw her get shanked and—" The man disappeared and was gone for a handful of Mississippis before he returned. "Girl with the hijab?" Andrea nodded and he smiled. "Done. I healed her too. She was the only thing alive in there, but only barely." She exhaled a sigh of relief and fell onto her ass. "Thank God, that's one friend of mine that I know is safe." He took a seat on the red tiles next to her, pulling out a cigarette. "You have not been a magician for very long." She sighed, this time out of exhaustion. "It's that obvious, huh? What gave it away, my concern for others or my shitty magic reserves?" He inhaled deeply before blowing a cloud of smoke that belonged above a 1800s choo-choo train. "A little bit of both. I am sure this has been a hell of a night for you, no?" Andrea would have laughed harder at the understatement if she had the energy to. "Mister, you don't know the half of it. I'd always thought that if my school got attacked like this, it would be some Reddit troll with an AR-15, not a bunch of wizard supremacists killing their classmates for fun." He had finished his cigarette and was already moving on to the next. "Yeah, well, if you think this life is going to get any easier, I have some bad news for you." Andrea frowned and then side-eyed the man. "You're supposed to say something positive and uplifting." He blew another cloud into the air, this time even larger. "This is not that type of story, Andrea Bordeaux." She sighed and brought her knees to her chest. "Yeah, well, Wait! How do—" Andrea turned to see he was gone. The only sign of his presence was an empty cigarette box. She reached out to pick it up and found a note inside. Reading it only further confused her. "Welcome to the family." Bruh, what fucking family? A nose for petty justice. 19th of November, 19:35 p.m., Greenwich Mean Time. Cherry sat at the desk she had claimed in the dormitory study hall, staring up at the ceiling to help her digest the news. Her uncle had called once a week throughout her time at college, but he had not called in a fortnight. Cherry had reassured herself that he was just busy. Things were progressing quickly toward the big day, until a phone call from her crying mother had put a stop to any such hope. Her uncle had not been seen or heard from in 14 long days, the longest such time he had gone missing. She had always known that, eventually, her master would be murdered. The man had a soul that yearned for trouble, especially the sort of trouble his nose could not get him out of. Cherry had always wondered why he learned a spell to control wind and direct smells toward him, if he was just going to rush toward danger anyway. A sigh escaped her lips again as she leaned on the desk, unsure of whether she was more sad than disappointed that this was how things ended. Devon had been a good man would be too kind a description of him. Even in the midst of grief, she could never give him that. She could, however, describe him as very giving. He parted ways with money in a fashion that had seemed insane to a girl like Cherry when first she met him, and this act occurred every time they crossed paths with someone in need. Any waiter who served them was guaranteed to make rent that month, and any homeless person they crossed paths with would have pockets filled with more money than most people with working jobs. Cherry had finally had enough of it one day after her 14th birthday, the second such birthday she had spent with him as her mentor, after he spent less than $100 at Arby's. "If I were homeless," Cherry complained as they exited the Arby's, "you'd have spent thrice that amount." Devon laughed and messed up her afro by patting it roughly. "Omoigiziri, are you jealous? Of the homeless?" She groaned and covered her ears. "First you're cheap on my birthday, and now you butcher my name. Does your wickedness know no limits?" Devon laughed again before pulling out a $5 bill. "Okay, I'll give this to you, but on one condition." Cherry rolled her eyes. "Okay, what is your condition?" Despite finding the amount insulting, she was not about to let free money slip through her fingers. "I'll give you this, but you have to become homeless for a week." She sucked her teeth. "Ah, you are drunk if you think I'd accept that. Your sister would kill me for less." Devon sighed and pulled out a $20 bill. "Will this do it?" Cherry frowned. "What game are you playing, old man?" Devon's grin was unshakable. "Answer me! Will it get the deal done?" She sighed and shook her head. "No, Uncle, there will be no deal. I don't want to be homeless, but I think you knew that." He nodded and shrugged. "Exactly. So why are you jealous of them when they'd give up the money I give them for your life in a heartbeat?" She folded her arms and huffed. "That is a nonsensical answer, Uncle. I had a good life in Nigeria. Does that mean I should not have come here to America?" Her master smiled and tapped his temple. "You got something cooking there, young one, but it's not quite done yet. It's more like this. If you had a good life in Nigeria, why would I spend my money to come and bring your ass all the way here?" She smacked her lips but did not argue his point. "Next time, just give me the money." His hand rested on her shoulder. Cherry looked up when his laugh failed to appear. "Cherry, magic can't be the only thing you ever learn from me. That'd mean I've done my job as your mentor, sure, but not as your uncle." He took a knee so that they were eye to eye, and it made her uncomfortable, since she did not know how to act whenever he became serious. "Without magic, I damn well could be one of those homeless people you see," he said. "Your mama was a waitress when she met your daddy. Think where you'd be had that not worked out. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is this. We're blessed by random good luck. That's all that separates them from us. So why not be that random good luck for people in need of it, huh?" The memory brought Cherry back to staring up at the ceiling. This time her vision was blurry. "What's got you so emotional?" a girl asked her, and she turned to see Nadine Hawthorne standing over her with Olivia Baker, their arms folded and faces etched with judgment. She knew the two girls for two reasons. They shared classes, and all three were carrying medallions, marking them for traitors. Cherry would usually sigh in moments like these, but today was unlike any other. "Nadine," she said softly, "now is not the right time. I just got news that my uncle has been killed." Olivia's look of disgust filled Cherry's heart with such hatred that her mother's pastor would have been ashamed. "I'm sorry to hear that, I guess, but that just means that he was weak. You'd better not let that throw you off your game this weekend." Cherry wanted to kill her there and then. "He was one of the strongest magicians I know." "Knew," Olivia said, "and that don't mean nothing, other than it'd do you some good to get out more." Nadine gasped first and then had the audacity to laugh. "Be nice now, Liv. Your friend is grieving." "She's not my friend," Cherry snapped, "and neither are you, so leave me alone." Nadine's face contorted into sheer outrage, but Olivia placed a hand on her chest and shook her head. "Let her be, Nadine. Let's go and bother my brother and his loser friends." The two left, Nadine making sure to stick her tongue out as they went. Cherry waited a minute, closed her eyes, and focused. "To me, that which I hold dear more than anything." When she opened her eyes, black Walkman headphones were on the desk, the cable inserted into an old cassette. She had but the one cassette and was thus left with a choice to make: Olivia Baker or Nadine Hawthorne. She knew that they both were very powerful sorcerers, probably more powerful than her, but that was what the cassette was for. Nadine was the better spellcaster. Olivia was the better hand-to-hand fighter. She decided that Olivia was the bigger threat. Spellcasting was her best attribute as well, and she was a better physical combatant than Nadine was. All in all, she felt confident that she could win without use of the Walkman. It took a few days of observation and stalking, but she finally found her opening in an empty garden. Cherry was able to record her conversation with her father, a conversation that had lasted about 4 whole minutes. It was strange, hearing Olivia be so vulnerable with someone as she unloaded her worries about being too weak to achieve the goal of the mission, that she did not wish to harm any of the friends she had made. It was especially surprising to hear that Olivia had poisoned some of her friends to ensure that they would not be in the state to attend the function. It almost made her consider changing her mind, until Cherry remembered being told not to allow her grief to throw her off her game. Meanwhile, this little bitch is off saving some of her friends. Once the conversation was done, Cherry disappeared to keep the cassette ready for the day she needed it. She was never going to kill anyone despite what was asked of her, and she was glad that her uncle had long given her the leeway to make her own decisions. An old friend had approached him, and Devin had asked her whether or not she wished to participate. She had wanted to go to the college. That was her motive. It was never about killing anyone for her. Her plan was to discover who was behind this and rat them out to the teachers. It was that very reason why she attended the meetings once the medallions had drawn them to their respective groups. Cherry immediately regretted the decision when they were all forced to make an oath of secrecy with Bernard Hoffman. The spell had made it so any such traitors would die for their treachery, with his life becoming forfeit as well. It truly was madness to see how committed these lunatics were, but she supposed that her judgment mattered little if she herself was now one of them, by force or by fire. Cherry left the dormitory and arrived at the function early to find Nadine, who was stationed outside as well. "I really am blessed." She looked at Cherry. Her hazel eyes showed a mix of nerves and fear. Her tan had vanished, replaced by a ghostly complexion. Any other time, Cherry might have tried to convince her to come with her, to abandon this exercise in foolishness for good. "What are you doing here?" she asked, not so kindly. Any other time, but not now. They want us to double up on exits, Cherry said, knowing that the best lies contained a kernel of truth to them. There were 4 exits they were supposed to guard: the one leading from the dorms, the exit toward the gym and arena, the hallway toward the aquarium and cafeteria, and the entrance from the reception offices. Nadine had originally been paired up with Salim, but she had batted her eyes enough to convince him to switch with her. "And I got you." Nadine seemed too nervous to argue. "Oh, all right then." Cherry's plan was simple: catch Nadine off guard and beat the hell out of her. She knew it was ridiculous to have lost her cool this much, but she had come to realize just how notoriously petty she was becoming. But pettiness wasn't the only reason. Cherry felt that this was something she should be doing. The reason was beyond her. She could smell it in the air. Her uncle had loved to tell her to follow her nose. At least give her a chance, Omo. "You know," Cherry began, "I didn't like when you and Olivia made fun of me." Nadine frowned. "What are you going on about?" "When I was sad about my uncle," she reminded her. "You and Olivia talked about how weak he was, and that I shouldn't let it throw me off my game." Nadine's frown deepened before a sense of realization broke through, and Cherry was glad to see it. She had expected Nadine to apologize, for the two to try and reconcile and turn over a new leaf. Cherry was even on the verge of convincing her to leave, but Nadine Hawthorne ended that all with a shrug. "Yeah, well, we were just fucking about. Sorry if you took it some kind of way." "Well, you tried." Nadine was startled when she heard the screams coming from the function, and Cherry took that as an opportunity to punch her clean in the face. She raised her shrouding enough to knock her out instead of to kill her, and was able to remove it now so that she could kick the unconscious girl in the stomach over and over and over again. "You cheated!" A voice startled her in turn, and she spun to see a black boy staring at her. "What?" she asked. "You waited for her to look away," he said in an accent that suggested they hailed from the same continent. "That is cheating." Cherry looked at the groaning Nadine and shrugged. "That is true, I guess." "Why?" He asked her in a tone of voice as curious as a child's. She had not been expecting to be questioned by a boy who... Cherry's nostrils flared as the scent of wet metal penetrated them. Blood. Her eyes followed the scent, and she saw that his hands were dripping with crimson. You already killed someone?" The boy looked at his hands and nodded. "Yes, Salim." "Oh no. But why? Why did you kill him?" The boy nodded again. "Good question. You are asking why. I'll tell you why. He was greedy, Salim. He cared more about stealing than the lives he took. He deserved to die, and so I killed him." He pointed at Nadine. "Now you tell me why you cheated." Cherry's throat was dry. She made fun of my uncle passing away." The boy nodded his head for a third time. "Okay, that is fine reason for hitting her, but I asked why you cheated." "Who the hell does he think he is? The morality police?" "I was not sure that I could defeat her," she admitted. "This way, we did not have to fight to the death, but I could still punish her." He folded his wet arms and hummed, leaving her as confused as she was scared. Eventually, he sighed. "I do not know if this is justice, but I don't feel angry. I think this is good enough. I'll leave you now." "Wait," she called out to him. "Where are you going?" He turned back and shrugged. "I have to go and fight a friend." Cherry stood with her palm facing Olivia, waiting for the boy to get back to his feet. "So this is your friend, I take it." The boy nodded. He really did seem to love nodding. "He is." "Was," the boy behind Olivia said. "You kind of lost that privilege after you used my ass like a shovel to dig up all these here tiles, Maddo." Cherry smiled and shook her head. "Maddo is your name. Tell me, Maddo, why?" The boy named Maddo surprised her with laughter. "Good question, I don't know. It felt right." "A bunch of traitors," Olivia snarled. "Does nobody keep a promise anymore?" Cherry closed her eyes and focused. To me, that which I hold dear, more than anything. A Walkman and her cassette appeared in her hands. The label on it read plainly, Olivia Baker. "You will not mind if I take the girl Maddow?" she asked as she placed the headphones over her ears and plugged the cable into the cassette. "No need to ask anyone but me, Cherry," Olivia said. This time her face was graced with a smile. "If you're looking for someone to reunite you with dear old well, darling, I'm your huckleberry." Cherry took a deep breath and pressed play. A voice eerily similar to Olivia Baker's said, "Hello there. Welcome to your guide and tutorial to defeating Olivia Baker, sister to Liam Baker, daughter of Arnold Baker. If things seem to get tough, always remember to breathe, think things through, and keep a level head, because God knows Olivia Baker won't. Now, allow us to begin. She will attack first with a fireball to cover her while she gets into physical range for a punch," the voice said. As always, Cherry was taken aback by how accurate it was. She easily dodged the fireball and then easily dodged and evaded the punch, creating room to elbow Olivia in the side of the head. "Block right! Block left! Duck!" Cherry backpedaled while smiling, as she was able to avoid everything coming her way. "She's all kinds of pissed now. She'll launch a fireball." "Winds roar!" Cherry shouted, thrusting her palms to snuff Olivia's flames as they were about to be formed. "Duck and uppercut!" Cherry's fist scored a good hit, sending Olivia stumbling backward and giving her time to refocus. "You're doing great, sweetheart. We've got ourselves 8 seconds before she launches another fireball and 12 until she tries to surprise you with the air/spell in place of a punch with a 1-word incantation. Are you ready?" Cherry had to play it safe despite her anger because she was not able to heal. She had come to learn from those around her that Olivia could not either, and so all she had to do was hurt her badly enough before the 4 minutes were up. She ducked beneath the fireball to feign being on the back foot, then stepped inside to turn Olivia's thrusting arm outward, allowing her to smash the bottom of her palm into Olivia's nose, drawing blood. Cherry kicked her in the head as she stumbled, sending her spiraling. "Press, then jump with an air blast." Cherry leapt, stomping hard enough to fracture the ground as Olivia spun to unleash another fireball that was snuffed out by a weak gust of wind. Cherry's grabbed Olivia's wrist before the girl's hair had a chance to stop flapping, turning to launch her hard into a tired Liam, sending them both flying into the wall. "Whoops! Shouldn't have done that!" "Switch!" Olivia growled as she got up and immediately charged an equally tired Maddow. Liam charged at her with a blast of dark energy that singed the hair on her arms as she blocked it. Once blocked, Cherry ran toward Olivia, who was fighting Maddow like the two were lions stumbling upon one another at a cow's carcass. "Nope," Liam said, forcing her to dive to avoid his dark blast of magic. "You heard the lil lady. We just did a switchy switch." Cherry rolled onto her feet and flung a table at Liam, who avoided it with ease and engaged her up close. He was not as physically powerful as Olivia, and would have only been a good match for Cherry were he not tired, but he only had to do a good enough job to allow Olivia to beat down Maddow. Stolen glances toward their fight showed that Maddow was the physically stronger, even in his current state, but Olivia was fresher and more relentless, pushing the pace. "You better mosey on down there, darlin'," her Walkman said. "It's a game of who can get the handicap first, and there's only 1.5 minutes left of this tutorial before I gotta go." "Fuck. Think Cherry. Think. Maddow," she called out as she watched 2 of her punches get blocked. "Remember why I beat up that girl?" "Oh, well played, darlin'." Maddow cursed in French after being headbutted and punched to the ground. "Olivia did it too," she said, finally landing a clean kick to Liam's shin. "She mocked my uncle for being weak, then told me not to let my grief get in the way of the mission, only for little Miss Girl to food poison some of her friends, so she did not have to kill them." "You listening in on my conversations now, bitch?" Olivia snapped. Her divided attention allowed Liam to land a kick to the gut that sent her sprawling to the ground. Cherry concentrated her shroud to block the blast of dark energy. She could feel her shrouding begin to fail, and the effects of the blast began to cause her skin to burst and peel off. Welp, that was fun. That ends our tutorial early. Congratulations on your victory. Cherry had to take several deep breaths not to lose her cool as she forced herself back onto her feet. My uncle was the sort of man who gave to the homeless and needy no matter the amount. We are blessed, he said to me, and that's why we must bless others. That is the kind of man she mocked, she said as she gritted her teeth at Liam, who was beginning to lose some steam as well. He was the sort of man I wanted to avenge. So, I leave it up to you, Maddo. Avenge him. And me. Cherry allowed her shrouding to dim enough for Liam's blast to overpower her, driving her hard into the wall. The blow snapped her head back with enough force to fracture her skull and draw blood. Her arm from her elbow down was a terrible thing to look at, skinless, pulsing purple, and it felt even worse than it looked. Cherry managed to stay conscious long enough to hear someone bellow with rage. To the victor goes the spoils. 19th of November, 1936 p.m., Greenwich Mean Time. Anderson sighed, lamenting over arriving far too late to be of much help. On the ground were the corpses of his colleagues, and in front of him was their killer, sitting on the bleachers, calmly smoking a cigarette. Professor Cooper Anderson, I take it, she said with a sigh before exhaling a cloud of smoke. I'd hoped that Barden would have proven himself by killing you. Yeah, well, better men than Barden Robertson have tried, he said, trying to keep his eyes away from the faces of the dead. The woman snorted before she lay down. Look, I'm pooped, and the situation has all but gone to shit. Do you want to just leave? You have my blessing to do so. A part of him really wanted to. Anderson should have been on the next flight to Lexington, ready to spend his holiday reading and walking around his hometown to bathe in nostalgia. But another part of him wanted this woman dead for what she had done, and Anderson was the best option left to do it. You killed my colleagues and tried to harm my students, Anderson muttered. Yeah, don't think I can stomach letting you up and leave after that. She groaned. My God, why are you teachers so set on dying? The herald asked before yawning. You're not as weak as these others, but I can't stress how little difference that makes for you here, Professor Anderson. He did not answer her with words, for Anderson was of the opinion that the time for talk was long gone. His response was to flex his aura as he put his fists up. She rolled her eyes at him. Very scary, Professor. But should I get up from this spot, I won't be a happy camper, even... The herald stopped mid-sentence, and her annoyance was replaced with a smirk. If you're still fixing to die, Professor, then my teammate will oblige you. Won't you, Hannibal? Anderson froze as he felt a strong arm wrap around his shoulders and the stink of cigarette and liquor assault his nose. Now, Renfrau. The good professor put up a hell of a performance against your star selection. He's earned his life, I think. Renfrau hissed. Robertson was not my star selection, Hannibal. Don't go putting his failures at my feet. The man removed his arm from Anderson's shoulder to place a hand on his chest. Forgive me, Renfrau. Allow me to make amends for the slip of my tongue. A girl's body was thrown at the herald's feet, and she looked down with no less contempt. I could detect the girl's aura one moment and then nothing the next. I thought that was your doing. Glad to see that I was right again. Have you ever been wrong? Hannibal asked with his hand outstretched to place a cigarette by Cooper's lips. He did not fight it, for all of a sudden he felt a great hunger come over him. Never. So, you playing for the other side now as well? She asked, and Hannibal chuckled as he moved to join her, lighting Anderson's cigarette with the snap of his fingers. They're acting like I ain't even here, Anderson realized. I don't know whether to be happy or offended. He knew for a certainty that the one called Hannibal could kill him and do so with ease. The other herald's hard work had taken her victory from a certain and sure thing down to just a sure thing. He heard his stomach rumble among all the thinking he was doing, and it all felt like trying to keep count standing next to a train. He devoured the cigarette with heavy inhales to try to center his mind. This person talks and walks like someone I've heard of. Despite the overwhelming hunger and being at half power, Anderson could muster enough of his spirit to laugh. Renfrew sneered at him. "What's so funny, Anderson?" His attempts to fight back the hunger with his shroud were pitiful, but that did not stop the laughter all the same. "Because, ma'am, I never thought I'd see the day that Hannibal Nerva graces these here halls, not with the way his sister talks about him anyway." Hannibal turned back and grinned. "Drusilla mentioned me then, eh?" He nodded. "Once or twice, never anything good, though." Hannibal laughed and snapped his fingers, and Anderson's hunger abated, as if it were never there. "Oh, but dear Professor, that was a given." "Enough drivel!" Renfrew snapped. "Julia is alive, so you're not all the way a traitor, then?" He shook his head. "And never again share your company, Amy. Only a fool would risk the sun for a candle." When he launched the fireball, he had not expected at all to do any damage, but Anderson had hoped that they'd be kind enough to dodge. Hannibal snuffed out his flames with a hand and sighed. "Professor, Renfrew and I are having a conversation. Please acquit yourself well and have some manners." He shrugged as he slowly approached them. "I would not be doing so, sir, were I to allow the killers of my colleagues to leave unmolested." "Runt," Renfrew growled. "I think we've done these students a great service, seeing as how we've gotten rid of all the lecturers who lack good sense. This was an IQ test, and your IQ is equivalent to an inbred." Hannibal clapped his hands twice. "Well, I for one think that you have spoken well, Professor. I would prefer not to kill you, but I can see the look in those eyes of yours." Hannibal turned to face him. "I can tell that you're tired, Professor. That makes me the worst matchup imaginable. But I agree, my siblings have lost far too many lecturers as is, so allow us to make a game of it." Anderson snorted and then shrugged. "Mighty kind of you, sir, giving me the sweetest of backhanded compliments. I'll meet you there. What do you propose?" "An all-or-nothing attack," he said, his handsome face covered by a large grin. "You fire upon me with your best, and I will do the same, first to yield." Renfrew scoffed at him. "Hannibal, you're wasting everyone's time here. Kill the man and be done with it." Nerva grinned back at his compatriot. "I didn't get to have much fun tonight, Amy. Allow me to play this game." She folded her arms. "You didn't? We gave you what you wanted. Does your gluttony know no bounds? Don't tell me that Julian fucking Nerva couldn't give you what you were looking for." Hannibal's shoulders slumped, and the man actually whimpered like a beat dog. "My brother is a greedy man, Amy. He gave me a taste and left me wanting more. We did not even come close to getting to unleash ourselves in earnest." Anderson was tired of their disrespect, but was satisfied by the change of mood once he spiked his energy. "I ain't gonna make this one too poetic, sir. A plain blast of magical energy." Nerva nodded. "I appreciate the effort, irrespective of the form it takes. May God shine upon the victor, then." "May God shine upon the victor," Anderson agreed. The release of their magic blew out the floorboards and fractured the walls of the arena. Anderson observed Hannibal's aura and could not help the chuckle that escaped his lips. "You insult me, sir." Hannibal sheepishly smiled. "I am only making sure you get your fair shot at this, Professor. You had to exhaust yourself already. This is just me making things even." "You're going to die anyway," Cooper thought. "What difference does it make how much of his power he puts behind it?" "Fine, then," Anderson snapped. "I'll see you in hell." His blast was fired out of his palm, containing everything he had left. Anderson knew that the blast could never tear through a herald's concentrated shroud, not unless he was at full strength and had performed a full incantation alongside hand signs. But all the same, he was content with this ending. Anderson had answered the call and done what he could to save whom he could. It was a brutal and bitter pill to swallow to admit that, ultimately, He had failed. Sarah, Shubman, and Nathaniel. I'm sorry, y'all. He had expected the blast to be overpowered well before it came close, but instead, what flew back toward him flew side by side with his own. Anderson closed his eyes for an attack that would never land, and instead experienced an explosion that destroyed half the arena around them. He slowly opened his eyes in disbelief and turned his head to see the smoldering hole that had torn through the arena and the several buildings beyond. "Good hit," Hannibal said from behind the smoke, and by the time Anderson could see him, he had healed himself completely. "You have won, Professor. Your friends' souls may now rest easy, knowing that you have avenged them." "Why?" He never got to finish his sentence, as Hannibal moved faster than he could speak and knocked him out in one blow. Nerva caught his falling body and placed it on a rare patch of floorboard. "Didn't think you'd save the girl," he said. Amy held an awakened Julia up by the collar. "Yeah, well, she is my student after all. I would not have it said that I do not look after those I teach." "Mistress?" Julia whimpered, falling to her knees to abase herself. "Forgive me. I have—" "Enough," Amy said. "I don't need you to tell me what I already know. What I want is a report." Julia fought back tears but nodded her head. "Yes, mistress. We failed to kill enough students before they fled. Perhaps between 50 and 100 lay dead." "Possibly a fifth of what was demanded of you, girl," Hannibal said. Any sense of his compassion was long gone. "We requested that the gods pay attention to this night, and the sacrifice you provide them is pitiful." "Scowled your own whelps, Hannibal," Renfrew growled at him. "Julia walks my path. It is me she failed." He sighed. Hannibal knew this path would lead to nothing but cursing and fighting between the two. Although they had done well to never allow things to deteriorate into actual fighting. That was mostly achieved through his patience more than anything else. "True, Amy, forgive me." "It was a failure," Julia admitted. "I accept any punishment you see fit to give me, my lady." Amy placed a hand on Julia's hair and sighed. "You are a kid, Jules. It will not do to punish a child for failure, when correction will turn this into a lesson in time." "Hannibal," he bowed. "My lady?" She appeared before him in a flash to punch him in the shoulder. "If you wish to mock a woman, Hannibal, go to hell and mock your mother. Tell me, I felt severe fluctuation of magic near the warehouse and your presence there momentarily. Why?" Hannibal laughed, this time with a hint of mild disgust. "Chaos, as you well know, Amy. From the reports, the children of that dog, Gale, were the catalyst for the situation turning into a farce." Amy's laughter was a handful of coffee beans in comparison to Hannibal, but Julia was thankful to hear it. She was here, having survived a crazy situation, to stand shoulder to shoulder with these titans. "I must hear this. It was a tragedy, Amy, a sheer tragedy. The children who follow my path were doing as asked of them, break into the warehouse and steal the items they were told to." Amy's expression was as skeptical as Julia's, and Hannibal had tried to avoid looking at them, but ultimately could not stop the chuckle that escaped his lips. Okay, they stole the items they were told to, and a little more than that." Amy snorted and folded her arms. "And Gale's whelps took umbrage." "Naturally," Hannibal laughed. "And once the betrayal occurred, can you imagine whose hounds felt hard done by this act of injustice?" Julia was confused by the shared laughter between the two. For her, this was a failure of epic proportions, and yet her masters could not stop laughing. She felt her cheeks begin to burn from the insult. Julia hated being laughed at. "Calm yourself, dearie." Amy's warning pulled Julia out of her mind. "Or I will give you something to be mad about." "Sorry, mistress." Amy already had her back turned to Julia before she had even completed the apology. So wrath took umbrage with greed, and greed attacked gluttony. "How many dead?" Hannibal's laughter faded, and his expression better fit a man his age and stature. 9, and twice that severely wounded. I healed those I could, but by the time I had arrived, Some were already bleeding out. Amy awkwardly raised a hand to place on his shoulder, but hesitated too long, and instead redirected it to pull out another cigarette. Yeah, unfortunate. But look, they were going to die anyway. Your brother's system ensured that. Hopefully the casualties belonged to those with mongrel blood. Hannibal stopped his impending eye roll fast enough to not warrant being punched again. Yeah, sure. I will not argue against that. Mainly because arguing with Amy was like trying to draw blood from a stone. Who was he to try to argue with she who'd commit 1,000 atrocities before uttering an apology? Renfrew observed Hannibal for a moment before a small smile crossed her lips. Hannibal? He raised an eyebrow. Renfrew? Where are the stolen items from the warehouse now? Hannibal turned and patted Julia on the head. It was good to see you again, Amy Renfrew. I am off to make a final delivery. He picked up Anderson as Amy laughed and waved goodbye. Hannibal appeared in front of the college's infirmary and dropped off Anderson, who groaned in pain. No, Professor. You don't get to play hero and not have to deal with the consequences. No complaining from you. He thought about leaving there and then, but Hannibal's honor and mild affection demanded that he do this. He sighed and snapped his fingers before entering a shadow and exiting the doorway before the girls' dorms. Beyond your eyes, he muttered, turning himself invisible among the crush of traumatized students. Lecturers and other professionals were on the scene now, and the noise gnawed at his patience, so he eventually placed himself within a soundproof bubble as he appeared in front of the window of Antonina's daughter. It had been years since last he saw her, but Hannibal remembered liking and approving of her. He pulled out the sneakers with a pair of wings from his pocket dimension, observing the tag again before snorting and snapping his fingers, teleporting the sneakers onto the girl's bed before leaving. Hannibal had fulfilled his end of the deal with his brother and sister, but he was not going to stick around to receive praise since he knew that there would be none. He decided this time around to run instead of teleporting or using the Shadowverse, just to feel the breeze in his hair as he moved to go and meet up with his sister by the eye. Boudica was dressed in a black slacks and a black form-fitting blazer, without a shirt to go with it. He chuckled at the sight of her. "Sister, you are dressed far more modern than I've come to expect from you. Rebellion looks good on you." She glanced toward him before returning her focus to the tower with the eye. Julian should have torn this abomination down and scattered each and every one of you zealots to the winds of history. Okay then. We're zealots when it suits you, he said, continuing the conversation in German. Boudica usually hated when her siblings spoke in her mother tongue, often likening it to listening to nails on a chalkboard, but Hannibal had learned it directly from her, when his mind was still young and malleable. As zealots are religious when it suits them. Hannibal was in no mood for theological debates. You are far too calm for a person who has made an enemy of powerful people tonight. Boudica scoffed. I myself am powerful, brother. Powerful people always have powerful enemies. His personal experiences spoke to how true those words were. When their focus falls upon you for this, what will you do? Boudica was the weakest of their father's spawn. Hannibal knew that with certainty. However, she was still a Nerva, and one who had to learn to be a cunning trickster and strategist to keep up with the rest of them. If Julian, Drusilla, or Octavian were able to get her into a room, her cunning would be the only way for her to get out of it. Hannibal was tempted to betray her, just for the pleasure of seeing firsthand how she got herself out of that conundrum. I have the cards in this situation, Boudica said before frowning at the sound of Hannibal's laughter. Do you think otherwise? He nodded as he wiped away tears from his eyes. I do not think. I know. Hannibal had been expecting annoyance and anger, but was intrigued by her growing smirk. Oh, brother, how ignorant you are. How much wiser a man would you be if you yearned for knowledge as much as you do for spells? Irrespective of what mood he was in, jovial, annoyed, frustrated, or hungry, Hannibal always gave his sister his full attention, but never quite like this. Octavian has spent every year after the Second World War consolidating his power, Hannibal said. Many others have spent each and every one of those years undermining his power, she countered. Many? At last count, he had 100 of the most powerful families under his thraldom. Today had not gone near well enough to have flipped 10 of them, never mind 100. Boudica's smirk sent a tingle down his spine. You are not the only man I made a covenant with, brother. There is another, and his words have done more to flip families than your farce ever could. That stung his pride, but not nearly as much as it increased his intrigue. Another? Who could possibly... The realization hit him like a lightning bolt. The Phoenician! He snarled at Boudica's laughter. "Ah, Hanny, do not act as if your little cult had no dealings with him either." The whole thing had been his idea, Hannibal thought, though he was never going to admit that to her, not until he knew full and well how much she was privy to. The man is the love child of ambition and treachery, he said with arms folded. We should never have brought him in on this. She turned to approach him. Hannibal, we all won at the expense of a shared foe. This is a time for celebration, not wounded pride. You and your cult have made quite the first impression. My new council now has the grounds to challenge Octavian and, Hannibal snorted. And what does the Phoenician possibly get out of this? Your council will prove an even more auspicious foe than Octavian's, and our brother will all but annihilate places of worship throughout magician society for this. She nodded. Those foolish enough to worship the source will no doubt become targets of retribution, targets who will flee and find refuge under a strong leader who shares their goals. 3 guesses as to who that leader would be. Hannibal had to admit, he had not believed the Phoenician capable of such foresight or such duplicitous evil. Persecution is a wondrous recruiter, and yes, no doubt he and I will become enemies the moment Octavian is removed. But for now, we have a common enemy despite our ideological differences. Hannibal chuckled. Poor Octavian, betrayed and torn apart by his enemies, much like Poland. That makes the Phoenician and his source cult the Soviets in this equation, and you, well, better I not say. The look she gave him would have been worth a punch to the face had she given in to her anger and let fly. And that would make you and your cult Italy, for how effective you have proven yourselves tonight. That was good. Not entirely untrue, Hannibal admitted, but we've gotten artifacts that will increase our power, and we are the lords of emotion, Boudica. Envy, greed, gluttony, wrath, lust, and sloth. All will be felt from this, and all feelings will feed us and our gods. Boudica agreed, for she could grant him and his kin that much. Unlike the source worshippers, those who followed the deadly sins were easy recruits. There was no named religion that each follower had a personal interpretation of. Instead, their gods were formed and fed by emotion. People who ended up being part of their convent usually did not intend on doing so at the beginning. A man long holding back his anger finally lets it out in a violent manner against those who wronged him. Such a man would find himself down a road that led to the likes of Hartono and Nino without realizing it. No doubt there will be many mourning families who will end up swearing loyalty to Nino this day. So then, seems like all has worked out for us. Hannibal shrugged. Perhaps it definitely looks like it, but we'll only find out much later. They stood in a peaceful silence, staring out at the city skyline, a city that belonged to their brother and was now burning. Which reminds me. Guess what, dear sister? Boudica rolled her eyes. Guessing games? Brother, we have a combined age of over 300, so please spare... I just met Andrea Bordeaux's daughter today, he said, and could not fight off the smirk from his face when he saw the shock on hers. "What?" "Stay safe, booty," he said, leaving her dumbfounded. Blood and resolve. 19th of November, 1940, GMT. "God damn it!" Olivia cursed before her nose was broken by a punch that cut through her guard like a scythe through wheat, sending her bouncing like a basketball. She was able to land on her feet in time to watch Maddow bellow his way toward her brother, barely missing a punch that would have rocked Liam silly. Her heart nearly stopped as she watched her other half fail to avoid the follow-up kick to the chin. "Liam!" she screamed, watching her brother slam against the ceiling. Olivia had her hand wrapped around his thick neck, holding him in place to punch him 3 times in the face before Maddow caught her fist and spun her face first into the wall. What was happening went against everything she had been taught about magic. It was confusing as much as it was terrifying. Maddow's magical reserves should have been decreasing alongside theirs, but it was increasing with each insane bellow Maddow unleashed. The increase in reserves had no effect when he sent a fireball her way to burn her. That felt like the sort of fireball from a tired novice wizard. The punches, however, were getting stronger and stronger the longer the fight went on, and it was sickening to behold. Olivia elbowed him twice in the neck to break his hold on her, before the two locked hands in a test of strength. Olivia had always prided herself in how powerful her shrouding was in relation to others, especially because her spellcasting was nothing to write home about. She had never come across someone, outside of their master, who could overwhelm her when up close, until today. Olivia glared into his eyes, expecting to find the same sort of anger she felt, but this was beyond anger. Olivia could admit that she had a bit of a temper. Liam would argue that it was more than a bit, but this level of anger was beyond any prior comprehension. Maddow's eyes were empty of any irises and were instead covered in rivers of red veins. Maddow brought her down to one knee with seeming ease, and Olivia's scream was filled with as much anger as it was anguish. A beam of dark energy blasted Maddow off of her, sparing her hands from being broken. Liam was there by her side, as he always was, helping her back to her feet. "You need to get the fuck out of—" "No!" Olivia screamed, pushing him off her. "Shut the fuck up. We can do this together. How many times have we beaten someone we didn't have a prayer's chance against otherwise? We can do it this time, too. I know we can." Maddow had not even been taken off his feet by the blast. He growled at them from across the cafeteria, his skin healing without a conscious thought behind the action. "Liv." Her brother cupped her face. "I can heal. You fucking can't. I can outlast him while you go and get—" Olivia pushed him off of her in time to save him from Maddow's tackle, wincing as his shoulder pressed against the shroud covering her stomach. She rained down punches as hard as she could while Maddow slammed her through the cafeteria wall, leading to the two rolling down a small hill. She was able to get to her feet in time to block the first punch, but her guard had been so broken that Olivia could not get her forearms in the way of the left hook. His punch split her lip and sent several teeth to the ground. Maddow grabbed her face and pulled her in, his teeth clamping down on her cheek. Her screams shook the night sky, flesh and tissue popping in his mouth as Maddow pulled back, his mouth and chin drenched in crimson. He spat the blood back in her face before throwing her so far that Olivia began to wonder if she could fly. She had gotten her shroud up in time for her landing, breaking several bones in her arm as she bounced on the ground and slammed into a large oak tree. Olivia felt so wet that she was certain it was raining until she looked at her hand and saw it drenched in blood. Her subsequent cough covered her other hand in blood, too. She rolled onto her side and coughed whatever blood was in her mouth onto the turned soil beneath her. Liam needs me, she realized, feeling her twin's magical presence dwindling far off in the distance. Heal, heal, heal. From the source of life, let mending rise and silence every aching cry, knit flesh and light, restoring, Restoring strength, now wounds comply. Olivia gave it a few seconds before realizing that it had not worked. She closed her eyes and recited the incantation over and over and over again before realizing that she just could not. Olivia forced herself to her feet and began to limp her way back toward the fight, hobbling even faster once she heard Liam's screams. "Liam!" she shouted. "Hold on, please!" She could feel more wetness upon her cheeks as she moved, and Olivia was certain that she looked like Carrie in the state she was in. Olivia entered the cafeteria by the door, leaning against the wall as she saw her brother's broken ankle in Mado's hand. The leg connecting it was bent in several different ways. Her brother's face was unrecognizable, with his one eye swollen shut and his nose bent in as many ways as his right leg was. His teeth all deserted him, so that when Liam caught sight of her with his one good eye, his smile was solely gums and blood. Live. Or run, he groaned. "Shut up," she whimpered, forcing herself off of the wall. "Mado!" she called out to the beast standing in front of them. His body was a mass of muscles that seemed to have been recently plopped on, covered in veins where his bruises were not evident. He looked at her with those same empty eyes, and Olivia tried to match it with her own intensity, but she could not. Her heart had no space for anger, not when the most important thing in the world to her was a mangled mess. "Mado, please." Mado cocked his head and slowly began to approach her. She was ready. Her master would have said that it was because she was weak, but Olivia did not care to think about him right now. She collapsed to her knees and closed her eyes. "Liam, is your friend. I'm the one you hate. So kill me. You big dummy." Mado stood over her, and she could have sworn that he had grown taller somehow. He hurt her," he said, pointing toward the girl slumped in the corner, her head covered in a pool of blood and her one arm degloved to the elbow. "Yeah, well, Letty without sin cast the first fucking fireball, Mado," she said with a huff, and it warmed her heart to hear her brother chuckle at that. Mado slowly lowered himself to one knee. I don't understand that." "Tough fucking crowd. We're fucking magicians, Mado. Name me a magician who ain't done some fucked up shit, and I'll name you a liar." He spat. "No excuse. Evil is evil. Must be punished." "How about you start with your boss?" Olivia suggested. "How many acts of evil has a lunatic like Hartono?" "Hartono," Mado corrected her. "Hartono, the Javan." "Whatever the fuck his name is. How many people he done in, huh? Damn near guarantee it more than Liam and I combined. How come you ain't do him in for all that injustice neither?" Mado hesitated. Slowly, his eyes began to focus, and the red began to recede. "What is your point, Olivia Baker?" Olivia spat as she forced her way back onto her feet. "My point is, don't come round here actin' all high and mighty, like you can dare to be my judge and executioner. When you are the student of a known lunatic and we're down to butcher your classmates till the last second, you're as damned as any of us." He looked at her with an empty gaze before he nodded his head once. Olivia, you are right. My sense of right and wrong, it is fucked. Is that how you say it? Yes, it is fucked." Olivia, despite the blood, pain, swelling, and lack of a cheek, smiled at him. "It is fucked. Can it keep on being fucked? Just long enough for me to save Liam, to save your friend?" Mado looked back at Liam, whose breathing had devolved into wheezing, before turning back to look at her. This time, his eyes weren't quite so empty. He is my friend. I will not kill him." Olivia exhaled in relief as the pain forced her eyes to water. "Thank you. I will take him." "No," Mado said. "I will take him to be healed, so he can be punished for his crimes." Olivia frowned. But what about you, I will hand myself in too." His voice was so calm that it reminded her of a graveyard. "We're all gonna hand ourselves in now?" Maddow looked at her, and the silence told her everything she needed to know. "Except me, huh?" "Yes," Maddow said. "Except you." Olivia might have bargained, bribed, and hell, might have even begged, but her master's words occupied too much of her mind, and their sentiment too much of her heart. She would fight here and die. "You think you got what it takes to kill me?" Maddow remained silent, and so she said, "Your juice is gone, so it's going to be a lot tougher than you think, but you're welcome to come and try." He was on her, and the boost of adrenaline the situation gave her was enough for her to meet his fist with her own. Maddow was healthier, and thus faster, but Olivia still caught him off guard by leaping toward him and wrapping her arm around his neck. She tried choking him out, and when his hand had almost succeeded in removing her hold, Olivia returned the favor by biting his ear and ripping it off. Maddow screamed and launched the two through the ceiling, bursting through to fall onto the roof. She forced herself onto her feet. "I don't need no god to save my ass, unlike you!" Olivia shouted before landing 2 punches to his face. Maddow caught the third and snapped her head back with a headbutt, but his follow-up attack was countered by her kicking him in the groin. She tackled him hard into the roof and began to wail on him with punches. But Olivia was quickly kicked off and grabbed by the hair. She felt herself being thrown into the air and landed on his shoulder as he span around and slammed them through the roof and back down onto the floor. Olivia had heard something snap as they landed and could not move as Maddow slowly rose to his feet, exhausted and glaring down at her. She felt another compulsion to beg her way out of this, having so recently seen him be talked out of killing her brother. And just might have, until she said, "Go. Fuck. Maddow's first punch had knocked her out. The second broke something, and the third would have done worse had it landed. He looked to see who held his wrists and frowned when he saw the Herald of Pride standing next to him. "Mistress Renfrau," he uttered the words in disbelief, and the herald nodded before letting his fist go. Julia ran into the cafeteria to attend to Liam. "Long time no see, Maddow," Renfrau said. "Julia told me that these two were allies of ours. So then, why do I find you here, killing them?" Maddow looked at the body of Cherry in the corner before sighing. We are the bad people here, Herald." Renfrau laughed. "My God, you fucking fools, and your need for vengeance are hilarious. Maddow, who is the bad guy, is irrelevant. We've done no different to what they were going to do later on this year, no difference." "Maybe," Maddow admitted before meeting her eyes with his own. "But there is a difference. We lied before doing it." Julia hissed. "Insolent!" "Thank you, Julia," Renfrau said. "We'll be taking that boy with us." Her eyes looked down upon the unconscious mess that lay in a small crater beneath their feet. "And her as well, I suppose. Who are they?" "Liam and Olivia Baker, my lady," Julia responded. "They are students of Tiberius Nerva." Amy Renfrau's eyebrows rose before she grinned as she took a knee. "Tiberius would want us to leave them here to die. He will not like our interference." She rested her hand on Olivia's chest, and green aura hovered around her hand. "That will keep her alive for now." Renfrau rose to her feet, significantly shorter than the dour boy stood next to her. "Hartono is probably going to kill you when next he sees you, Maddow." He shook his head and began to walk toward the downed girl with the ruined arm. Me and him, we will not see each other ever again. I will hand myself in." "Are you out of your mind, Maddow?" Julia exclaimed. "They'll kill you for this. We must go, and soon. Lecturers and council forces are already on the scene and heading this way." Renfrau was annoyed by the boy's silence, but a part of her could respect his need to stay. The act of retreating made her sick, but it was what the day demanded. She picked up Olivia with one hand and said, "Maddow." He turned to look at her, Cherry's limp body in his arms. My lady. If they don't kill you, Hartono will come for you eventually, she warned him. You know this, right? He surprised her with a small smile. I know this. She laughed before turning. Hand in hand with darkness, I give unto you this verse. Give me passage from here to there. Allow me into the Shadowverse. The herald and Julia disappeared, leaving Maddow to walk his way to the infirmary. There, he found a tall building that looked no bigger or different to a well-made stone church with a spire. The inside looked like a modern hospital, and one that was incredibly busy, with nurses and healers running up and down the reception area. A large man appeared before him in attire he had never seen before. Name and status? Why does he need to know that? Maid O'Howd, and my status is negative? The man looked at him like he was an idiot before sighing and taking cherry from him. I meant the girl. Oh, Maddow muttered, feeling his cheeks burn. Her name is, I don't know, Cherry something. But she is badly hurt. The man was not pleased with him, but he disappeared before Maddow could fix his mistake. He sighed and decided to exit the infirmary, bumping into one of Andrea's friends at the entrance. Her eyes went wide before she grabbed him. Oi, you! Where the hell are Andrea, Thomas, and Zoya? Have you seen them? Valerie. I think her name is Valerie. Andrea is safe, he said, removing the girl's hands from him. Also, this Thomas. He is safe. I took them out of the function before things got bad. But I don't know where Zoya is. Valerie glared at him for a moment before sighing. Thanks for looking out for them. He nodded before moving to exit, stopping to look back at Valerie. Are you okay? Valerie looked up at him with anger before something gave way and her eyes shifted away. I'm angry. His snort turned into laughter, and it got even louder the angrier she became. Sorry, it is just... He pointed to the exit. Come now, let's go and see if your friends are fine. Valerie looked as if she was about to refuse him before she sighed and followed after him. Sure, 2 heads are better than 1, I guess. They walked in silence for a while before he cleared his throat. Sorry for laughing at you. I was the student of a herald of wrath, so what you said was funny to me. To her credit, she kept her surprise well hidden. Oh, so you're one of them, huh? One of the betrayers. Maddow took a moment to better translate his joke before saying, I am the betrayer of the betrayers. She raised an eyebrow before smirking. Good. I'd have had to have killed you, otherwise. Fair, Maddow agreed. Can I be honest with you? Her suspicion was immense, but Maddow did not mind it. He believed it was well earned. I'd have hoped you were honest with me from the start. He smiled. Always. But in this thing, I want you to know that I do mean it. I think you would make a good herald of wrath. Her laughter was a surprise, a welcome one. You're trying to recruit me now, lad. A little late, don't you think? Maddow chuckled. Maybe. Just an idea I was having. She shook her head as her laughter died down. I'm not the religious type. My parents tried to convince me it's sound. Aisling has for years, too, when she was a loon for it. But it isn't for me. Maddow could not fault her much, since he was not one who was given much of a choice. Hartono could sense both his anger and his potential, and kidnapped him to foster it. He had no choice in becoming the boy that he was today, and the demons that walked with him were his master's gifts. They were his own now, and Maddow had to deal with them one day. He would start today when he handed himself in. You said no, Maddow said. When Liam came to you? Valerie snorted. I said no, but I didn't know that this is what he was going to do. He was ambiguous about it, and rightfully so. Had he not, then he would be dead right now. She is me, Maddow realized, if I was not such a basket case. He barely remembered the fight he had had with Liam and his sister. The memories were there, of course, but they floated around his head like a dream from a year ago. Then how did you survive? He asked. She shrugged in response. I was in one of the lecture halls set aside for the top 150. I didn't really care for it, but apparently there was some alcohol there that I kind of wanted to try. When things kicked off, we didn't hear a thing. A noise-canceling spell had been used. They worked hard to convince us to stay, but a dark beam of energy blew up the wall, and that let us know something was up. By the time I was able to get out of there, her eyes looked glossy as memories resurfaced that were best left in the back of one's mind. Corpses everywhere, and I was skay, worried that I'd stumble upon Zoya or Thomas or Andrea. I left then, like a cowardly twat. I left to go and look for them, hoping they got out because it was better than looking through dead bodies to find them. Maddow stopped on the pathway that led to the offices and placed a firm hand on her shoulder. "This is where I stop. I hope that you find them, Valerie." Her eyebrows furrowed as she shrugged his hand off of her. "What for? I thought you were going to help me." He sighed. I know, but I must do something first." She did not seem any more pleased, but was not going to try and stop him either. "Oh, well, best of luck to you." Valerie turned and began to jog away, but stopped a few meters from where he stood. "Hey, what's your name again?" Maddow snorted. "Is this why you keep calling me lad?" Valerie laughed. "No and yes." "Maddow," he said. "Tell Andrea I say bye." "Andrea hates goodbyes," Valerie responded. "She's more of a see you later kind of girl." He smiled at that. "That seems like something she'd say. I only wish I could have heard her say it, even just once." "Then tell her I will see her later." Maddow watched Valerie disappear over a hill before turning and walking down to the offices. The gifts of worship. The Phoenician sat on his terrace, his eyes closed but his soul open to reap what had been sowed. The harvest had been bountiful indeed. Camelot was a hotbed for emotions right now. Charbel was certain that Baines and his flock of fools were feeding well, and Charbel was happy for them, despite their differences. Why anyone would be fine worshipping a certain part of the source when one could reap benefits from all of it was beyond him, but he would allow them their difference in prayer, for now. He looked at his watch, the only piece of clothing on him at the moment, and smiled, quickly doing the calculations in his head. All members of the council would have been alerted to what had occurred in Calridia by now, and all 100 would be discussing when to have their next meeting. Charbel was certain there would be a mini-meeting to establish when the real meeting would be, and it was for that very reason he loathed bureaucracy. It was a system that assigned people important titles, promoted endless conversation, and little else thereafter. It was why he paid such things little mind. This particular meeting, though, was one he would be watching with close interest. The council was made of 100 powerful nobles from all over the world, but this was not a council of equals by any stretch of the imagination. Among the 100, 75 were the tribunes, and the remaining 25 were part of the Senate. Among the Senate, there were 10 proconsuls, and those proconsuls were further divided into 3 consuls, often referred to as the triumvirate. The 3 seats of power were occupied by god-killers, one and all, 2 from families that could trace their lineage back thousands of years, and one by a man so powerful that the seat going to any other would have been unimaginable. These 3 were thought to be the first among equals, but in truth, Octavian Nerva occupied the role of his namesake as the first citizen of the magical world. And from what he had seen, felt, and heard, Charbel would not really fault him for occupying that seat. He was, when disregarding loud minority opinions, the most powerful creature on the planet. So powerful that even the avatars of gods, heralds whose bodies have been possessed by the god they serve as a human vessel on earth, would not be betting favorites in a fight against him. And that was why he was God-killer, like his brother and the 2 other members of his triumvirate. It is this power that made this undertaking so daunting, and yet his fear and worry were always overwhelmed by his excitement and delight. For what was life without a little risk? That was not to say that he was a complete madman, despite what others believe of him. He knew he needed allies, strong ones at that, and it was why he was willing to work with the bane of his existence, Boudica Nerva. The woman was a fascist and a tyrant, but Charbel did try to give grace where he could. She was a German, born in the early 20th century. Such traits were laced into the breast milk of her wet nurse. Boudica hated religion, but was overly ambitious and would have made a wonderful herald of envy were she so inclined to accept these boons. Charbel would have loved nothing more than for her to fall into such temptations, not only because it would remove a future enemy of his from the board, but because her cousin would refuse it outright and switch gods out of sheer spite. She and Baines had been willing bedfellows but uneasy ones, who knew that he was going to try to stab them in the back as much as he knew they would try to as well. He rested his true diplomatic victories on the other families of the council, those powerful enough to wield influence, but were trapped on the periphery of ultimate power. It was the one blessing he received from the curse of the council, that their system so readily placed them in the same room as the ambitious, who their hierarchy inevitably made into potential foes. The infighting had been present from the get-go, but it had remained pretty civilized. Marriage alliances, the spreading of rumors, and even the odd bit of poison laced into drinks and food. Nothing that would have shamed them were such things to become public knowledge. However, the time for such starters was at an end, and it was Charbel's duty to ensure that the main course was a feast worthy of bloodthirsty gods. In the next week, there would be two factions formed among the council, one that would demand retribution and persecution, and another that would argue for clemency and reconciliation. Octavian will have a choice to make, and whichever decision he went with would inevitably alienate half of his council. Charbel knew Octavian Nerva, for whom in this world of magic and sorcerer did not know the magician, the sorcerer of their time. Octavian was a diplomat and powerful statesman, the sort that would have made Bismarck bend the knee and recognize him for his ability. He was easy to like, but never outright loved. He was just as feared, but never truly hated. Octavian was respected, and respected more than any who dwelled in their world. He never raised his voice nor his aura, and treated even those he disagreed with the utmost respect, for he had long learned that all men are the kings of their world, the captain of their ship, the hero of their life, and any insult against that would be an irreconcilable sin. That was not to say that he was a pushover, for the man was not. His no's were firm and accompanied with no reason or explanation, for that to him was the end of the matter, and such an end could only occur as a consequence of his say-so. His reputation allowed for such things, for all who lived during the two wars saw with their own eyes the power he wielded. Where manpower ran low or was needed elsewhere, Octavian Nerva alone would be sent to battlefields to hold the line, to allow others to rest. Enemy commanders who proved themselves too competent would become the target of his attention, and his focus always proved deadly. Charbel knew no other time in which the gods had fewer heralds on earth than the month in which Octavian made hunting them and taking their heads a game. But of course, his true claim to the throne he occupied was his defeat of his brother in single combat. Julian Nerva had done all Octavian had accomplished during both wars, if not more. But when his elder brother spoke, even that brute was inclined to listen. Thus, no others could use the excuse of insolence. Were there any man who could wiggle his way out of this, it would be him. But that was what Boudica was for. Her new council, which was small and otherwise insignificant, would grow in renown tonight, for they would have dispatched magicians to the school far quicker than the council. Of course, this was because Boudica was privy to things and had gained more information than Charbel had been prepared to give. He was kind to her, eliminating only the spies of her siblings and allowing her own spies to live, for her undermining of the council would serve him well. In exchange for this kindness, she was going to take the position of clemency. In any other instance, Octavian could smile and accept the offer with good grace, but not this time, since the cleanup would have given her the political capital to be taken seriously. If all things fell into place, Octavian would, in turn, be inclined to undermine her emerging counsel by going against her judgment, and that would suit him just fine. Charbel, he muttered to himself, leave such thoughts for another time, and revel in the now. The air was thick with the scent he loved most, wafting from acts of worship, done in ignorance or full knowledge. It made no difference so long as it was done. Somewhere far off, a man rolled out of a bed with velvet-colored sheets, putting on his watch and checking his phone to see 4 missed calls from a wife he loved. The sight of her worry instilled a new sense of guilt that made him want to build a time machine and stop himself from ever making the offer to the woman in the hotel bed to spend the night. And on any other night, such guilt would have won out, but not on this one. The woman crawled from out the sheets and wraps her arms around his shoulder, and for the first time in a decade, he stirs quickly after committing the act without the aid of man's science and medicine. His guilt does not slip away, but is instead added to the stew of pleasure, enhancing it as he commits the same sin so soon after his confessional. In the distance, there is a man sat with his accountant, looking at his finances for the 4th time that week. Already he had paid his taxes for the year, but what remained needed to be protected as well. It was not that he minded contributing his fair share, but he did not believe it was right for him to pay any more than he was actually going to use. The roads would be paved, the police paid, and other services handled, and so any more of his money would just inevitably go to things he did not vote for or even agree with. And that, to him, did not seem right or fair, especially when one took into account the thousands of employees who worked for him were able to pay taxes themselves, alongside afford a good life too. No, he had done his part, and it was not right that he should do any more. He signed on the dotted line, smiled, and shook hands with the man who had just saved his millions from going into the hands of the lazy and unwilling. Charbel laughed, seeing the girl who had spent the last week being laughed at, due to a video she had made with someone she trusted and loved, being leaked for all to see. Get her revenge. She did not know why she was the one who was being laughed at, whose friends no longer wished to associate with her, while he seemed to only receive praise and high fives. She'd spent a week in hell, crying and hurting, but to no avail. She was not crying now, however, as she huffed with her hands on her knees and her brother's baseball bat on the ground. Now was a time for laughter, as she picked the bat up and ran as she saw the lights in the house turn on, wishing on a shooting star that she got to see his face after he saw his cherished car banged up and destroyed. A man sat at a table, having spent the whole week running a marathon he had been preparing for months and months. He had thought that the waffles and coffee he had would have been suitable, but his stomach growled at him, and he was inclined to listen. He had been disciplined and well-behaved for over 16 weeks and deserved to let loose. He sat before the menu, unsure of whether to get the special of the day or something else entirely. Eventually, he stopped the waiter and asked for both, and a third thing on the menu an hour later as well. Far away in some city, a girl sat in her bed, having just finished an exhausting and grueling week of exams. She had handed in her resignation the day before, no longer in need of a job at a diner if she was set to never return to the town that had demanded from her 10-hour workdays just to balance her finances and her schooling. Her friends had twice asked her to go out with them that night, and had asked 4 times the 2 nights before, but she again refused them. She was exhausted and wanted nothing more than to sit in her bed, eating from the giant bowl she filled with popcorn, watching reruns of The Office. They had made some small, snide remarks, but she did not care, for she was happy doing exactly that. After weeks of deadlines and needing to be somewhere at a certain time, being able to just laze around and enjoy a TV show she used to watch with her siblings was heaven to her. A few countries over from her, another woman sat on a cycling machine in her basement, a picture of a man in a tux and a woman in a white dress spurning her own to ignore the pain in her legs and the exhaustion in her lungs. She was certain that such people were well behind her until she chanced running into them at the supermarket, beaming with joy and happiness that should have been hers. Such things were taken from her, along with her future of a happy family. But she would not let them. She refused to allow those who did not deserve her to take away her future, and she would show them so. And somewhere near Charbel was a person sat in their car, sobbing silently as they looked upon the last thing they held most dear. They had been certain that this time around the stars would align and things would have fallen into place for them, but that was not to be. They had put it all on the line in that parlay, and were only a few bounces of a ball away from fixing every downright miserable thing in their life. Now, they sat in their car, ready to give away an heirloom that had been a part of their family since the Civil War. They opened their phone and saw that same number staring back at them, waiting for them to call, to ask for help, to admit they had No, they realized there was nothing such a call could do for them. That time was long gone. Now they had to think of a plan to fix things. They pulled out the key to their car, looked at it long and hard, before reinserting it and driving off, prepared to make one more wager. All or nothing. Such tastes and smells were but 7 among 1,000,000, all throughout a world that worshipped in ignorance. But that need not be the way of things for much longer, for these wayward herds would soon have a worthy shepherd, one who planned on harnessing such acts to feed the source and fuel it to greater and greater heights. The fools of his world believed that the source was finite, that it was spread too thin as is, but they were only partially right. The glass to them was half empty, where it should have been half full. The source could grow, he believed, if nurtured, looked after, and encouraged to grow, and he meant to do exactly that if he could only be given a chance. "What are you doing out there?" a voice called out to him from the darkness of his room. The name of the woman was irrelevant to him, for she was only a tool to him, a utensil to serve as a means to administer worship in a form he quite enjoyed. Taking it all in, he said, looking back out at the beautiful skyline of Tokyo, a city that was as large and immense as his own ambitions, the capital city of a country that had so much hidden potential to feed the source if they would only be unshackled and allowed to roam wild. They did it once, and Charbel had loved them very much for it. Perhaps this country should be his next. "Well, come and take me then," she said, and the Phoenician smiled as he felt himself stir. "Time for me to do my part." Very little to be thankful for. Andrea looked at the pair of sneakers once more and continued to mull over whether or not to just leave them before she sighed and put them back down on the bed. "Fucking hell," Valerie snapped. "Just make a choice, you fucking twat." Andrea looked back at the pair of shoes, picked them up and said, "You really think I should?" "Yes." She looked them up and down before putting them back down. "I'm just not sure." Andrea ducked in time to dodge the first thrown slipper, but not the second, which collided with the side of her head. "Ow, bitch, I will drown you if you do that again." Valerie rolled her eyes and looked at Zoya. "Look, Z, Andrea wants to drown me. Should I run?" Zoya frowned. "Valerie Williams, you better be kind to Andrea," she said, a smirk slowly appearing on her face, "now that it is so clear just how much she means to you." Andrea laughed along with Zoya as Valerie tried to hide her blush. If you bring it up again, I will drown you both." She approached Valerie and wrapped an arm around her shoulders and pouted. "Aw, Val, you don't gotta play tough no more. I know you love me, I know you care, I can just shout whenever, and you'll—" Valerie picked her up and threw her all the way onto her bed, Andrea laughing as she bounced twice. Again, again! "You lot are still here," Priscilla Wellington asked, "and here I'd been hoping for some peace and quiet." The girl was the last one outside of their trio to still be here, and had apparently planned to stay on campus like Valerie had. However, the school had announced that the entire campus was to be evacuated, and that accommodations for those staying during the break would be made within the city. She had been friendly enough with them before the incident, but the three of them had invited her to share their pushed-together beds as they sat and watched things on Andrea's laptop. She had proven to appreciate it, but Priscilla was never going to admit as much. "You and me both," Valerie added. "Came to make sure these two get out as soon as possible." Andrea could not help but roll her eyes. "Val, when is it going to end, bruh? You acting like you don't love us is so season 1. Zoya laughed. "Speak for yourself, Andy. She's loved me since day 1. Isn't that right, Williams?" Andrea had expected her to fold her arms and roll her eyes, and maybe even spice it up with a scoff, to be extra about it. She was not expecting Valerie's eyes to fall away and her cheeks to burn like a furnace. I'll say that you've grown on me some, the both of you." "Force of light, extend my touch," Valerie shouted. She had extended her palm to keep Andrea from jumping on her. "What? Why? Bruh, I just want a hug." "Give it to Prissy," Valerie said, and Andrea winced as she felt something pushing her from the other side. "Double it and give it to Zoya." Zoya was not able to use a force field, and so she instead held her luggage bag up between her and Andrea. "No." Andrea closed the door as they went downstairs, having decided to take the sneakers with her. She was glad to see Priscilla had taken the offer to join them outside. She was from some region of London, but did not come from a magician family. Instead, a friend of her father's who had noted her potential had mentored her. She was of average height with long brown hair that had ringlets at the end and dark brown eyes that almost looked black from afar. The girl had the rosiest cheeks Andrea had ever seen and an upturned nose with full lips. They found a place with a lovely view of the college, if one ignored the parts of the college that had been destroyed, underneath a large oak tree. The dorms were situated on one large and sloping hill, with Andrea's being one of the few on the lower rung. They sat outside a Thomas's dormitory named Galahad Manor, situated above at the very top. Andrea had been sad to hear that he had left already, but he had messaged her to let her know that he had already arrived home. "Where did you get those kicks anyway?" Priscilla asked, and Andrea picked up one to observe it more closely. "Would you believe me if I said that I'd found them on my bed, waiting for me?" "No," Priscilla answered immediately. "I don't mind you being a dirty thief, Andy. I just hate that you didn't think to cop anything for the rest of us." Valerie snorted. "Exactly what I said. I really can't stand the greedy. Us working-class folk need to band together, and yet her she is, looking out for herself. You make me sick, lass." She laughed. I'm nothing if not a champion for the people. We can share it, have our own lil sisterhood of the traveling pants." Zoya raised an eyebrow among the laughter. "I don't know what that is." Andrea sighed. "Z, we're going to spend the next 2 weeks watching a lot of things. A lot of things. All I ask is that you do it with a notepad. Yes, bruh, pen to paper, because I'm tired of making references you don't understand." Zoya feigned a deep frown. "Pen to paper?" Andrea nodded and gave her a fist bump. They looked back out in front of the college landscape again, taking in the carnage and their survival of it all. "Mato didn't say anything to you about where he was going?" she asked again, and Valerie shook her head. "The lad is an odd one, Andy. I doubt he would tell me anything, and I doubt he even has a plan." Andrea did not ask any further questions, as she noted Zoya squirming. Andrea felt Anansi's grip, and her eyes caught sight of Mr. Pennyworth in the distance. His invisible eyes focused upon her. He slowly turned and walked away, and Andrea was forced to sigh and stand up. "Y'all mind waiting for me by Gate E?" "I don't really have a choice." Zoya muttered. I do, and I say no, Valerie argued. I also have a choice, yeah, but abstain from voting, Priscilla added. Buy my vote, Andrea. She laughed and pulled out her purse. It so recently filled with money given to her by Julian to pay for her and Zoya's flights home. I'll treat you. Priscilla grinned. The yays have it. She stood up and made her way down the hill's cobbled pathway, trying to prepare herself for the confrontation she had been hoping would happen. Andrea had spent the last 2 nights arguing with Anansi in his shitty throne room about whether or not to confront Julian with her suspicions. Her mother and he had crossed paths again in the 90s in order for these shoes to end up within his college's possession. It was still 2 decades before she was ever conceived, so perhaps that particular thing was not a lie, but she was about sick and tired of his lack of care and honesty about anything. The man did not even bother to check up on whether or not she was alive, and probably would not have been had it not been for Maddo and his fucked up moral compass. Calm down, she reminded herself. Check in, get your answers, and leave. Simple as all that. Andrea found Mr. Pennyworth waiting for her, and despite her affection for the invisible man, her anger for Julian led to a cold greeting. They entered the Cadillac, and this time around, Andrea entered the back seat and sat in silence as the car pulled out and drove up a different hill to take her to the house of her absentee protector. Andrea did not wait for the door to be opened for her and nodded her thanks before marching into the manor of Julian. Andrea entered and stood in the foyer, trying to sense where he was, and found him in his office. She marched down the hallway without Mr. Pennyworth's direction, standing by the door and knocking to wait for an answer. Come in, Andrea. Julian's deep voice and archaic accent made her hesitate a moment before she gathered her courage and opened the door. She was determined not to allow the conversation to derail like it had last time. Andrea was surprised to see the state of the man, enough to gasp as she entered. He was still as imposing and terrifying as any other time she had crossed paths with him, but this time he looked uncharacteristically disheveled. His suit still looked expensive, but he wore it without a tie and an undone waistcoat, with a white shirt that lacked the top 2 buttons. Julian's demeanor was that of a tired man, one who usually looked like a healthy, strong man in his mid to late 30s, but now he looked 5 or even 10 years older. The gray and white in his hair seemed more distinct than the black. He noticed her and stood up to approach her, closing the door behind her before nodding his head. Hello, Andrea. How are you? Furious, exhausted, sad, scared, traumatized, Andrea could have said any of those words and would have probably said them with venom in her tone, but she instead said, Fine, just a little tired. He nodded his head and moved to sit back behind his desk, gesturing for her to join him. Andrea followed the gesture and sat down as he neatly cleared his desk of any documents before Julian gave her his undivided attention. Are you hungry? I have another meeting, but... Thank you, she said, doing well to keep her voice clear of any emotion. But my friends and I plan on heading into town to go and get something to eat. For the first time ever, he seemed uncertain and hesitant. Okay, that makes sense. I know you had told me that you preferred flying home, but I feel inclined to remind you that my chariot is at your disposal. In truth, it would save her. Well, really, it would save Julian. $1,600 and maybe even a few hours, too. But Andrea's spite was worth more than that. If it would cost him more money, she was prepared to fly for a whole day, maybe even 2. I appreciate that, Julian. But Zoya and I were going to see a bit of London before we left, so we might as well leave the way we're planning to. He nodded his head again before sitting back in his seat. The two shared an awkward silence that was only interrupted by the ticking sound of a clock. You are annoyed with me? She almost rolled her eyes. No, but first, do you have your passive empathy spell on? Yes. Oh, then I change my answer to yes, she said. Julian sighed and rubbed his eyes beneath his shades. Would you prefer to tell me why you are annoyed with me? This man is audacity made manifest. I mean, outside of the fact that you never came to check up on me, despite me being a part of a magical school shooting and you being my magical protector. Julian cocked his head. I had received substantiated reports that you were saved. Andrea did not know whether to laugh or cry, but decided, for the sake of her dignity, to laugh, dripping with her disgust. Bruh, reports. And who substantiated these reports? The fucking stranger who saved my life? He nodded. Yes, a stranger to you. He was tasked with saving you. Andrea raised an eyebrow and decided to press him on this front. And why the hell was he someone you trust with my life? Because, he snapped. I just do. Sorry, Andrea said with a smirk. I can't take your word for it there. Unsubstantiated. He seemed dumbfounded. Unsubstantiated? Unsub-fucking-stantiated, she snapped back. What have you given me to indicate that I should? Julian snorted, something she, somehow, found to be beneath him. Unless it has to do with my money, that never arrives late. Yes, she agreed. Unlike you, who was supposed to be my protector. If it wasn't for that stranger, I would have been dead. He pulled off his shades and rubbed his eyes, and it was the first time she had ever seen his eyes. They were surprisingly large and shone blue with the design of a clock in the middle, the sight of which sent Anansi wilding. You had other responsibilities, she snorted. I understand that, Mr. Nerva, but you couldn't come and see me, put a hand on my shoulder, check in on me after I saw the bodies of my classmates in a pool of blood? She could feel her blood begin to boil, but Andrea was putting in an admirable performance not to scream at him right now. But it's fine because some dude came on by and yanked me out of being choked to death. His sigh added another 5 years onto him, and she honestly loved to see it. Again. Yeah, I heard you, she said, interrupting him again. You sent an employee to save me. Very good, Julian. Not like half your other employees didn't go rogue anyway. Julian frowned. The man was my brother, Andrea, not my employee. I would have come myself if it was not my blood coming to help you. She froze as her mind went over the note that had been left to her. Welcome to the family. That man. Welcome to the family. That man was your brother? Julian cocked his head but did not deny it. Correct, my younger brother. Hannibal Nerva. He would not have been my first choice to come and save you, but... Andrea laughed as she opened her luggage bag and threw the pair of shoes onto his desk, pointing at them. You told me you met my mama back during the Vietnam War. Julian did not pick up the shoes. Yes, and what of it? She gave you those back in the 90s, she said. He nodded. Yes, the 90s. I still do not understand your point here, Andrea. As a magician, if there is one thing you should take away from Julian Nerva, it is that he is an exceptionally good liar. Andrea's laughter hardened to the point of struggling to breathe. Julian. He was on his feet now and by her side within a flash. Andrea, are you unwell? Peachy, she said, wiping away a tear. When did you say you met my mother again? He sighed. Andrea, what? When? She snapped, this time allowing the tears to fall. Julian cleared his throat. Around the time of the Vietnam War. And then again in the 90s, she continued. He knelt beside her and nodded his head. And then again in the 90s. Andrea felt her heartbeat like a drum and had to dig her nails into the wooden handles. And then again, in time to conceive me? He surprised her with how blunt he was. Yes. She concentrated as much magic into her fist as she could, landing the blow against Julian's face to no avail. He did look ashamed, however. I deserved that. Andrea got up and made for the door, but was stopped in her tracks by a strong hand wrapped around her wrist. Andrea, wait! She tried the punch again, this time landing it dead center on his stomach, but again to no avail. Andrea's punch did tear a hole in his shirt, and she was pleased with at least that. "Andrea." "Yes, Dad?" she said in a mocking tone. Julian winced. "Fair. Just stay and allow me to explain." Andrea pulled her arm away from him. "No, thank you. Keep your explanation. I'll get it from my mother, who has always been there for me. My mother, who won't walk out on me only to lie about being my parent when next I see her. My mother, who... Andrea was sobbing now and so decided to turn her back on him and leave. I gotta go. My friends are waiting for me." Julian sighed and sat back down. "Okay, I will see you after the break. We will talk then." Andrea closed the door and ran out of the manor, straight into a brick wall. Strong arms stopped her from falling. "Pardon, I hope that you are okay." She nodded. The man was tall, well over 6 feet, with a lean build that did not well explain the strength in his hands. "I am. Thank you, and good catch." He chuckled as he let her go before cocking his head. "I hope that you do not mind my saying this, but," he said, speaking in an accent that reminded her of Julian, "but you do not seem okay." Andrea felt compelled to take the handkerchief that she had been offered. It was also the first time that she noticed the suit and style. He was a handsome man with a square jaw serving as part of the outline for a long face. His nose was long and aquiline and his lips full, with a small scar on the corner of the lower one. His face was covered in a 5 o'clock shadow and accentuated by light brown eyes that had more life in them than a newborn. His hair was a curly, dark brown nest, neatly trimmed and arranged around his head, with the sides shaved lower into a taper. His beige skin was flawless, without a blemish. He looked like a man in his 30s, gifted with good and youthful genes, and a smile that was as if the sun had been given a wonderful personality. His shirt and suit were black and form-fitting, paired with velvet red socks that were the same color as the handkerchief in her hand. It's been a long weekend, really." He nodded, and his face showed more genuine concern in those 5 seconds than she had seen from Julian over the course of 5 full conversations. The man placed a hand on her shoulder, and it was so soft a gesture that she would have thought that he was as weak as she was. But even she could tell that that was not the case. His aura covered him like a suit of armor, in a manner that was so effortless that Andrea thought that perhaps he had been leaking, like she once had. To be around him made her feel sluggish and slow, like someone had thrown a heavy, wet blanket on her. But at the same time, there was a mild comfort in it, like the warmth of a fire one finds waiting for them after a long day in the snow. "I have heard and know that my heart breaks to hear that you had to go through all of that. Truly, it was a tragedy that our children should never be subjected to," he said, with such overwhelming sincerity that it drew another tear from her. "Octavian." Andrea turned at the sound of Julian's voice. It was his usual calm and stoic demeanor on the surface, but beneath that was a lack of warmth that she was surprised that he was capable of. Julian said something in French. It was far too fast and old, archaic, for her to understand. It was like if someone had played a section of Shakespearean movie at 2 times speed. The man known as Octavian nodded. "I am, my apologies." He turned to Andrea and gave her a warm, reassuring smile. "I know that you are hurting right now, and it is the failure of your elders that you are. And as one of them, know that you have both my prayers and most sincere apologies. But come what may, good character will always persevere and triumph all, even this evil." Andrea stared at him as he turned and faced Julian, saying something back in that old, archaic French as the two moved toward Julian's office. Before Octavian entered and followed Julian, he turned toward her and smiled, giving her a quick wave before following after her father and closing the door. She turned when she felt something touch her shoulder, and she found Betsy and Lizzie both stood watching her. Andrea quickly wiped the tears away and forced a smile back onto her face. "Hey guys, sorry about the tears. I'm just so happy to see you." They did not believe her, but they were far too kind to mention it. Must be that famous English politeness I'd heard so much about, Andrea thought, although she had been her for months and never experienced it once from any of her classmates. The two had a basket carried between the two of them, and Andrea looked inside to see a bunch of chocolates, some flowers, a few bath salts, and a note in the middle of it all. She thanked them as she took the basket and opened the note, laughing when she saw the OK hand emoji and question mark that dominated the piece of paper. "Yes," she said, wiping away some more tears. "Yes, I am okay. Thank you for asking, guys." Andrea held up the basket and her smile grew. "And thank you even more for this. I cannot wait to dig in." Mr. Pennyworth appeared with some other invisible workers to take her bags for her. "Thank you," she said, sounding a bit sheepish. "And, sorry for being so cold earlier. My mama would have been disappointed in me for that one." Mr. Pennyworth gave her a quick pat on the back before leading her to the car and returning her to the bottom of the hill. Andrea picked up her luggage bag and carried the basket in her other hand, forced to use her shrouding to carry it all. "I'll pray for you when I get home, Mr. Pennyworth. You and Betsy and Lizzie." He gave her an awkward but well-appreciated hug before departing back to go and serve Julian. No, she realized, to go back and serve my father. Andrea felt that same feeling in her gut, and she began to wonder just how much Anansi knew. He had told her once that his connection to his mother had been much stronger, and that he had a better view into the world because of it. If that motherfucker knew anything, I'm going to a clinic and tying my tubes first thing when I turn 18. Andrea considered dropping by to see Ms. Boniface, but thought against it, both because of how awkward an interaction that would be for her, and also because she had kept her friends waiting long enough. Andrea felt like a complete and utter fool for having not seen the trick. It was a good lie. Even she could admit that much, for it was not technically a lie. Julian had met his mother back around the Vietnam War, but that was just their first meeting. For all Andrea knew, the two had gone on a couple dates, lost contact with one another, and met back up in the 90s by sheer coincidence, leading to the two rekindling their relationship. Andrea shivered and almost threw up from the memories of her going on and on about how handsome Julian had been with Kayla. But the man had only become uglier and uglier to her after each conversation, to the point that she'd begun to wonder what her mother ever saw in a man like that. Okay, relax now, Andrea told herself. He is still 6 foot, handsome, and extremely wealthy. All that can make up for a trash-ass personality. But she did not think all of that should have done enough to warrant having a child with him, and out of wedlock too, which confused Andrea to no end. Her mother was a Christian woman, well, allegedly, and remarked upon waiting for marriage if possible the one time she tried to have the talk with Andrea. But now Andrea was hearing how she had gone and had a whole child with a flame she met all the way back in the 60s. Who is to say that they aren't married, though? Andrea thought. Such a thought would have been outright hilarious a little more than a few hours ago, but now she was not so sure. It would have to be another thing she asked her mother about, a list that was growing more and more, to the point of Andrea wondering if her mother was not just a liar like Julian. All the love in the world could not cover for this level of betrayal, and Andrea hoped for the sake of her relationship with her mother that this had all been Julian's idea. She did not mind his and her relationship taking another hit. It would be adding more shit to a shit Sunday at that point. But her mother had gone along with it regardless, and that demanded answers. Andrea crossed the spot she had stood when she first had met Ms. Boniface, a woman who she found so attractive that she wondered if she was bisexual, and the memory made Andrea want to headbutt a wall, without her shrouding on, of course. Ms. Boniface had children who were her cousins. I have fucking cousins, Andrea thought, and her mind was filled with more questions. Who were they? Were they cool like her or bums like Julian? Were they nice or magician supremacists, like Julian? That did not also include her uncle, who had saved her life, and she did not even know who he was. It explained his kindness, though, and that of Drusilla. It was crazy that her uncle and aunt, thoughts that were crazy all on their own, were a lot more affectionate to her than her own father had been. Andrea would rather talk about that side of the family with her mother and Drusilla, though. Auntie Drusilla. No reason not to be polite, Andy. She finally found her friends waiting for her at the gate, and Andrea knew that this was going to make her wallet hurt. Who cares, she realized. My father is rich. She knew that she probably looked like a crazy person laughing on her own as she walked down the ramp. This whole time, Andrea had been on Kayala's ass about coming from a rich family when her own father was part of one of the richest families alive. And if anything, it meant that she had a chance to be rich too when Julian died. Just another reason why I got to plan the murder of this man. Took you long enough, Valerie complained before leaning in to get a better look at her. You weren't crying, were you? Andrea nodded. From laughter, after remembering how relieved you were to find me alive. Valerie rolled her eyes. Gods, next time I won't give a shit. Here's hoping there isn't a next time, Priscilla muttered. For as bad as things had gotten for them, they could have ended up like Priscilla, who had to come in and verify the body of several friends who had been brutally murdered. If she ever found out about Zoya's role in things, she'd probably have tried to kill her for it. Any word on whether or not they've caught these people yet? Andrea asked, and Priscilla shook her head. Not yet, but soon as they do, I hope they hang those bastards. Most of the losses of the night would not be truly appreciated now, as people had been gone. The first morning after the break would reveal a lot, as the empty seats would truly hammer home the effects of the night. From what she had heard, it had been about 60 students who had been involved behind this, and they had caused the loss of 83 other students in the process. It brought her a great amount of shame and guilt, but Anansi had remarked how good this was for Andrea, and she felt inclined to agree. All of those students were ranked higher than she was, and all of them were now gone, removed from the obstacle course. Andrea would keep those sentiments to herself, especially around the lost and grieving like Priscilla. Factor in that Andrea lost none of her friends. For her, it was a night of trauma, but not necessarily a tragedy. Well, that's excluding Maddo and Liam. Zoya had, after many minutes of asking, finally come clean to it all. She had admitted to coming across this information through luck, as she had stumbled upon 2 girls talking about the night in question. She had thought about telling the teachers, but stopped herself at the last second. Firstly, Zoya did not have much information outside of hearsay, and secondly, she had quickly come to realize the potential in this for her. Zoya had scored a ranking higher than Andrea, but that was like saying you'd rather have a cocaine addiction than be a fentanyl addict. Sometimes it's just splitting hairs. Andrea could not fault her for this line of thinking, despite some resentful feelings still kicking around, because she herself had just come to the realization of the benefit of the whole thing. Hell, she was not entirely positive that she would not have done the same thing if she were in the same position. Of course, Andrea would have tried to do a deal that protected her friends, but again, she was working on those feelings. Anyway, Zoya remembered Valerie complaining to her about how weird Liam had been when he had approached her, and figured he might be involved. So, she approached him, and the stars had aligned enough for her guess to be right. He recruited her to their cause, and looking back on it, Liam had been using her as cannon fodder. Apparently, he had become worried with Maddo's disillusionment and was going to use her to get to him. When Valerie asked how, Zoya burst into tears and had to be calmed down over the course of 5 minutes before she said that Liam wanted her to kill Andrea. That had made her angry and sick to her stomach. But ultimately, she had agreed to let bygones be bygones and swallowed the negative emotions enough to reassure Zoya that everything was okay. Valerie had, of course, asked if Zoya was an idiot, because if Maddo then came after her, what was her plan going to be then? Zoya cried some more, and Andrea and Valerie lulled her to sleep, leaving the two of them to try and piece it all together. Valerie suggested that Liam had meant to sneak up on and kill Maddo in the midst of him killing Zoya, or at least use her as a way to fulfill the goal while keeping their hands clean, and thus directing Maddo's rage onto her solely. Andrea fully agreed with that. Valerie also suggested that Maddo was in love with her, and to better increase her chances of survival, Andrea should find him, seduce him, and convince him to kill all the students who finished above her. Andrea was not sure about him being in love with her, but she cringed at the idea. As much as she found his shyness cute, the two hardly knew each other, and him being aligned with mass murderers meant that what was a very low chance immediately hit zero. She was not opposed to finding the boy who had saved her and Thomas's life, but she would rather do anything else than seduce him and use him as a weapon of destruction. Andrea wondered what had come of JJ and Liam. The former had been an acquaintance at best, as it was not easy hearing how not one, but two of your friends had been plotting your death. Andrea considered feeling flattered for the attention, but in truth it was also so they could get rid of her in a way that did not piss off Maddo. That was kind of insulting. "You guys going to be staying where exactly?" Andrea asked, and Priscilla shrugged. "Some place called the Wheaton, you know of it?" Andrea wondered what had happened with Helena, and if she was staying or going. She did not know how to feel about her former roommate, other than she owed her a punch and another English muffin. "Never heard of it," Andrea said. They spent the hour getting ice cream and chatting before Andrea and Zoya had to say their goodbyes. "Don't be a stranger," Priscilla said, giving the two of them a warm hug. "You got my numbers." Andrea shook her phone. "I'll be a bigger nuisance than you're prepared for. Just ask Valerie." Andrea had expected something sharp to come back her way, but Valerie instead said, "Well, nuisance is a bit of a strong term. I'd say that you make an impression." She surprised her further with a quick hug to both her and Zoya before turning her back toward them. "Arrive safe and stay out of trouble, the both of you." "I still can't get over how nice you're being to me," Zoya muttered as they made for the exit. "You should hate me." "Maybe," Andrea said, shocking herself with her honesty. "But at the end of the day, you did fight like hell to try and save me." Zoya nodded. "And I promise I'll fight like hell for you again, as many times as I need to." She smiled. "Damn, bruh, the guilt must be something to have you like this." "No," Zoya mumbled. "It's because you're my friend." Andrea's smile grew and she bumped her shoulder against Zoya. "And that's the very reason why I can't hate you, because you're my friend too." They departed an hour later from Heathrow Airport heading home. Flood the zone. "Whoa!" the woman exclaimed, and her look of shock was so theatrical that Charbel could not help but smile, despite his visible annoyance. "So what we're going to do, okay, is act like this was some proportional response to what this woman said. Do you know how harmful and degrading that sort of rhetoric is? If you do not want to be a fascist, then maybe don't do fascist things," the man across from her countered. And Charbel could not help but slap Simon on the back for work well done. "You have done good things here, Simon." The man, a soul cursed with a crow's nest, despite only being in his mid-30s, awkwardly returned the smile. "I am glad, Phoenician, that our work pleases you." It did, and it did not, although Charbel was far too couth to mention this to Baines's whipping boy. In truth, the investments made by the cult of the Seven Evil Eyes into the Internet have been well utilized in the pursuit of their goals. Were his and their goals more aligned, he would be the biggest supporter of what was happening. "Now is not the time for such thinking, Charbel," he told himself. Today was a day of jubilation, of celebration between two allies whose plans had succeeded. "Tell me," Charbel turned just as the conversation turned toward the death of a woman at the hands of an immigrant. How many other programs are you running that are much like this one? Simon took a moment before smiling. A fair few, Phoenician. A fair few. We have YouTube channels to ensure that these sorts of conversations are able to flood the zone at all times of the day. AI has made producing all of this even more cost-effective. The two were walking down a large hallway, one of the many rooms filled with migrant workers typing away at computer screens all day, an additional resource used to project the message. No doubt that Baines hates all these technological methods you deploy, Simon. The man's green eyes were surrounded by red, and the red besieged by the dark circles around his eyes. Simon Blood was a small and pale man by nature, and so the rings around his eyes only seemed more pronounced. He pushed his spectacles back up his aquiline nose before he responded. My lord has made his peace with it, I am afraid. He has acknowledged the necessity of it, although with strong reluctance. The two said nothing as they crossed a room where a camera crew was currently recording something that would have made a more dignified person blush. I see that Anwa's influence has seeped through, Charbel noted after the two had passed the hallway, but the moaning could still be heard. Blood did seem at least a little uncomfortable, despite coming from a family well known for their deviates and debaucheries. Believe it or not, that particular sector of our online influence had come from the mind of Lord Nerva. I believe he had convinced us by saying that the world had no shortage of gooners, whatever that may be. Charbel could scarcely hide his amusement. He would have been my next guess, although I would have lost good money had I wagered on Anwa's plan. Her associates handle the chat boxes, Simon admitted, but the lady herself has little care for such things. As you know, the spectrum of her patron is wide and vast. That was true, Charbel admitted. It was always the great mystery when dealing with one who had attracted the attention of the beings of the source. For every herald who served their goddess of lust by participating in orgies to sate their ever-growing desires, there were those whose worship came in the form of temptation and instilling that hunger in others. For every worshipper who filled their mouths and stomachs to excess with food in service to the hunger god, there was another who did great deeds by spending their days feeding as many people as possible. And within these extremes, both on either end of the spectrum, were millions of examples in between. Charbel hated them for their weakness, for succumbing to their base desires. For him, true worship could only be achieved by worship of it all, at both ends of the spectrum, and everything in between. Neither he nor the members of the cult were ignorant of this difference in ideology, but they were bedfellows all the same. That will not always be the case, he thought as he stole a glance towards Simon, surprised by how sad the thought of killing this man made him. It just goes to show how lovely and versatile our God is, Charbel said, his eyes probing Simon for a reaction. The man, to his credit, was as unreadable as a Colleen Hoover novel, keeping his eyes focused forward as he responded. Yes, he agreed. The gods are many and diverse. He chuckled as they finally reached the end of the hallway, where a large black door sat at the end of it. You will find our Lord here, Phoenician. Our? How presumptuous. I thank you, Simon. I thank you for guiding me here and granting me the pleasure of your company. I know that you were busy before my coming. With your, Simon's upper lip tugged upward. White Power podcast. Oh, should a man such as myself be offended? He bowed as he turned to leave. That is the goal, sir. Good luck and good day. Charbel laughed before he knocked on the door, waiting patiently for the mild-mannered man to invite him in. Mr. Baines, he said with a smile and his arms held out. How long has it been? The man was a turtle turned into a human being. He was short and rotund, with shoulders that hovered at the same height as his forehead, his neck extended out like a plank on a pirate's ship. Below his pointy chin was a beard made of captured fire, and above it were thin, dry lips and a nose sharper than Charbel's wit. His droopy, dark brown eyes held on for dear life on either side of his nose, and his round head was cursed with a crow's nest for hair, except his was long, unkempt, and greasy. Charbel was hit with the full force of the man's stale stench, bringing to mind an attic with rotten floorboards that was hit with far too few spritzes of perfume. My Phoenician, any time spent away from your company is a long one. The two engaged in a warm but awkward hug before Charbel accepted the gesture to sit on the chair across from Baines's own throne, a humble office chair. The man's office was a minimalist's dream. The carpet floor beneath them was stained all over, covering the floor in every shade of blue imaginable. The walls had one terrible painting of a cottage upon the shore, the frame chipped of all color to reveal the plain, tan wood below. The desk was an old one that had once been worthy of a man so powerful, but years of use, neglect, and disregard had made it look like a well-worn oaken shield. The top of the desk had an empty picture frame and papers spread out in what could only be described as clutter. "Forgive my tardiness," Charbel said, concerned for his pants as he sat in the uncomfortable chair. "I could not be so easily separated from Japan. Its beauty and untapped potential are so alluring." Mr. Baines chuckled, revealing his collection of tinged yellow teeth. Charbel would sooner the man keep his mouth shut. "I can imagine that a man such as yourself would be enamored with all the endless possibilities there." Despite the state of the being, the disheveled pinstriped suit, the stench, the overall sloth-like appearance, the Phoenician could not help but appreciate the warmth inserted into those tired eyes and strong Irish accent. "You are far too kind. Such a compliment better suits you, my friend, you and your cult of the 7 evil eyes." That made the old man burst into life with a loud, hearty laugh. "Bought into the sensationalism, have we? My one only wonders where people find the time to come up with such names." "You tell me." Charbel sat back and pondered a moment before smiling. "The use of all this technology must eat at you, my lord." The old man's amusement dripped off him like raindrops off an umbrella. "You have no idea how much it does, Charbel. It would be one thing if James had grown up with it, but no. The man was born on a plantation to dirt-poor farmers. Born and raised to till the land, were he not so exceptional in his abilities. If only that were yet still the case." The Phoenician was not at all surprised by Mr. Baines's answer. In fact, if anything, he would say that the man had underreacted. But then again, what had the Phoenician been expecting? "Preaching to the choir, my friend." Mr. Baines picked up a sheet of paper to examine. "But then again, who are you to judge? Have you not been using these technological advancements for your own benefits as well?" "Guilty," Charbel readily admitted. "Although I did not think that you were keeping tabs on me." Baines chuckled. "Keeping tabs? Do not make it seem so cynical, my friend. We only wished to know whom we were getting into bed with is all. Using evangelical Christian websites and YouTube channels to push your agenda? It was that very thing that won great praise among my colleagues." The Phoenician smiled and placed a hand on his heart. "High praise, but do not forget the megachurches, Baines. That particular well of influence cost me an arm and a leg." The old man clapped his hands. "The megachurches! How could I forget to mention them? Very well done, my boy. Were we of a similar mind on these matters, I would be rewarding you greatly right now." He put on a pout. "Oh? Come now, I didn't peg you for a man who dealt out rewards on anything other than merit." Mr. Baines chortled. "Your mistake was pegging me for a man. I am what I am, Charbel, a creature of base instincts through and through." The two shared an unnerving silence before Mr. Baines put down the paper he had been reading. "So, not that you're anything other than welcome here, Charbel, but I must ask, what brings you here?" He pulled out a cigarette box from his suit, itself a pinstripe, but one in far finer form than Baines's, and shook it at his host in offering. "No thank you," he said, shaking his head. "I do not touch the stuff." Charbel snapped his fingers and took a long drag before exhaling. "I came to see your colleague." The old man smiled, but this time it did not reach his eyes. "I have many, Charbel, so you will have to be specific." "The hedonist," he said, his tone absent of any of his own warmth. "I have come to speak to him." Mr. Baines nodded his head slowly as he picked up another sheet of paper. "I thought as much. It is not the who, Charbel, but the why." He cocked his head as he exhaled. "You must know why, old man. Please cease playing dense with me." "Careful now," Baines said, never looking up from the paper in his hands. "I do not require reverence, boy, for I am fed by actions more than words. But even my patience, endless as it may seem, has limits." "That bitch Nerva voted for the censorship of the faithful," Charbel snapped, and during the following silence, the Phoenician began to wonder if he had pushed Baines too far. "I understand your frustrations, Charbel, but allow us not to fall into the temptation of anger." There were but a score of creatures on that planet that could tell him to calm down and not immediately be killed for it. "Yes," the Phoenician agreed. "I must keep my head about me. Tell me truthfully, my lord, was this planned? Have I been betrayed by one bedfellow, or two?" Mr. Baines put the paper down before interlocking his fingers and resting them underneath his beard. "Now isn't that delicious? Phoenician, in the interest of truth, which you seem to want, am I supposed to sit here and act as if you were not on the road to ruining either of us also? You're not betrayed, Charbel Corey. You're disappointed. Disappointed that it was not you who did it first." His anger nearly flared, almost condemning him to a brutal and slow death, but eventually the humor won out, and even he could not help but smile and sit back into his chair. "Mr. Baines, are you admitting that you planned to betray me?" Mr. Baines stunk up the air with a large and tired grin. "What? Charbel, come on now. You know that I would never do such a thing. My colleagues, however—" Whatever negative feelings he held in that moment were excised in the air of his laughter. "I have no doubt, my lord." The moment of levity ended as quickly as it had begun. "What now, James?" The use of that name threw the old man off somewhat. A split second of hesitation was followed up by an uneasy smile. "Business as usual, I would presume. This invention of artificial intelligence is an abomination, but a useful one. Casey Adams, a delightful woman and an even better aide, has led a department that has churned out slop to ensure nonstop scrolling among millions." The Phoenician was annoyed by the answer, but he was not going to let the old man know that. "Good to hear. I would hate for all others to benefit from this, and not you. Indeed, Hannibal has his mukbang channel, Renfrau produces a most vile but delicious podcast, and anything involving the topic of immigrants feeds the Javan well." "James," Charbel growled, "enough. You know what it is I am here for. I must retaliate, otherwise none will fear me as I should. Many a family were convinced to follow my vision, and now I, and they, have been made to look foolish." Mr. Baines sighed and shook his head. "There was a time where there was no such thing as small talk. It was just talk." His annoyance momentarily subsided with the show of genuine sadness in the old man's eyes. It almost made him seem human. In truth, few of us truly appreciate these forms of worship. This AI slop gets it done, but it lacks, Charbel. It lacks. I wish for slow days spent on porches, or to sit upon a rock while herding sheep with a book in hand. The Phoenician tried to fight it, but he could not help the smile that appeared upon his face. I can relate, my friend. You have my sympathies. I too wonder if it is not better to deal with the heretic than one who believes, but in doing so, bastardizes what you hold dear." Mr. Baines smiled, and the two men sat in comfortable silence before the entity, formerly known as James. Baines spoke up. Hannibal will kill you before he allows you to touch his most favored sibling. Charbel had noted that possibility. Hannibal would not be able to kill me if you were in agreement with my cause. The old man shrugged. I am, but that does not mean I will help you, Phoenician. It sounds like a hassle. Charbel laughed despite the rejection. And we cannot have you doing too much now, can we? Baines grinned. Perish the thought. I am most likely to take a nap as soon as your handsome face leaves. What of Hartono? Charbel pressed. What of Renfrau? What about the rest of your colleagues? Baines shrugged once more. The Javan feels wrong, that is true, and Amy would commit 1,000 atrocities before accepting that she had been betrayed. But for the most part, this has been a success. Charbel hissed. For you, half those agents embedded within the college were my own, Baines. The half who did not lose their minds and turn on one another, the lecturers as well, and the less spent on how much political capital I lost swaying members of the council to push our agenda, the better. The old man did have the courtesy to at least look sorry for him. No doubt you have played your part. The mentors you send out to find and indoctrinate. Enlighten. Forgive me. Radicalize. Those children paid good dividends, but my colleagues and I got what we wanted. The outrage, the anger, the wounded pride, the loss of worldly possessions, all those emotions fed us and our gods well. And those who feel those emotions do not know it, but they have begun the process of joining us, whether they want to or not. Something flashed through James's eyes then, and the taste of his power almost crushed Charbel. In that split second it was released. That is why it is the way of things, Phoenician. It is better to serve the gods of emotion than your waste of a pursuit to make a new one. Noble as it is, all of humanity serves us, whether they love it or hate it, admit it or are blind to it, it matters not. And now I must betray or stop a colleague of mine from standing in your way for retribution, for a crime you had planned to commit yourself. I have always found your zealotry cute, but less so now that I see it has made you foolish. As much as I have enjoyed my time talking to you today, I must insist you leave, Phoenician. I am awfully tired and have held off my nap for far too long. Charbel said nothing as he got up from his seat and made for the door. Oh, Mr. Baines said with paper in hand, interrupt me ever again, Charbel Khoury, and I will eat your heart and devour your soul. Noted, he said. Lovely speaking with you, James. The smile of the old man returned. Do come again, Phoenician. Marrow and moonlight. Andrea cursed as she looked up and noted the distance still left to cover. Come on, Andy, she told herself. Get this one done and you're done for the day. It was the third lap of the day, and she was thankful for it. Her legs were jelly and her ankles felt hollow, as if Andrea had left all the marrow behind. Her old campus was open during the weekends, and although she was no longer an attendant of St. Martha's, her friends were. Friends who were going to talk so much shit if she didn't hurry it up. Andrea was a runner. It was one of the few physical talents she had, having run track her whole life for every incarnation of school she had ever attended, and she had been damn good at it, if she did say so herself. However, long distance was not her trade. That was not to say that she could not push herself if necessary, but 200 meters had been her specialty, running fast for long, but not long for long. Fuck my life, she groaned as she went up the hill. Talking to herself seemed to be the only way to get her through this. Well, outside of using my shrouding, but I can't use that. Maybe. But unfortunately, her shrouding would defeat the entire purpose of it. Andrea was shit at it. Even at her most delusional, she could never say otherwise. But it was a guilty pleasure of hers to use it when racing against Rondell. He was faster than her without it. Not that he would ever know that. For her, when using it, she could leave him in the dust just jogging, and had to actively remind herself to take her foot off the gas just to make it look close. Andrea was stronger than him too, but winning those shot-put challenges, even if just barely, would be just a little too far-fetched, so she had to use only an ounce or an inch. It ate at her a little, for she was usually the most competitive person in the room, but watching Rondell grin and gloat in ignorance amused her enough to make it all feel worth it. A part of Andrea knew that it was petty to strike so low, but it was one of the few wins she had coming her way. The month before this one had been L after L for Andrea, to the point of it being a miracle that she still had any ability to be positive left. Andrea had been kind to her mother, in her opinion. Her arrival home was met with hugs and more kisses, and then more hugs. Even Zoya, who was just meeting Andrea Bordeaux for the first time, had to suffer some kisses and hugs. She seemed to have appreciated the gestures a lot more than Andrea, but again, she was a kind person, and so she decided to allow any qualms to lie for the day. Andrea had considered telling Zoya about Julian being her father, but decided that she needed time to digest it for herself, and that could only come by way of a conversation with her mother. Andrea did trust her friend, despite the dish of betrayal Zoya had served her for their end-of-term function. The girl was admittedly a whole lot sweeter than Andrea had been expecting, having to watch Zoya usurp Andrea as her mother's favorite. Apparently, her mama was a lot more worldly than Andrea had given her credit for, because one day she came down to the kitchen to hear the two of them speaking Farsi. Surprisingly, there was no jealousy in her heart as Andrea had come to appreciate having someone like a sort of sister, and their home, which had never lacked for warmth, had only gotten a little warmer. Well, warmer where any combination that involved Zoya was concerned. If it was just her and her mother, then warm would be the last word she would use to describe their relationship. Despite her best efforts to play sweet, her mother was no fool and knew that the two were set to have an exchange of words. It was on the third night, after Zoya had passed out on the couch and Andrea had gotten up to stand outside on the porch, that the two finally had a chance to discuss things 16 years in the making. Even now, as sweaty and warm as Andrea was running up that hill, she could remember the cold night's air on her skin, and the cool breeze seemed to be the only thing keeping her heart from jumping out of her chest. It took a long while to look at her mother, even after she had said her name. "Andrea." "Julian's my father," she said so matter-of-factly. Andrea did not think that her mother would lie, but she was not going to leave any room for doubt to be exploited. "He is," Antonina agreed, without a moment's hesitation. Andrea nodded her head. "Okay, mind explaining why you kept that hidden from me my whole life?" Her mother looked back at her with a face that was near the same. Except for the eyes, Andrea had noted then, any differences between them had meant little to nothing before now, for it did not matter. They were features belonging to a ghost, but now they came with a new weight, gifted more pounds by way of revelation. They were Julian's eyes, she thought, or his mother's eyes, or his father's eyes. Nerva eyes. "It's a long story," her mother said, quickly waving her hand to silence Andrea's impending complaint. "And I will tell it. Don't you worry. But I must tell it from the beginning if you are to understand it properly." She nodded her head and said nothing, resting her behind on the handrail as she waited patiently. "Anansi and I have made a binding deal," Antonina said, her eyes staring up into the night sky, as if their enslaving God would ever be anywhere but below them. Well, that wouldn't be right. More like I made a binding deal with him. Terms include secrecy, but I'll try to be as honest as I can. I wish for you to know that." "Noted." Andrea did not mean to come off so cold, but she was not going to backtrack and seem apologetic either. "My father had been the last one to own the court before me," her mother said. She sounded like Andrea Bordeaux, but as if she were the ghost of her memory rather than the real, genuine article. There was a hollowness to her voice that made Andrea shiver in time with the cold wind. "My father was a good man, given the circumstances, but we were a magician family, Andrea, a proper one. It was not age or gender or seniority that earned respect, and yes, even some measure of affection, but magic and power. The one who got to hold on to the court was the strongest one, the chosen successor of the last holder, or the one who killed them. And the only one among our family whose soul would be exempt from going to Anansi's court when they die would be the court holder. Unlike mine, Andrea wondered, and her mother shook her head. You should be safe, Andy. You are the last of our line, the one that's worth a damn anyway, and will inherit the court when I die. Your soul is safe, baby. I would not rest until otherwise. She felt a cramp come on upon remembering her conversation with Anansi, of how he had intended to keep the court away from me if he could. Anansi has got his own plans. Andrea spoke through the pain. He wants me courtless. Antonina surprised her with the sounds of her laughter. Anansi don't got a say in that. He was trying to trick you, baby, hoping that you don't even bother to say the words because he'd gone and tricked you into thinking otherwise. That fucking spider. Andrea felt the cramps subside momentarily, perhaps a gesture of apology. So, Andrea muttered, Granddad gave it to you. Antonina nodded her head and a sad smile cut through her face. Gave? Baby, there ain't no give when it comes to this. I won it by beating your uncle in single combat. That had been another of the many unspoken things that Andrea had come to realize existed between them. She had been told that her uncle, Andrea Bordeaux, had an addiction problem, and the demons got too much for him. It was a topic that always made her mama look like her heart was breaking all over again, so Andrea tried her best not to bring it up too often. I remember seeing so many faces back when you used the court, Andrea said. All of those are family members? Her mother nodded, walking to join her by the handrails. Yes, baby, every single one of them had Bordeaux blood in them. How did they all die? Andrea asked, hoping that her question did not come off as insensitive. How come it's just down to me and you now? Her mother did not say anything, and Andrea was in no rush to hurry her. With her eyes now fully adjusted and the moonlight hitting her mother as if it were a spotlight earning its keep, Andrea could think of few things else other than how majestic her mother looked at that moment. She looked like a painting of a woman out of time, adorned in modern clothing but carrying a weight of someone who knew a different world to the one she now inhabited. We were many for a time. Most of our number had become magicians by then, and most of that most were even powerful ones. And for a time, Anansi allowed for it. Our expanding number fed him souls, while those back in Africa continued to worship him. He was a god at the height of his power. Andrea could only imagine what that looked like. To her, Anansi was a very educated beggar. He was petulant and petty, and swung between being a childlike fool to a tantrum-throwing god. What changed? The Anglo-Ashanti Wars. Anansi is a god of stories, a conceptual god rather than an emotion-based one. We spoke of him, and even told tales of how the court came into our possession. But we did not worship him in the only way that mattered to him. The people of the Ashanti Empire did, however, and so he had come to love them. Andrea snorted at that, and might have rolled her eyes were it anyone other than her mother. A bit idealistic there, Mama. I don't think that Anansi is capable of love. Her mother did not meet her amused expression with one of her own. Instead, she continued to stare out into the night sky. Love don't got to be idealized to be real, Andrea. Love is not decided by some moral standard, it is decided by intensity, and whatever love he had for the Ashanti was strong enough to warrant sacrificing. Her mother winced and then held out her hand. Don't worry yourself, baby, just Anansi, being a nuisance. Andrea remembered what Anansi had told her. To him, Andrea was a closed door several yards away. He could reach her, but only when she was asleep, or with cramps that were only slightly more painful than her usual. But if she could feel that much pain and be brought into his court against his will, Andrea could only imagine what her mother was going through. Her hands balled up into fists. "I want to kill him so bad, Mama," Andrea muttered, and her mother looked at her as if she was crazy. "Kill? Now when the hell did you start talking like that, Andy?" She was too ashamed to meet her mother's eye, but did mutter, "Mama, I saw dead bodies at school, the floor drenched in still warm blood, so let's not act like I'm the same girl who left here 3 months ago." Her mother looked on the verge of reaching out, but Andrea reacted faster. "Sacrifice. That was the word you used. Who was he sacrificing?" "Us," she said. "Anansi can't make us do things, but he is in our minds and hearts and souls. He made it a habit of using that influence to depict the sort of hell that awaited them when they died, of how he meant to consume their souls and have them serve him forever." Andrea cringed. "I mean, that sounds bad, don't get me wrong, but how does that bring him sacrifices?" Her mother stared at her for a moment before speaking. "I want to be straight up and tell you, Andrea, but you're a sorcerer now, and worse yet, Anansi won't let me tell you everything. You're going to have to piece some things together." Andrea was taken aback for a moment, but only just a moment, before she pondered on what her mother had said. "Okay. So, Anansi would use his connection to mess with our psyche? It wouldn't be to get people to kill themselves, right? That would be counterproductive." Her mother's expression gave nothing away, and so Andrea continued to piece it all together on her own. It took her a moment before she snapped her fingers and smiled. If someone was scared straight about what would happen to them if they died, then they'd do just anything to avoid it, even fighting and killing other family members to take the court. Antonina's stoicism finally gave way to a wry smile. "Look at you, baby girl. Oh, my very own Sherlock Holmes." She would have smiled, too, were the topic at hand not so dour. "Okay, so the Ashanti were dying and Anansi needed to juice himself up on our souls instead?" Her mother's smile disappeared as quickly as it had emerged. "Not quite. Anansi did it so that he could help his people with miracles. Remember what you told me about when he helped you some back at the function?" Andrea would not exactly call it help. It was more like he gave her clues and hints sometimes, and most of those times it didn't help her much. "Somewhat," she conceded. "Imagine it now if you worshipped him fully and his hold on you were whole." Antonina's smile returned, and it was the first time in her life that Andrea would consider it ugly. "He's helped me plenty back when I was living wrong. No one could backdoor me. His knowledge was my knowledge. It was like having a second mind. Now imagine doing that, but for 20,000 human warriors? As you can imagine, it would have asked for some juice, and we were the oranges he used to squeeze." Andrea shivered, and it was not because of the wind this time either. "Well, maybe we're giving him a little too much credit, Mama. What sorts of people go around sliding on their own blood just because—" She almost smacked herself. "Mama." She spoke so softly that a gust of wind would have taken her words with it. "How did Uncle Antoine die?" Andrea was surprised by the fact that the ugly smile was still there. "He was a bit of a sore loser, Andy. He couldn't handle that fact that I was better than him. So the fool tried to get home taking the wrong way round and went after our father." Andrea's eyes nearly popped out of her head. "He killed your father?" Her mother's smile was replaced by a witch's cackle. "What, in his dreams? He tried, though. I will always give him that much. Daddy could have done him in good, too, but he let him off." Her mother's eyes then became glossy orbs as she focused back out onto the street. That final failure broke him. But this time around, he was alone. Daddy didn't want anything to do with him. Mama was disgusted by him. And me. There was a long silence as howling winds forced Andrea to wrap her arms around herself. "He came to me," she said. "Back when I was seeing your father. He came to me looking for help. I couldn't." Her mother snorted despite the tears. "No, couldn't is too kind, too much grace. I wouldn't. My own twin brother, Andrea, he was my other half. And instead of helping him, I sent him away, too saddened to see him, too disgusting to help him when he was down. And that was the last time he ever tried to get back up. Andrea did not know what to say other than reaching out a hand to place on her mother's shoulder. Mama. I didn't even go to his funeral, she said. I couldn't. I felt so ashamed. Your father, Julian, he was like me. Worse, really. Everything that we Bordeaux were and had, the Nerva had and were tenfold. When I told him what had happened, he was so cold. He said everything correctly, mind you. For all his faults, Julian was always a polite man. But I could see it in his eyes. He had the same eyes I had when Antoine came to me, and seeing it made me hate myself. It was the beginning of the end for him and I. Y'all parted ways then? Antonina shook her head. If only it were that easy. I had found out that I was pregnant a little while after, and I sort of knew it was a wrap when I did not tell him. I could not bring myself to tell him. She took a breath to clear her eyes of tears before she regained her composure. Andrea was the one crying now. He did not know. He might have, Antonina shrugged. But back then? Probably not. I looked at that pregnancy test and realized the sort of world I would be bringing you into. I could not change and become the mother you needed with him around, and me in that space. You were the last of my line, Andrea, and it terrified me knowing that the thing that killed my brother would now be focused on you and you alone. I had to remove magic from your... Her mother grabbed her head and winced again, swallowing a shriek of pain. Mama! Again, Antonina held out a hand. From your life. Julian is a magician, through and through. And so I made a deal. Her mother fell to her knees, and Andrea was on her, hands fighting to turn her mother's face into the light to get a better look. Enough now, Mama. Anansi agrees, he said, stood several steps away from the porch, dressed in his disgusting mustard and brown suit. We had ourselves a lil deal there, Aunt. Anansi does what is asked, and you keep it all hush-like. Andrea leaped toward him, but her fist was caught in his long, thin hands. Now, Andy. Anansi done come all this way just to be met by gossip and violence? What happened to y'all? Bordeaux used to be a home of warmth, of kindness, of hospitality. Shut the fuck up, Andrea growled at him. The man looked down at her, wearing a pair of shades that barely contained 2 of his 8 eyes. I hate you so much. If only you knew, just... Don't care, he said, sidestepping a collapsing Andrea. I'm here to make sure what is owed to me stays with me. He tapped his cane against Antonina's head. And that is your silence, Lil Missy. His eyes then focused back on Andrea, who held her stomach where he had harmed her. Now, Anansi don't need you to love him nor hate him. He don't give a fuck. Make no difference to me whether or not my cattle yearns for ol' Anansi. He chuckled at Andrea's confusion, his face now sheen with sweat. Yes, y'all both my cattle. Objects, things. Possessions that belong to Anansi. Andrea was back onto her feet and was in the process of making hand signs before he lightly placed his cane back onto her mother's head. Careful now. She hesitated before gritting her teeth and holding out her palm. You can't hurt us, Anansi. Not like that, for real. If you could, you wouldn't have to manipulate us into killing one another. His grin was revolting. Outside of a little cramping and headaches, no, I can't do that stuff no more. Good get there, Andrea. Good indeed, Antonina groaned as she got back up onto her feet. Leave the girl be. He shook his head. Tsk, tsk, tsk. See? That's the problem with you, knucklehead. We don't be learning our lessons. You wanting me to leave the girl got us into this mess in the first place. Antonina wiped the blood streaming from down her nose. One day, we'll be free of you. And when that day comes... You will be long dead, Antonina Bordeaux, Anansi growled, and in my court, serving me. This is the final time you should dare to tread the line so carelessly. The girl needed education, so Anansi permitted this foray, but now you will behave. And as quickly as he had appeared, Anansi had disappeared. Andrea ran into her mother's arms. "Mama." "It's okay, baby. We're safe. Quick thinking there." She smiled and breathed in her mother's scent, and the two of them sat there in their warm embrace for an age. "When you used the court, I saw Granny there." Her mother's hand scythed through her hair as an act of comforting reassurance. "Yes, I saw." "Mama, are we inbred?" Antonina laughed. "Nothing as heavy as all that, baby. Not like them Appalachia people, but she was a distant cousin of my father. So more like that house of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. I mean, it would explain your eyes. They got a lil wonkiness to 'em." "Okay now," her mother laughed with her. "That's enough." "I love you," Andrea muttered, and smiled when she felt the kiss on her head. "I love you too." Andrea finally got up over the hill. PEMDAS and gun smoke. "A magic school?" Calla frowned as she accepted a cup from Austin's hand, her frown deepening after having a taste. "The fuck is this?" "G&T," he said with a boyish smile. "More G than T." Briar frowned at her own cup. "Austin, are you trying to get us drunk?" "What for, I wonder?" Rondell grinned, and Austin looked down at his own cup in confusion. "Is it that bad?" "Worse than bad," Kayala snapped. "You drink like you have a wife and kids, Austin." He laughed as he took another sip and shrugged. "You ever try and sit through a baseball game without a bit of alcohol? You'd be fixing to put a gun in your mouth, I bet." Zoya's sip brought on no such frown. "Wait, but I thought you liked baseball. Andrea said that you're the hot—" "Shot!" Andrea blurted out, almost spilling her orange juice. "I said that he is the hotshot baseball guy, remember?" Zoya seemed confused for a moment, but Andrea's glare brought enlightenment and laughter. "Oh yeah, she did say that, so aren't you the hotshot baseball guy?" Austin had on the goofiest grin, and Andrea swore to punish Zoya the next time they sparred. That's easier said than done, Andrea thought as she finished her third cup of orange juice. The two had spent the 2.5-week break learning the tricks of the trade from her mother, and that involved sparring at least once every 3 days. Andrea was surprised to know that her mother loved sparring, a far cry from the mid-30s lawyer who preached humanity and community. The fortnight past had been a learning experience in both magic and just who her mother really was. Andrea was still not quite sure that she liked it. "I am he," Austin agreed, though shot is a word too many, if you ask me. They laughed as Andrea got up to go and get more orange juice. "Looks like we're out," she said. "I'll be back in a bit." "No," Kayala said. "Not until you explain the thing with the magic school." Andrea turned and rolled her eyes. "La, what fucking magic school? You know that I'm fucking with you, right?" "Duh," Briar giggled. A hiccup soon followed, and Rondell took her cup away from her. "What the fuck, Ron?" "And now she's swearing, too." Rondell shook his head. "Girl can't hold her liquor, then girl can't hold her cup." "Good call." Andrea wagged her finger at the red-faced Briar. Her red hair looked already a mess. "Can't have you stumbling into your house again. It's a wonder that your mama lets you still come out with us." Briar giggled and then hiccuped. "Said, it's 'cause she trusts y'all. Can you believe that? Couldn't even trust you not to leave us for Britain, you bitch." "Cussing," Andrea thought as she shook her head. "And that makes 3. The girl is all the way drunk." "Not you, Briar, who was so excited for me when I called you that one time." Briar pouted. "Course I was gonna act all excited for you. What friend wouldn't?" "What's it like?" Rondell said, sitting back into his camping chair. The 6 of them were in Austin's backyard, looking out into the Mississippi. "That there magic school y'all go to?" Zoya looked at Andrea with obvious annoyance. "See what you did?" "They know that we're just fucking with them," she said before raising an eyebrow. "Right?" "Duh." This time, Breyer's giggle was followed by a burp. Obviously, Austin agreed, but from the pictures you sent us, it looks massive, like that Oxford University or something. When they had asked for some pictures, Andrea had initially responded with hesitancy, but after a little experimentation, she calmed down when the pictures came out magic-free. Apparently, the fog was able to even obscure what they saw in pictures. According to her mother, there were initially worries back in 1826 about what Niepce had gone and done, but by then the fog had taken on a life of its own. Initially, according to her mother anyway, the fog had to be manually managed once the need for magical secrecy arose. Some say it was during the age of the Romans. Others say it was the rise of the church that brought about the need to hide more. A small sect say it was the Spanish Inquisition and the 200 years that followed that all but sent magic into the closet. But once humanity began to disbelieve in the supernatural, their souls would return to the source, and that unbelief would feed the fog. It has its ups and downs, Andrea said, sharing a goofy smile with Zoya, but it's just like St. Martha's, but more elitist and classy. Rondell whistled and shook his head. Imagine being the only American there. You ain't had no seasoning in a minute. Andrea winced. Don't remind me, bruh. I was in the trenches, eating mash and peas the one night, fish and chips the next. The chips were damn near potatoes. Ain't heard not one crunch the whole fucking time I'm chewing. 50 trillion stolen from India, and for what? Zoya rolled her eyes among the laughter. All right now, settle down. You think I'm going to sit here and let you talk down on England? Let? Rondell snorted. After 76, ain't no let. We kicked their ass. Austin raised his cup, and the noise woke Breyer up from her short slumber. Duh! Zoya frowned and seemed genuinely confused. Andy, I thought you hated America. Andrea was tempted to tip in a shot of the cognac stolen from Austin's father's liquor cabinet, but she was not going to do Zoya like that. Hate? Can you ever hate a mother? Yes, Zoya said, and the bluntness made Andrea wince. Sorry, wrong words. Can you ever hate your fam? Yes. She winced again. Okay, listen. Does America have its problems? Yeah, a lot of them. Do I like the institutionalized racism? No siree. Do I hate that I won't be able to own a home and have to cross my fingers that my mama don't do me wrong by selling hers? You betcha. Does it worry me just how damn desensitized we are to kids being shot up in the middle of learning their PEMDAS? Nope, can't. I'm too desensitized to worry. Austin, Rondell, and Andrea smashed their cups together, and Andrea was disappointed when not a splash of theirs fell into hers. Zoya sat in the silence, befuddled, before she finally spoke up again. But, I thought there would be a but after all that, she said, and Andrea shrugged and sat back into her chair. Oh, there ain't one, but we cheers and drink anyways. Andrea left Rondell and Austin to their propaganda session with Zoya to take a walk with Kayala around the Austin home. You okay? Kala looked up at her and sighed. Andy, I'm sorry, I know I'm fucking up your last day here before you gotta go back. Yeah, she said, bashing her shoulder against Kala's. So don't. I missed you too much not to get to have you pure. No worries or hassles. I know. There's just been... Her hesitation brought on a small bit of cramping from Anansi. Andrea did not know what set him off to nibbling, but she did know that she was not going to like it. La, you know that you can tell me anything, right? I've been having nightmares of late. Her arms wrapped themselves around her shoulders as if to keep out the cold. If she says that she's been having nightmares of creepy magical gingers, I'm going to shoot somebody. Oh, was all she could say, like an idiot. But thankfully, Kayla did not begrudge her that. Yeah, I can't explain it. They've gotten a lot worse since you came to town, too. Andrea forced a smile. Then thank God I'm 'bout out the door already. Andy, sorry, Andrea said, focusing her eyes on her friend. She did have trace residue of the source, but no more or less than most normal people. Plants, cowboy fans, animals, and humans all had traces of it, but nothing major enough to warrant notice. Look, La, I'm sorry you're having nightmares. I can only imagine how much it sucks to not look forward to sleep, no matter how tired you are. Hear that, Anansi? You bitch. If it helps even a little bit, call me after each nightmare. We can journal our dreams together, too, so when we get into it, it's nice and fresh. Kayla smiled and hugged her, and Andrea felt a little guilty that some of her dreams were going to be doctored. It was not like she could tell her that her soul and mind were summoned once a week to listen to some West African god bitch about the good old days. Wait, Andrea said as they broke the hug. You think that your dreams have something to do with magic? That why you won't let up on the magic school joke? Kayla blushed. Yeah, sorry for being concerned about some bad juju. It's just that my memory around the time you upped and left is a little foggy. I thought maybe, I don't know, Andy, I was being dumb, okay? Andrea felt like she had just suffered a gut punch, and it had nothing to do with Anansi this time around. Kayla, she muttered, I need to tell you something. The two of them stood underneath the large weeping willow that the five of them once played Spin the Bottle under. Kayala seemed on the verge of making a joke before she noted how serious Andrea was and matched the vibe. Anything. So, do you remember that Julian guy? Kayala nodded her head. Big, beautiful, sexy man I'm gonna marry. Yeah, why? Ew, La, that's my dad you're talking about. Kayla laughed and wiggled her caterpillars. And my daddy, if you... Wait. Kayla screamed and Andrea had to wrap a hand around her mouth to stop her. Bruh, what the fuck? Her hand vibrated as Kayla continued to make a fuss into her palm until Andrea put an index finger to her own lips. La? I'm going to let you go now, but I'm going to need you to tone it down a couple octaves or 5. Clear? Andrea let her friend go and was relieved to see her take in a couple of deep breaths. Andrea would have taken this chance to make a dumb joke before comforting her friend, for Andrea was only just a girl, and the bit demanded much from her. But Kala was a different breed. Are you okay? She asked, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Andrea nodded her head, surprised with how much the emotions were still impacting her. Outside of her mother, and insofar as Anansi allowed it, Andrea had not been able to speak about her father. Zoya would probably understand it better than Kaala, but that did not mean that she understood Andrea better. And besides that, Andrea was not certain that she wanted to make it known who her father was. The college was tough enough as is, without adding that entire station's worth of gasoline. No, Andrea admitted. It is a lot, you know. I thought the dude was dead, but no. Turns out he is just European, which is somehow worse. Kayala laughed before shaking her head. Did he tell you why he kept it secret? She sighed. Nope, I didn't give him a chance. What did Ms. Bordeaux say? Not much. Anansi would not let her. What she could, but not everything. I think what's left to say is left with Julian. Kala hugged her again. Well, it was his loss. The idiot missed out on an awesome girl, and the universe is giving him another chance. So fingers crossed, he ain't that dumb twice. Andrea laughed despite the threat of tears. God, I've missed you, La. I've missed you too. The hug breaking felt like an umbilical cord being severed, but Andrea felt 1,000 pounds lighter. So, Kala said, can I still get with him or no? Andrea laughed. The bit demanded much from Kala, too.